intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. We're all fish in a stream, swimming towards a vicious dream. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking, we're the walking, fear and hatred, dull and jaded. It's all been debated and manipulated. Nothing's ever as it seems. We're bound to believe everything they scream. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, 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 oh. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, 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 oh. Highly sedated, intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, in our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're still asleep, yeah, yeah. one.
This is the beginning of the end for you.
To the sky!
Bestowed upon you the power of the sun.
A mighty sword!
Strike while the iron's hot.
For Camelot! For Avalon!
Let the heavens rage! I am Ragnarok!
Have a good Sunday morning and welcome to the SMITE Pro League Season 9 Phase 1 Seeding LAN, all powered by Prime Gaming. Now, for those of you out there, if you watched the video and you were thinking, man, a lot of these games look really interesting, how do I get a part of that? If you're not a Prime Gaming member already, then you're going to be able to open up access to the most powerful membership service in the world. Now, the things that you're going to be able to get, not only the free delivery and the music, movies, etc. that come with a Prime membership, but you're also going to get exclusive content. You're going to get free games, as mentioned in the video that you saw earlier. You're going to get a free, Mifflin, this one's going to be enticing to you, a free monthly Twitch sub. Woo! And, of course, seasonal discounts, other surprise perks. If you are a Prime Gaming member, then use that stuff, man. If you're not using it, you're missing out on a lot of stuff. There's a little crown like up there on your screen. It's going to have a lot of things that you can claim. I was saying this yesterday, literally a game library larger and longer than what my life probably inevitably is going to be. And so as morbid as that maybe sounds,
Macabre.
it's just because there's so much out there that you can get. So get in on that. And thanks again to Prime Gaming for sponsoring this year of the SPL. And Mifflin is the one on the desk with me as we jump into a fun-filled day. 2 best-of-5s one more time, just like yesterday, but it's a third-fourth match between the Titans and the Warriors, and then the Dragons and the Bolts playing in the finals of this one, fighting for seeding for Masters, as well as seeding for Phase 2, and a lot that can be fun. I think, like, the difference between the two sets literally is going to be like the day that you play in Masters, so you avoid getting eliminated maybe a little bit faster, and you get one step closer to getting that nice 40K first place prize that Masters is going to have, or just any of the money that you can get if you place pretty well at Masters. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this
I
set
like
today.
money, personally.
Do you?
Yeah, I think that's an okay take.
Yeah, I
I
don't
like
know.
to have it.
It's kind of
The
strange.
people who say money doesn't buy happiness have too much money.
no, or not enough, and they're like, they need that to be true.
Oh yeah, like it's a personal philosophy to make sure that they can maintain. You're like, yeah, I'm happy otherwise. It doesn't matter. And, you know what? I was about to spiral. Instead, we can look at the schedule for what we have looked at and the way this is shaken out. The bracket. Again, yesterday, if you were watching, it was 7 total games. The Dragons end up winning the first set. They win 1, 3, and 4, and lose game number 2 there to the Titans. The Bolts, every single game except for the last one, start off at a deficit and then win some ludicrous fight and take down the Warriors in game 1 and then in game 2. And then in game 3, they just did it, Mifflin.
Very quickly, too. That was a convincing set for the Olympus Bolts, who now have to line up against the top seed in the SPL currently. Historically, though, the Jade Dragons, Ghost Gaming, all the way back when they do win a phase, when they do dominate in the league, it's always at the beginning of the year, isn't it? So it just feels like, if history is any indicator, maybe the Jade Dragons are also coming out swinging today.
And a lot of history between those two teams. It's usually the Dragons beat the Bolts, but every time, like you said, it usually happens early in the year, and then when we get to Worlds, they both get eliminated, unfortunately. So we'll see whether or not they can change that one. Mifflin, looking at what these teams have to offer, and specifically, I guess, what we got out of them yesterday. The Warriors, again, kind of showing a lot of promise in the early games, a couple of falters against the Bolts in the late game. The Titans, on the other hand, they had a lot of promise, I think, in a lot of teams. It was bloodbaths for them a lot of the time. There were several games they started with a lot of kills super early on, and then it just kind of filtered out from there. I mean, the Dragons would play a late-game team fight just better.
Yeah, so I think that this set is going to come down to a lot of that early game potential. And I think when you evaluate the early game, you have to talk about the junglers, because both junglers on the Warriors and the Titans have had phenomenal performances in the last couple of days. I mean, Cuvo Fred has been getting involved from minute one, playing these what are now considered unorthodox selections, but for my own heart, Robin, one of my favorite gods in the jungle, just so adaptable, so safe, allowed to play that aggressive styling without having to concern himself about dying because he's got an Aegis Beats built in his kit. I'm calling that overhead kick, just Aegis Beats. That also does damage, by the way. That ability is so good. And then you could also use that ultimate, which does upwards of 800 to 900 damage come late game if you're going for a full damage build, which will boost your survivability. Cuvo Fred certainly has found a couple of gods that fits that style. And when you look at his other selections, like the Shiva, that's more early game pressure. Cuvo Fred has made an active decision this year that he wants to get involved in the early. He wants to be the pace setter. He wants to dictate where the fights happen and when they happen. And so far, I'd argue he's done a very good job of doing so. But he's lining up against another guy who did the exact same thing in his set.
Yeah, it was also interesting because I feel like we've seen that over the last few weeks from both, yesterday it was from both Cuvo and Lasbra, and yet there were several games where like we didn't see a fight break out until 16, 17 minutes. At one point, 9 people die, and it's just Nika who's left standing. It was fun to watch. I wonder what it was like to experience the set, and you know what? We can just ask directly how it was to experience that set, and we can talk to Cuvo about this one. And I guess that is the big thing, there were a lot of moments yesterday where you guys maybe had a lead, it felt like things were going well, and then some team fights that maybe slipped through your hands. So what did you learn from yesterday's set that you're bringing into today?
I mean, honestly, the mistakes we made, I don't think we learned a lot from. Looking back at them yesterday, I knew these are mistakes that should not happen from our point of view. We have a 8.5k goal lead first game. We kind of throw up the ball, not on the same page, and then second game a little bit of the same. And that happens. Thankfully, it's a seeding tournament this time around, and we take it on the chin. We play hard today, and then we play hard in 3 weeks again.
I think that is exactly what either was a tweet or I heard you guys mentioning it in the break room, but there was that mentality of like, you know what, like, at least we did that here, and we didn't do this at Masters just yet. So is that kind of the mentality, like right now, you're still playing for keeps, but you're really looking towards the Masters tournament?
I mean, whether it's seeding or Masters, I play to win. Like, I would have loved to win yesterday, obviously. I'm grateful that it's just a seeding, but I can take it with a little bit of a smile compared to if it was Masters or even Worlds. So I think more than anything, it's just that we have to keep putting in the effort, and we have to keep going hard.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was like literally a week ago you 2-0'd the Titans.
Yeah.
And so, you guys are coming fresh off a set. Now it's a best of 5. What are your thoughts just on this set that's about to come up?
I think it's going to be exciting. I mean, I think we know how Titans like to play. Obviously, it's been some time now, so I'm looking forward for them to make some changes in their approach to the game, and I think we have done accordingly as well. So I'm just excited to get going.
Well, I'm excited to watch you. It sounds like you guys are geared in. So good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Always, always, always fun to talk to Cuvo, Fred. And the energy, I think that comes out. And that's something that we've talked about very recently. I think the Warriors get to thrive on the energy that Cuvo brings to the booth. Like, watch their booth after a win and see
It's
who's
scary.
the first man standing up. And the energy is palpable. Like, you can feel it through the studio. And that is wild in what they're able to bring. But they are going to be matching up against, again, Mifflin, a team that they beat just a week ago in a 2-0, kind of surprising everybody in what you would call an upset. The Tartarus Titans are going to be on the other side. And you had mentioned it earlier, but you got to look at the junglers. Yesterday, Cuvo versus Lasbra, a very fun matchup, I think, to watch. Layers here brings a slightly different style of play to the Titans. But yesterday, I don't think we got to see it come to full fruition.
I don't know. I'd argue Layers has a very good performance throughout the entirety of yesterday. It was a lot of early pressure. I mean, look at the clock right now. 1 minute, 30 seconds in. He's in the enemy speed buff. He's making double kills happen with his soul leader. This is Layers playing his style. When you lock in a god like Shiva, I don't think you can ask for more from your jungler. He really did every single time he's allowed to play this pick, get involved early, get a couple of kills for his team. It was more so the Tartarus Titans making a couple of key mistakes. Like I believe in game 1, Paul was struggling to secure some of these objectives with his E set. So even though the Tartarus Titans had established a pretty massive lead going into a lot of these neutral objectives, the Jade Dragons were at least able to keep their heads above water. I'm not putting any of that at the feet of Layers, man. He's had ups and downs, to be sure, a hot and cold player at times, but even in the losses yesterday, I think he plays exemplary. The only thing I think that you might question is what does he go to when his God pool is pressured? What is he going to when the enemies are targeting him in bans or picking away some of his favorites? And going towards the Kamazots, that wasn't super impressive.
The Fenrir stands out, I think, both in Game 2 for the Titans, but then in Game 4 for the Dragons. Ended up being a phenomenal pick for them. And the first thing I thought of, by the way, when you said, like, mistakes, I can hear, like, Jade Dragons fans out there are like, yeah, their mistake was trying to think they could beat the Dragons, right? They're coming at them with vicious
you sound like just
energy.
the Jade Dragons.
Oh, yeah, actually, they do say that.
Yeah, you just channeled
like,
Panda
there
Cat.
was a point where I asked Mike, it was after the first game, right, where I was like, you're making me nervous about the Baron Samedi win rate. And he goes, yeah, no, we win those. Don't worry about it. And I was just like, oh, okay. And then he lost to it, so it did lose it did lose a lot of its power almost immediately. But it was still fun, I think, in essence. And you know what? I think the difference was it was a top 3 pick in game 2. It was a bottom 2 pick for him.
Definitely a counter pick.
And so definitely something that worked a lot better there in game number 1. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Instead, we can look at what the Warriors are going to be bringing to this game up against the Titans. And it is going to be first pick for the Warriors. Now, this is where things get very interesting. We've seen the Zeus typically banned up against Paul as of late because he's nuts at it. But I also think the Warriors have a much more, I don't even know what to say, well-rounded style, I guess. I don't have a specific god when I look at the Warriors where I'm like, that one has to go away all the time. Like, everyone has something in their role, but it's not been, like, as prominent, I think, lately.
Yeah, I think maybe the most consistent through line for the Oni Warriors is Neoma going towards picks like Khepri. I mean, I believe in his, like, last 15 games, he's probably played like 7 Khepri games. I don't have the actual stats, and now that you're touching your keyboard...
Oh, I'm typing in picks.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were fact-checking me, and I'm sure the fans at home are, but I feel like the Oni Warriors really do succeed when they're allowed to play that style of pick, so potentially could look towards it here, though we have been seeing a lot of Yamoja emphasis from every single team so far this week, and generally when she's available in first pick, she gets picked up in first pick.
That's that weird balance, right? Like, so you banned the Bacchus and the Ymir.
Ooh.
This is, I'm going to throw that out there. Is a surprise. I was going to mention the Artio being available, the emoji that you had mentioned available. A very easy and something we saw done by the Titans yesterday, at least in game 3, where they scooped up those top 2. When the Dragons ended up making sure that Kleena got through for them. But Daji is the first pick. Now, Mifflin, Daji, it feels like falls into this weird middle ground where most of the time that we've gotten used to seeing her locked in is, oh, they've got like 2 or 3 gods that don't have CC immunity either in their ults or just in their kits in general. Let's go Daji. This is going to be sick. As a first pick, like it has been a good pickup for Cuvo, but this puts a lot of pressure on him.
It does put pressure. Anytime you take something in your first selection, the argument is, okay, the Tartarus Titans are probably equally valuing this pick, and we need to get it first, or we're not getting it at all. And also, first pick also has to just perform. You really need to be able to execute on it. But the conversation of, is Daji first pick material, or is she like one of the best counter picks in the game? I think both can be true. 2 things can be true at the same time. Daji just does a whole lot of burst damage, no matter what. Even if you do have CC immune ults, you're forcing them. You're still forcing a team fight resource. Or if you don't, you're forcing a relic. Regardless, Daji puts so much pressure on the defensive tools of whoever she lines up against that I think that she brings value regardless of composition. And now with a Morgan locked in with her, I think Daji is very quickly becoming one of the best Morgan transformations. Sure, you can go Ares plus Daji and you're burning beads and pulling people in, or just go double Daji and do the exact same thing while simultaneously dealing a whole lot of damage, while simultaneously getting access to Trickster Spirit, which is one of the stronger disengage and re-engage tools in the game. Also just has phenomenal objective burn potential with the bleeding auto attacks, very similar to OG Arachne.
And I was thinking about it up until yesterday. I was going to say that it was a 100% win rate here for the Warriors. Anytime they've played Daji, they've won the game. And that's still true because yesterday, the only time we saw it played was the Bolts, and they first picked it away from the Warriors and banned it the other 2 games. So it is something that has a lot of prominence behind it. And I guess it is getting its due diligence here. We'll see whether or not Cuvo can keep up the amount of pressure that I'm now expecting from this pick. I've almost turned completely around. I was like, I don't know, why are you doing this? And then I look it up, and I'm like, oh, never mind, I understand. Keep doing that, or else we'll start second-guessing it. Rom Chernabog banned out here in the second phase by the Titans, and the Fenrir Osiris banned out by the Warriors on the other side. They locked in the Khepri and the Hachiman. That's their dual lane here on the Titans alongside the E-set they picked up earlier, which is something that I at this point, with the Khepri there, I'm expecting to end up going towards Paul. And we've seen a rise in a lot of these picks over the last few days. I think the Khepri has kind of been ever present. He's like always on the cusp of getting locked in over the last like 8 months. But E-set and the Hachiman getting highly prioritized lately. Raven. If it's not Cuvo, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have expected it.
Yeah,
he's like the only one who's played it for lately.
Well, here's the thing about layers. Back in the console days, when I was allowed to line up against this guy,
was it layers of death then? Layers of life?
It was chaotic purpose.
Chaotic purpose. Oh, even further, right? I forgot.
But Raven was one of his signature picks because he really does like getting aggressive in the early game. It performs similarly and has a similar power curve to some of Layers' best selections. Peak Kamazods, Erlong Shen back when he had the knockup, Shiva currently. Raven has got similar ability to get involved, but the only difference is that his level 2 is slightly weaker. He doesn't have 20% attack speed stim plus double CC at level 2. Instead, it's more so just the ranged route and immediately into a slow. But the counter matchup between Daji and Raven is one that I know for a fact Layers is very familiar playing. And what is Daji going to do to Raven? The only way.
At him.
Yeah, what do you do? You trickster spirit in. You try to do your auto cancel with your first ability.
Do you even know who you're
Who cares?
fighting?
Overhead kick. You try and ultimate him. Who cares? Overhead kick. Overhead kicks down. Okay, well now I guess you get ultimate it. No, your ultimate on Raven also has CC immunity. So it is a very strong counter matchup there. Has great potential to lock down targets like the Morrigan. Has great potential to get into that backline and deal with Jingwei. You don't really need to concern yourself about survivability, which means that even if you are over-committing to the dive, you still have the safety net of Khepri, but generally you're not really going to be the recipient of that ultimate. So, very excited to see how the Tartarus Titans address this composition. And similarly, top to bottom, it's just the new style of Tartarus Titans, which is, hey, we are going to get pressure in the early, and we're going to walk through objectives, and I'm going to drop my circle protection, and you have to fight in. You either get in there before I drop it, or you get in there after, because you are not out-confirming Paul, unless we get like a repeat of Game 1 of yesterday.
Well, Bologna, Jingwei, you had mentioned the Jingwei and potentially Raven being able to chase her down. Bologna gets locked in a matchup that is now going to be up against a Jormungandr, who, again, we've seen on the rise, picked up a little bit more often yesterday by the Titans. And Mifflin, I'm having flashbacks. There were moments where, like, you know what, Jormungandr was, like you said, early pressure, gave a lot to him. There was a game straight up where you were even looking up and you were like, yo, wait, when does Invader's Curse end? Because they were in the jungle and deep. And I think that's kind of what the Titans maybe are looking for. I mean, you had mentioned it, but getting early pressure, Raven feels like he facilitates that really well. Whereas I look at, towards the Emoja, while it might be helpful in lane and things like that, the Daji, feels like the Warriors are waiting a little bit longer. And we saw this very similarly. I don't know I can't remember if it was exactly the set up against the Titans or if it was one earlier in the week, but I remember them saying that they lost the early game and they lost it hard, but Cuvo came in here for a post-game interview and he was like, yeah, but I know that we could win the late game fight. Is that going to be the same way that they play here?
Yeah, this is definitely a mid to late game slanted team from the Oni Warriors. They're going to struggle a whole lot to find neutral farm. The Morrigan, essentially against just about every single meta mage in mid, loses out on pressure. She's not going to be able to match what an E-set does as far as wave clear is concerned, which means that the majority of mid camps will likely favor the Tartarus Titans, even reflecting in the jungle. Daji, not as slow as she once was back in the boots meta, but still requires a couple of items before she's allowed to fight safely, whereas Raven, at level 3, is ready to get involved. So I'm expecting the Tartarus Titans to, again, just play as much pressure as they can throughout the early, transition themselves into neutral objectives, and try and force fights there. Whereas the Oni Warriors, if they do make it to late game, if it's 20 minutes in and the gold lead is less than 3,000 to 4,000, I think the raw power spike of the Oni Warriors when grouped up as 5, when they have their second relics available, should be able to make up for a pretty substantial gold deficit throughout the early. But onus is on the Tartarus Titans to establish that gold lead and to continue running with it, and they've certainly got the tools to do it.
Well, it's going to be exciting to watch. The Warriors, again, have been, up until yesterday, on a little bit of a tear, right? I mean, they've been winning a lot of their sets. I think the only teams they lost to, the Dragons and the Bolts earlier this phase. So a lot of surprises from them. I guess we'll see whether or not this one's going to remain to be one of them. They 2-0'd the Titans last week. Can they do it again here? Let's find out in game one.
Yeah, game one here between the Titans and the Oni Warriors. It's J-Mac, it's Trelly here to kick this one off. SOT back on this Jormungandr. We saw it a lot yesterday, Trelly. Layers on a new look as far as SPL is concerned with this. Robin Cuvo was the one piloting this, got up yesterday. And as we have Doug here as well for our spectator here in game number one. Set number one in the second day of our seeding tournament here. Not a lot of mix-ups as far as the builds are concerned. Maybe the only one that really sticks out to me there is going to be Paul on this Eye of the Jungle start. But we have been seeing Paul kind of run this more consistently.
Yeah, whenever you're going one of these mages that wants to build a couple of tank stats, Eye of the Jungle, always going to be a solid start. And Paul likes it on this E set, likes it on the Zeus. As long as you're able to survive in these fights, you're able to get your damage off. So a pretty decent little itemization there. I like a lot the Robin pick into the Morgan from Layers here. There's a lot of different avenues to make the Morgan's life pretty annoying. It is a good transformation for Dardes to transform into Robin, but if you do get something like Crusher Erendite, Invis is vastly useless on the Morgan, then you can just chase her down, immune the stun with your overhead kick, and it's always going to be a solid die potential as long as Dardes isn't just pre-ulting and running away. Of course, you do have to worry about Cuvo Fred. The Dodge is always going to be a looming threat no matter what you're doing right now in the jungle, so we'll have to see how they do play that matchup. But I don't hate the matchup, at least in the jungle right now.
Well, Cuvo doesn't have Trickster Spirit to get in, so he cannot close the gap on towards Paul. A lot of abilities fired between these two mid laners to get some pressure there. Dart is even eating a Spirit Ball, trying to go for a close range stun. And maybe that's the hardest part for Dardes here in this mid lane is him and Paul can both stun each other, both do a lot of quick burst damage. But Paul can do it from a lot further away than Dardes.
Oh yeah, E-Set is always going to out-pressure and outrange the Morgan until the Morgan gets that all-in potential. I'd say 2 items or so, or just transform into a jungler. Level 5, there's also a pretty massive power spike there, so we'll have to see when Dardes decides to get active, or just sort of sit back and play the farm game. We've seen Paul is not one to shy away from early aggression on this E-Set pick, like first blooding Pagon already, like a minute into the game, something like that. So if you step up too far, he has no problem trying to shut that down. You're going to have to watch where you step right now in the mid lane. It looks like Layers looming in the mid lane as well, just going to get those mid camps, but this is exactly where Dardes should be, right at that tower line, not too far up. All you have is beads to survive right now. The Invis is not going to help you that much. You're too slow. So trying to stay about that far back is the name of the game.
Can I just say it is criminal how many 2-man stuns Neilma has already hit in just this game alone on this Yamoja. He hit like 2 at the starting wave, and then he hit 1 as we panned back over to him just a moment ago. And Vote's been able to capitalize on him. He's been able to get those updrafts onto Cyclone Spin consistently when they do land up there. But it's unbelievable just how many of these Neil has been able to use. He used up pretty much all of his Omi Wave 1 to get some pressure for him and Vote. Considering Jingwei is not really a guy that's known for being able to get those early wave pressures.
Yeah, Jingwei usually just sits back, especially right now in the meta when Hachiman is so prevalent that you always have to be weary of the dash stun, and always the banner is going to give a fair amount of poke every time you clear the wave. So you don't really want to step up, but when your Yamoja is hitting consistent damage and CC, as you mentioned, you're going to have a good time. Layers here is trying to sneak up on Nika. Doesn't have the beads. Remember, teleport is available at the moment, so any sort of CC will stick. But Layers probably is trying to hit level 5 here.
And Nika wants to hit level 5 as well, but he probably won't be able to do so. It's a root by Layers, a knockup by SOT, and SOT will be the one to deal the final strike to put Nika in the dirt, to put the Titans up for their first blood.
Every time I see this teleport start, I'm always like, does it end up being worth it? Because, of course, you fall down early, and it's nice to be able to teleport back so you don't miss that wave. But a simple beads probably gets Nika out of trouble there as well. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Which one's going to be more worth it? Right now, though, gets back with just tier 2 Shoguns or possibly the Oni Hunter's garb that we've seen some of these physical warriors start up against things like Yorm or any of these Guardians, really. But it looks like Cuvo Fred sees the pressure on the right side of the map and is trying to get active on the left.
Aurora and Cyclone are pretty far back. They're going to need a lot here. Cuvo does go in, uses the blink to initiate. We'll find the pull onto only Aurora. Yank him right back in. A stun out of Neil, and 1,000 cuts after. Nice and clean kill for the Oni Warriors to respond back to the Titans' earlier kill.
Yeah, that's just, you just know that you're going to hit that ult, obviously. Cubo didn't do the instant pull, didn't really care. He knows right now that the Khepri does not have level 5, so you can't cleanse that ult. No sort of beads. Aurora started with the shell, so just hit all 3 shots of the Palo just for some extra damage. Wait for everyone to get close, then pull him in. That's a textbook gank from Cubo, but Neil does have the River's Rebuke now and is heading over towards mid lane, but is it going to get too active here? Circle of Protection is available. Pretty easy peel tool for yourself, and we just saw the Dodge ult go down, so no more aggression in this mid lane, at least for right now.
Yeah, Mika's already got to deal with the fact that there's a full Jade Emperor's Crown Jormungandr in his lane right now. But it's a pick that, with the Titans yesterday, we saw early success on this Jormungandr. When it came to these late game fights, this late game transition, the Jormungandr was just getting picked off consistently every time he was going in towards a Phoenix, every time that SOT was trying to initiate a fight. He'd lose over half his health, have to World Serpent for a couple hits, and then use the third one usually to get himself back out here. I mean, if you're the Titans right now, Trelly, you're looking towards this late game, which is where Mifflin had initially slotted it being Warriors being more advantageous of. You know, how does SOT kind of translate this early pressure towards that late game?
Well, it really just depends on the relic choice, right? No matter what, once you get to that late game portion of the game, when SOT is trying to be a tanky frontliner, you have teleport in one slot. Usually you want something, I think he had Aegis that time around last game where he was just getting extremely blown up, and against a Jingwei no less. So once you have that late game ADC that's just wailing away on you, you want to be able to go into that World Serpent as quickly as possible, but late game, you just get CC chain. This is why this teleport meta is really great for soul laners, but also in the later stages of the game, sometimes you just want blink and beads. You want to be able to initiate, but also not just get CC chained and destroyed. So Yorm is going to win this lane pretty hard now because of that first blood bounty, because of that Jade Emperor's Crown, but in the later stages of the game, you're going to have to watch out for Dardas and Vogue. They're going to have a lot of damage to this Yorm because they've got a few ways to proc the passive as well.
Yeah, Nika is not having the funnest time dealing with the Jormungandr. Much better wave clear for SOT. You see a fight, though, over the Oracle Harpy. Spirit Ball, plus a little bit of damage from layers. That'll be enough to secure the Oracles for the side of the Tartarus Titans. Can Aurora make it out of here? Neil Maul walks up, misses the stun, and that'll be the retreat call for the rest of the Warriors. Dardes going right back to the mid wave, but Layers going in towards the mid camp instead. Cubo up onto the Pal out. The Layers should be fine. No, he does get yanked right back in. Not sure if he just decided to save that overhead kick and that ultimate there. Maybe not fearing risk of death.
Yeah, I think Cubo was definitely ulting for Peel there, so Layers said, you know what, I'll hold on to this. I don't have to ult to chase or anything like that. Once the ult comes out, getting the Pal out for a blink. Not going to be a terrible trade. Of course, Palau will be up a little bit earlier because of that Jotun's Wrath, but I think Robin has some ways to initiate even without the blink right now, so not going to be the biggest deal. I'm curious to see if we see any sort of action in the duo lane. I mean, we've seen so much where it's the Jingwei and the Hachi, where the Hachi should have pressure and should get aggressive, and the Jingwei just wants to sit back as much as possible. Vote sort of following suit with that, just saying, I'm going to get my buff, I'm going to clear the wave, I'm going to go back, that sort of thing. Cyclone, though, has to try to get active and try to farm out, because Jingwei late game, all of these extra crits are going to start proccing, going to really be annoying right now. Just has the extra assist under his belt, so Cyclone has no sort of lead right there, but a little bit behind in Dev Gauntlet stacks as well. That starts to stack up in the boxing matches.
Yeah, not too far behind, though. Vote is waiting around into the jungle, but not going to make a rotation in. Did have a little bit of pressure as far as the minions were concerned, but in all honesty, I don't really expect too much action in this duo lane between Jingwei and Hachiman. And it will be Shogun's Kasari on the side for Nika. We were wondering maybe if that was going to be the only hunters that we'd seen yesterday. I believe it was in the Osiris solo lane that we saw that one previously. Now, with his Bologna Soul and then going in towards the tower shield. So Berserker's still on the mind at the very least here for Nika, so he'll be able to get some of that early power and some of that early physical defense to try and deal with Layers here. But as we start moving through this game in here, as we kind of been seeing developments for the support specifically, I mean, the Gauntlet of Thieves, that's still a tried and true thing. Most supports are probably going to be building that, or one of those first two auras. We've been seeing a lot of this cloak start right after that first item.
Yeah, usually the Spirit Robe is just going to be such a potent item. It's very cheap as well. Being able to get those mitigations and the cooldown online, pretty solid. There's just a lot of the cloak tree you can make use out of right now, besides like Hide of the Urchin, which is just completely out of the meta. Every other item, there's kind of an argument to be made to be building it right now, except for Mantle of Discord. It's way too expensive. You don't want to be going for a 2,900 gold item, at least right now. But Spirit Robe or Magi's Blessing, both you can get some good use out of. His Vote does dash in, but that's sort of what's going to happen in this lane. Someone gets aggressive, someone else not really interested in fighting, and they back up. Layers, though, is building into that Erendite, which is going to be extremely helpful once again for just removing Dardes from stealth, making his job as a late game sort of pseudo-assassin trying to go in and assassinate people from invis. It's going to completely shut that down. Once the Erendite proc goes in, everyone knows exactly where Dardes is, and then Layers gets that movement speed to try and chase him down. So once that item is finished, I expect to see Layers putting some attention towards the mid laner. Of course, as long as you have that transformation up, you have a lot of ways to just escape. But without your ult, could be in some trouble.
The mind of Paul is always interesting to kind of dig through here. Divine Ruin right away.
Right.
Maybe no surprise. There's Emoji there. You want to make sure you get rid of that healing. But in Stone of Binding, yesterday we saw a lot of Void Stone. We saw some Jade Emperor. We saw Celestial Legion Helm. I think Stone of Binding might be the new one that Paul has built here in that second slot, though.
Yeah, a little bit of CC is going to help you out. You guys get a little bit of extra penetration, but also some survivability. It's cheap, so you can sell it late game. It is sort of a power spike right now because, again, you just spend like a small amount of gold for a big buff, and then what are you going to do with it? And I think he also recognizes that Dardes and Cuvo and Neil, it's a lot of mixed damage. It's not just straight magical or straight physical, and it's going to give you a little bit of both. So I think a smart option here. You also have two different ways to proc it if you are the E set. I think Paul just always wants that penetration and just a little bit of survivability. I think Paul, more so than any mid laner, wants to try and survive these fights. He always goes for these sort of hybrid builds, but Cuvo got a little aggressive there and takes a lot of damage.
God, that Spirit Ball just chunked half of his health down. Paul is swinging early game up against Cuvo. Fred, Cuvo just maybe wanted to go up, get a nice little poke and see what he could do, and then Paul hits him with a silent Spirit Ball combo there, a maxed out Spirit Ball. Slams Cuvo for more health than he was expecting there. That'll force the Dodge E back to base. Tier 2 only on that Mace so far. Vote in danger, does have the beads available, but doesn't decide to use it at all. Instead, he just decides to die.
I understand why he didn't want to pre-ult the Abduct, because I think he knew that the chase would have ensued and Layers has a lot of immunity, but the beads into the airstrike certainly should have been the play. SOT makes the rotation over, and it's just Neil trying to deny this, and he has to back up. Gold Fury is going to go the way of the Tartarus Titans. Won't even need to drop the Circle of Protection. Oni Warriors, though, they answer back with the Pyromancer.
Yeah, so it'll be at least objective for objective. Not too much of a gold swing here. And talking about the gold, it's about 1,700 up for the Titans. The XP is a different story, though. That one is sitting dead even across the board. It's only with about a couple hundred bouncing back and forth. And you can see where those levels have been made up. Mostly in the dual lane is where the Titans do have any kind of real XP lead, you know, only about a half level to a level up. But talking about the dual lane here, Cyclone versus Vote in their build pathing. We do see kin size right out the gate for Cyclone, and Vote's going to some very early career. Wind Demon, second item for him.
Yeah, Vote has been dashing in pretty consistently. I think he wants to get aggressive, but after just getting, I mean, pretty much three-man dove there under tower, maybe wants to dial back some of that aggression. Right now, still pretty far pushed up in this lane. Didn't use any sort of relic there, so still has the airstrike to get away, and both relics if he wants to try and survive. I can see why Vote wants to get those crits online early. Looks like a possible Silver Branch bow next. Usually when we see the chin size, we can expect that to be something like the Odysseus bow, but with the first item, Wind Demon, I have to imagine that Silver Branch getting some penetration online early and trying to help out with these late game team fights. I mean, look at SOT's build. Jade Emperor's Crown into Witchblade. That's pretty much a Jingwei's nightmare right now, so no sort of boxing onto the solo laner at the moment, just trying to stay away and do as much damage to the squishies.
Yeah. Attack speed reduction, some physical prots to his name as well here for SOT. Doubling up on that Fizz prot with that Jade Emperor's Crown. And then going in towards a Druid Stone right after. It could be Void Stone, could be Stone of Binding. At least I think we saw that one come out of SOT at least once yesterday. So still plenty of options available to this Jormungandr for the remainder of the build. And I think that's where we'll take a look at if SOT is as the build goes on. Once he hit level 12, though, went back and bought a horrific emblem. So no beads, no Aegis going into these team fights. I mean, how do you feel about the horrific here for this Jormungandr?
I think I see the idea here. Obviously, you upgrade that horrific. Everyone does less damage, lower some movement speed and some attack speed, things of that nature, trying to survive. But late game is late game. And I think the late game damage is still going to be coming out here as Aurora is getting aggressive on block the Abduct, but he has the Scarab's Blessing. I think they will be able to get his ult down here, but they're not going to want that trade.
No, but Layers instead wants to get smashed and does get the Pal out. That should be a pull in on Aurora. No, uses the Scarab's Blessing to cleanse himself from being pulled back in. Neil silenced, Neil hit with the Spirit Ball, and that should be the disengage now for the Oni Warriors. Good turnaround play by Layers to get an ultimate out of at least Cuvo Fred, but it does end up costing Aurora his.
Yeah, the Scarab's blessing being down is going to be pretty massive. Only a little bit of CDR with that Spirit Throw as Neil is trying to invade this buff, but it looks like Dardes is an invis here. They're going to go for an engage. Overhead kick is good.
Oh, Layers loses half his health though right away as Cuvo goes back in. Cuvo still to the back line. Paul does find a Spirit Ball, and SOT has rotated to the fight. Dardes transforms into the dodgy and up onto his own pal Lau, but Paul's got beads. Paul has Aegis, but Paul might not even need to worry about using any of them, and he will not. The spit with the Spirit Ball, and Dardes has put himself way too far out of position. It's SOT to pick up the kill.
Yeah, that's the second rotation that SOT's made that's been pretty key. One, got the gold for you. This one will be able to clean up that fight, and after another kill to your belt, you're able to finish that full Stone of Binding, so another power spike as well for the solo laner. Nika has pretty much sat in this lane and just tried to farm up, obviously falling pretty early. That death did hurt him a bit, but sort of sitting on his heels at the moment saying, I can't really make these rotations just yet. I want to make sure I get some items online. Right now, though, Frostbound Hammer, Berserker Shield, and Shoguns, that's pretty much the build. I mean, those are the key items of Bologna
that's
right
the
now.
Core.
Yeah, that's the core right now. Nika could go and get active, make these rotations, and try and pretty much 1v1 anyone, but just going to wait a little bit longer. Has a level lead now. Did not rotate out of that lane. Is level 16. I believe the highest on the map. Yeah, the highest on the map at the moment. So this would be the moment where he could come in and make some clutch rotations. Probably once this Oni Fury spawns in about a minute. I would imagine that's when he wants to get active.
Will be Stone of Binding for SOT. So two of those now on this team. Two different people who can proc up that passive. And two good gods who would be able to do so. I mean, slow between SOT and then Paul as well. And then the knock up and then a stun, respectively, between those two players here. So a lot of ways to start shredding out some of those early protections here up against the Warriors. And the Tartarus Titans, with about a 2,000 goldie, will continue their pressure. They'll take away the Scorpion right on the lower side of the Pyromancer pit. Aurora getting aggressive in the mid lane to put some pressure back on towards Dardes and Neil. Cuvo rotating over, and even despite Cuvo not finding much success in that last little team fight, even despite the fact that the Warriors haven't been able to find a ton of success across the board so far, Cuvo is still maintaining a small experience lead over Layers right now.
Yeah, it is looking good. I like to see the pressure that all these pros put into getting these greater Scorpions, because I can assure you, in my ranked games, no one tries to get these Scorpions. They just take too long to kill by yourself. There's no sort of hold that thought, though. Cyclone Spin trying to find a solo kill on to vote. They're going to be trading some autos.
Ooh, but then a 400 crit will put an end to that one. Never want to try and fight into too much crit from the opposition. And maybe also not recognizing any potential rotation coming over. Cyclone will back up with his team, but it sets up for the Oni Fury, which the Oni Warriors have vision on. Circle of Protection is here. Can Paul secure it this time around? The answer is yes, but can they get out of the fight now? Cuvo Fred into the backline is harassing one, but then the entirety of the Tartarus Titans just turn on the jungler, take him down. Jormungandr World Serpent to focus out Dardes as Paul takes out Neil Ma on the backline. Dardes just trying to run away from this snake, and he will do so. The Titans pick up the Fury, and they pick up two.
Yeah, great pull by them. They were able to confirm that one. 916 damage for Circle of Protection. That was the last hit. It's amazing that you're able to even get anything that can out-confirm that on the map right now, which there is none of. Right now, Pyromancer will be pulled. You have the 3-man advantage at the moment, but no one is going to be on this side of the map. It looks like Vote is still just trying to bully out Cyclone Spin on the left side and pick up the Pyromancer for themselves. A little bit of gold going their way. Now about 4 to almost 5K gold lead for the Tartarus Titans. The XP, as we mentioned, still not that crazy. We see some 1-level leads here and there. The ADCs are pretty much even, at least in the level department, but that gold is starting to add up. When you look at the builds, I assume Paul's got a fair bit in hand, is about to upgrade as well. He just bought a full Obsidian Shard in that previous pack. Now, who knows, he could get some cooldown, could go for a Soul Brew. That's just going to make this E-set hit even harder.
This comes back down to what Mifflin and Gore were talking about on the desk, where once we start hitting this 20, 25-minute mark, the Oni Warriors are within that 3 to 4K range, as they're still around that point there, 4,500, pretty close by here. There is still some fight back potential out of them. A lot of scaling favoritism, more so over towards the Oni Warriors, at least as Mifflin was putting it here. But at the same time, though, the Tartarus Titans, this new style of play they had, this more objective-centric style compared to what they were playing around last year, has had its ups and downs. It had its ups yesterday against the Dragons. It also had its downs yesterday. As long as these confirmations are coming through from Paul, they're able to get this extra gold, get this extra XP for the team. When it came to the late game team fights, that's where the Titans were really struggling in their set yesterday.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're getting to that late game portion of the draft, because right now the Oni Warriors are still, that's what they're looking for right now. They say, hey, we have a Jingwei, we have a Daji who's pretty much good in all stages of the game once you hit like level 5, and then we have the Morgan who really is able to just completely one-shot you in that later stage of the game. Just finished a full Spear of Desolation, as well as the Divine Ruin. So double flat pen with some Doom Orb, the movement speed, and the raw damage. That's what you really want right now on the Morgan. 0-1 for Dardes, so hasn't been able to get too active, has been vastly useless in the fight so far. But I don't think that's going to be the biggest deal. We've already touched on the fact that this draft really does come online, I'd say, in about 5 or 6 minutes in the later stages of the game if you can stay net even. Right now, though, they're not quite even. About 4,000 cold down.
Yeah, it's still fighting at a deficit here are the Warriors, and they probably will be for at least a little while until they can win a big team fight or sneak an objective away to start getting some of these towers here. But Rivers Rebuke out of Neil will catch a couple inside, but it's a circle of protection in response. Everybody on the Titans will be fine, even through, but it is a double Eagles rally, making a double Eagles rally. Coming out of Dardes and Nika, Palau comes through from Cuvo, but doesn't find any value. Paul is the only one low on the side of the Titans, but it's Cuvo going down with Layers jumping in with that Mystic Rush, and Neil Ma down at a quarter HP. The Oni Warriors, oh, everybody except for Nika at least, and we'll probably need to consider backing away. Nika full HP on the Bologna, now being ran at by the rest of the Titans.
Yeah, trying to full commit into a Scarab's Blessing is not going to be your best option. Even the Circle of Protection was pretty much enough to delay that push. Now, though, Tier 1 tower will go down. SOT is pretty weak and does have the World Serpent, so probably not fearing too much. It doesn't look like this is going to be an FG pull, J-Mag. I can't imagine they're feeling that confident. They did just win the fight, but it looks like Nika didn't get the message, so they're not going for this.
Nika does get plucked back in, trembled away, slowed down, needs some help from the team, and Neil Ma will find it with some heals and with some CC between him and Vote. That'll back the Titans away from trying to take down the Soul Laner, but I mean, Trelly, that last fight, we just watched 2 Eagles rallies catch 2 to 3 people in each one, and there was just no damage follow-up from the Warriors. The Titans were full HP. Granted, they had a circle of protection to keep them there, but that went off before the Eagles' rallies even landed.
Yeah, but it's not the Tartarus Titans who are pulling this FG right now. It's the Oni Warriors. I think they recognize everyone backed up, and they're not going to stay on this long. Even with Vote finishing that Deathbringer, having a fair amount of damage on this objective, it'd be very risky and try and pull. This is essentially a throw-the-game style play if it doesn't go your way, and I think they'll recognize that pretty much immediately once they show face, and the Oni Warriors will have to back off there. I like the idea. They have a fair bit of damage. Dardes has ult, so there could have been a circle of protection on the side of the Oni Warriors if they wanted to try and burst that one down, but just wasn't doing it quick enough. I think they wanted to be sure to sneak that one as quick as possible. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, we do see Aurora starting to invest in this anti-crit going up against Vote with 2 forms of crit, plus that second ability granting a little bit of extra boost there. Aurora has invested into a Spectral Armor. It seems that SOT may be doing the same thing as he's picked up at least the tier 2 in towards that same tree. So
Layers might as well.
You know, Layers could be very well doing it too.
I think they are all recognizing that. Vote's probably going to be
crit.
critting. I mean, he's got Wind Dip and he's got Deathbringer. He can't hide it anymore. Usually, you could go like, hey, I'm going to go Chin Size, I'm going to go Silver Branch Chins, and then maybe last item Ornate Arrow and Wind Demon. Now it's like a surprise crit. You can't build against it, but Vote's not trying to hide anything. He went right from Wind Demon into that Deathbringer and is saying, this is the damage I want to do to you. Good luck trying to survive it. Right now, it's been going quite well. Vote has 0 kills, but we'll see as the game goes on, because that's when Jingwei is really going to start swinging.
We do see him kind of at the mid area of the player damage charts as well, but Tartarus Titan's pushing forward, does find at least some good damage on the Cuvo. He does have the Trickster Spirit to get back to the safety of his team, but the Titans will pick up the Pyromancer. Can they secure it is the question here. Probably don't want to have to use Paul's ultimate for that one. They don't need it. Titans do confirm the Pyro. Nika gets rooted out. SOT into the backline. Finds 3 with the knockup. Vote has got to get out as quick as he can because he is low on HP. It's a Rivers Rebuke and now a Palau in response by Dardes. He'll find just Layers and he won't pull anybody else back in there. Quick beads out of Cyclone Spin. But now Cyclone is being bullied by Nika. The full HP Bologna. But Cyclone will make it out. A good res by Aurora. But all the Titans are falling low, using that circle of protection to stay alive. But Dardes goes down, not to the actual hit of the World Serpent, but the ensuing residual damage after.
And Neil is probably going to get caught out here as well. Way too much CC, and they will be able to find 2 here. Cuvo Fred is healing up, trying to stay healthy, but I can't imagine anyone is going to try to face tank this FG, but if they see the teleport, they're just going to set up for this.
Nika just went into 5, does have the dash, does have that extra movement speed from that teleport,
And that might just be enough to have gotten him out of here. The one time, now that we've been seeing more of this heroic teleport, we've been seeing some more of these risky plays by solos. This time, Nika's able to make it out, but that's a relic burn for essentially free. Fire Giant now started up by the Titans. Cubo zoned out, and it doesn't seem that the Warriors are going to try and contest this any longer. Fire Giant, 24 minutes in, goes to the Titans.
Yeah, it was pretty close to being able to get that pal out, maybe trying to find a pick after the fact, take some Fire Giants off, but Cubo did not want to step up there, at least for right now. Just doesn't have the itemization or the levels to try and match that. Layers is level 20 to Cubo's level 18. Pretty much 3.5 items for this Daji, whereas Layers probably is about to finish his 5th and final item besides if he wants to upgrade or not. But it looks like the Oni Warriors will answer back and get a Gold Fury. That's going to be a solid little boost to what they have. They got some gold in hand now, trying to match some of the power spikes that we're seeing right now in your the bottom right hand. 2 spectral armors were just built, the upgraded emblem of increasing peril as well. So a lot of power spikes for the Tartarus Titans. The FG is also going to be a pretty massive power spike, but take a look at these towers. There's 2 tier 1s and 3 tier 2s. That's a fair bit of gold that the Tartarus Titans can go claim right now once they start this siege.
Not just that, a Phantom Shell now finished up by Aurora, so we'll have that for the next River's Rebuke that Neilmoth throws out into the fight. Does have that upgraded Bracer still, as Aurora's been picking that one up consistently himself and has been making good use of it so far, typically throwing those ones not in the Fire Giant pit necessarily, but like right below or right above, depending on what side of the map they are. That way they can have an escape path in, or if they want to initiate with it, maybe to get some damage. But a siege to the left-hand side, the Titans will be able to take down that tier 2 tower pretty easily. Still a couple of towers left standing on the map. The Titans are grouped up as 5 around this left side Phoenix. Minions pushing up. The Titans are going to give up, at least this left side Phoenix.
Yeah, they still have a lot of gold they could claim on this map right now. I understand that they feel very powerful and they want to go for that Phoenix right now, but it doesn't seem like a play they have to make. Still 2 minutes left on this FG buff, so really don't have to force that one just yet. Probably, you know, push down mid, get the tier 2. If you get a pick, maybe then you go for a Phoenix. But right now, just being as annoying as possible, try and find some relics or some wasted ultimates before you go in. That's probably your best option. What? It will step into the tier 2 tower here as SOT takes a fair bit of poke, but that's sort of what Jormungandr does. Goes in, gets as much damage as possible, gets poked down. You can ult, you can leave, you can teleport back in. There's a few different options for this character.
SOT was sitting there taunting without actually taunting. He kept like quickly like left clicking to get like his breath, so he was just constantly like doing this soft meow with them the entire time in the jungle on this little cat Jormungandr skin here.
That's not a little cat. That's a big cat.
That is a very long cat there that he is running. Meanwhile, the rest of the Titans are running up the right side of the map. We'll take down tier 1. Tier 2 should be no problem for them at all. And still about 1:15 left on the Fire Giant buff for the Titans. SOT will keep the Warriors distracted on the left-hand side, but this is exactly what he needs. He's got 2 right where he wants them. In fact, he's almost got Cubo Fred dead to rights here. The spit just off the mark. SOT will go down into the depths. It'll give up the chase onto Cubo, at least for now. And instead, maybe look over towards Vote. Circle protection on the opposite side. Nika is dead before he has a chance to get in. Vote does manage to find a kill onto SOT, but he's distracted long enough for the right side Phoenix to go down. Neil gets jumped on by Layers and Cyclone. He'll fall down, and now it's only 3 left to the Warriors, but the Titans will not push any further.
I'm amazed that SOT found a way to die there. It looked like he was going to win that 1v2, still had the ult available, but I guess some lucky crits from Vote. Not even luck with how much crit he has built with that Ornate Arrow, but some crits from Vote were enough to put him in the dirt before that World Serpent gets off. Now right Phoenix is down there, starting the siege onto mid, and not too many ultimates to try and defend this one. I think this one will go away pretty much for free.
Not a whole lot of damage in response either. Both the frontliners of the Warriors are gone, so really nobody wants to step up and try and body block damage coming from Cyclone, coming from Layers or Paul here. And the Titans, with their Fire Giant buff, take 4, 5 towers off the map and 2 Phoenixes. Talk about a high-value Fire Giant from them. That's going to boost them up nearly 12,000 gold in the lead. XP doesn't really matter anymore here because the only difference is really between Aurora and Neil in that department. But you can see the reflection in the builds. I mean, it's full builds across the board for everybody just about on the side of the Titans minus Aurora here in that support role. And you look on the opposite end here, Nika still only has a tier 1 item in that final slot. Cubo and Dardas don't even have tier 1 items in theirs. Meanwhile, Paul is going back and finishing up his final item. there's a major item deficit here between these two teams.
Yeah, now you're in the opportunity where there's going to be Enhanced Fire Giant. There's 2 Phoenixes down, and the Tartarus Titans have pretty much all the control they want. I mean, they're able to pull this objective and then say, hey, we're going to sit here until someone leaves to clear fire minions. And once someone does, then you have the item advantage, and you have the man advantage in a 5v4, 5v3 even, if these minions push that far up. We'll have to see how they end up playing this. Just patience. Essentially, that's all they have to do right now. They could wait until Enhanced Fire Giant. About 60 seconds or so will be enough to make sure this Fire Giant buff is the last one they will need. It looks like they're still stepping up to this, though. Cuvo is in the mid lane, so there won't be any mid lane fire minions to go, but this Fire Giant's getting shredded.
There's a couple of power potions and an elixir now popped here by Cyclone Spin, so a lot of extra power spikes up for the Titans. They started the FG, and they'll drop that one almost immediately right after. Paul finds a silence up against Nika. That will force the Bologna to dash away here. Pyro will go to the Titans, though obviously the Pyro is probably not the biggest concern for this team. If they can find a pick, maybe on Neil catching him out of the Riptide, but no follow-up. Instead, Cubo is just getting ran at by Layers, and now Cyclone up on the mounted archery. The shot will not confirm from Cyclone. So Cubo will be able to make it out of this team fight, but he's going to have to go back to base to reset.
That's 2 ults for 1, though, and Cubo did push up that mid wave, so that's a solid win for the Oni Warriors if he can get back in time to defend this. The Tartarus Titans still have not tried to pull this.
Oh
and
no,
is going
double
in.
Spirit Ball out of Paul is going to start this fight out and put Neil in the dirt right away. Vote has got to use the airstrike to get away, but how far can he run from the Jormungandr? It doesn't seem that SOT and the rest of the Titans want to continue the fight. Instead, they'll push their way now back over to this Enhanced Fire Giant, but Paul kicks off that fight massively with that Spirit Ball.
Yeah, he's just doing way too much damage. Enhanced Fire Giant did take over, so they did that dance for about 1 minute and 20 seconds. Paul finds a massive influx of damage, big CC engage, and that's pretty much all you need. Dardes did sneakily make his way to the back line, but he only found a snake. So Jormungandr was able to pretty much brush that damage off, and now it doesn't look like they want that left Phoenix, J-Mac. They're going for one thing, and it seems to be the Titans.
Spirit Ball is off the mark up against Vo, but the damage from Cyclone and the rest of the team are ringing true with a big crit and an Eagles rally, and Cyclone could go down here. It was a good pluck back. Cubo Fred up onto the top in a circle of protection down at Cyclone's feet to keep him alive and to keep him healthy. Look at all the healing. Look at all the shields that have come through to keep this man alive. They've done everything on the Titans to keep him up, but then they don't have anything for the fight after. It's already 2 down now as the Warriors continue their push in. Paul goes down. It's a massive kill out of Vote. It's only Layers and Aurora left to stay alive in this fight. Layers has got to find a pick here to try and keep something back, but he just can't. It's a double kill out of Vote, and Aurora's the last Titan standing.
Aurora can get this Phoenix. If Aurora gets that mid Phoenix, right Phoenix is about to go down, and if they don't stop him, of course, and now that they are going to stop him, how do they go for the end? I mean, you have to keep these 2 Phoenixes up, because if you don't end here, you're going to lose after the fact. It looks like they were able to save right, and now they were able to save mid, but Aurora is able to stall this one out for quite some time. I don't think the ult will come back in time, so Aurora finally will fall here, and now it's time for the Titans to get as much as they can. 16 seconds for SOT, 13 seconds for Cyclone Spin, but they don't have any minions. This is probably just going to be a tier 2 and back off.
Yeah, there's not much that the Warriors can grab from here. Maybe even grab the Fury on the way out. Nika is pushing up this wave in the right-hand side. So tier 1 and tier 2, and a fight back by the Warriors. And maybe most importantly, their Phoenixes have respawned and do not go down during that engagement. Probably the biggest boost there now for the Oni Warriors. With that turnaround kill, or turnaround deicide, I should say. Not turnaround, not single kill, a turnaround deicide, couple of towers, and now a Fury. The Oni Warriors have closed up what was a 12 and rising 1,000 gold disparity here, and have now shriveled it down to only 6K.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aurora played that pretty much perfectly, recognizing pretty much immediately, hey, my whole team's dead, and we literally lose the game if I don't stall. So, runs for those Phoenixes that were already going to fall if no one came to stop them. And then they weren't able to 5-man push right up the mid lane. They had to all spread out and disperse and push these Fire Maids. Once Aurora does fall, they've spent too much time. Not even losing a Phoenix there, that's a pretty massive deal. But if you're an Oni Warriors fan, they just completely shut down an Enhanced Fire Giant push, so that's also pretty massive. We've gotten to the point where Dardes has a full the Morgan build. Look at Vote's build, already just got full dominance, and Venom, Deathbringer, Ornate Arrow, pretty much absolutely chunking everyone at the moment. So massive power spikes, and look what the Oni Warriors are doing. They are all just sitting, waiting, and the Tartarus Titans are like, Guys, we're over here. We're on the complete opposite side of the map, so it seems like no one really knows where anyone is right now.
They're both trying to like find flanks on the enemy team, and they're just like on complete opposite ends of the map here. Oni Warriors should be able to at least get some of these camps that are coming back up. We'll finally see Dardes reveal himself on the left side of the map. But that could just be the call instead now for the Titans to go back and push this right lane up. You see all the Warriors have to make their back. It'll be Cuvo, the last one, to find his way back into the base. Nika at the front line, and that whole fight just prior started with Cyclone Spin stepping a little too far forward, eating a lot of damage from Dardes, and that Eagles rally out of Nika to proc that second hit of the Dark Omen. And we'll see if the Titans can take down this weakened Phoenix. No minions to their name. Spirit Ball out of Paul, out of Paul there. Will hit Neil Ma. The Titans not able to get a whole lot of damage back on this Phoenix just yet, playing very patiently, waiting for that next wave.
I don't know why they're doing this. Layers should be in mid lane. He wins the 1v1 versus Cuvo. Split everyone up. The Daji is pretty much your best team fight ultimate right now if you're trying to defend. They're trying to go for a 5v5. If you split the Tartarus Titans and the Oni Warriors up, I feel like their fight's way better, but this Phoenix is weak, and that's got to be what they're going for here. And finally, they're going to start.
Eagles rally in the back, though, by Nika. That finds Cyclone Spin. Circle protection dropped by Paul. And the Pow Lao coming up here by Cuvo. Can he pull anybody in? It'll just be a roar. Neil very low, has the River's Rebuke to get himself out. A lot of the Warriors are healthy, but a couple of them not so much. Neil being one of those that dive in by Layers, puts Nika down to half HP. And the Phoenix will finally fall in right. Layers at half, Nika at a quarter. Cuvo goes back in, but Cuvo may have just stepped a little too far forward. Not enough follow-up out of the Tartarus Titans to take him out just yet. But they get the Phoenix, and they're able to make their back away. But Nika may have something else to say about it. He'll go right back in on top of Paul, get that Scarab's Blessing, and the Spirit Ball will make sure that Paul stays out for now.
Yeah, so many low health bars here. The Tartarus Titans either have to escape very quickly or turn and fight. It seems right now someone's going to get left out to dry. The ultimate cooldowns are coming back up. Vote should be able to fly in as well, but with all the slows that SOT has, it looks like they might be out of here. Nope, Cyclone gets caught.
Eagles rallies back up by Nika after all of that. He manages to find a stun, but there was a silence and a Spirit Ball waiting for him on the tail end of that jump in. And so Nika will not be able to continue to push. Instead, it's the Oni Warriors threatening the Fire Giant. The Titans have already sent one back to base. They're secure. Their steal opportunity with Paul is gone. Cubo Fred up in the sky, wants Layers, but cannot find him. The Mystic Rush gets him out, and the Oni Warriors will find the Fire Giant. Cubo takes down a Roar, and now it's SOT in the middle of 5, and he's going to go down. Dardes finds the kill up against SOT, and Trelly, the Warriors with one Phoenix defense, with one push back, have been able to claw their way back into this game.
I mean, we talked about how this comp comes online late game, and we are here in the late game. 36 minutes into this game, and the Oni Warriors are here. Only 3 left for the Tartarus Titans. They have to make a play here if they want to save it.
Phoenix is down, 3 towers up, so this Titan still has a lot of HP. Dardes will transform into Paul, drop the circle of protection from the east set. Paul is already gone. It's only Cyclone left, and he cannot stop this one. Vote finds the double, and the Oni Warriors flip this game on its head to take it away from the Tartarus Titans. It took them a while to do so, but it was an impressive turnaround here, Trelly.
I mean, it was just the complete stop of the enhanced Fire Giant. They come back and they say, hey, this Phoenix is really low. Maybe we can get this Phoenix down. They do get it, but for what? You lose pretty much everyone. The enhanced Fire Giant, once again, this time goes to the Oni Warriors. And I mean, you let Jingwei get late game. You let the Morgan get late game. Nika had the chase. It's so annoying on that solo lane Warrior just getting to the back line. Just perfect play by the Oni Warriors. Once they realized how their draft came online, they executed.
And I was sitting here wondering, man, why are the Warriors chasing out the Titans so hard after that one defense? They didn't get any kills during that one. So what was the big deal? It was that Fire Giant they were able to grab there and turn this one around. Oni Warriors start this set off hot with a Game 1 win. Can they keep it up in Game 2? We'll find out right after this.
watched the first 10 minutes of that game and missed the last 6, a lot changed in just a little bit of time. The Warriors up 1-0. And Mifflin, we had said that the Warriors were playing for late game. And it turns out they weren't playing for late game. They were playing for late game. Like they went beyond the late game and waited, get a really, really beautiful defense over there on a Phoenix. That ends up resetting the Titans entirely. And then they repel them slightly. And then unfortunately for them, for the Titans that is, that meant an enhanced Fire Giant, a really good fight, and the end of the game.
Yeah, I'd argue there was a couple of misplays from the Tartarus Titans as well. Of course, you have to give credit to the Oni Warriors for being able to withstand all that pressure for all of that time. Just constant aggression after netting themselves, the Tartarus Titans, that is, a couple of objectives, a couple of Fire Giants. But by the time the Oni Warriors were about 30 or so minutes in, they were on that Phoenix defense that you bring up briefly. Yeah. But
look at the
Phoenix
literal
defense,
time jump, by the way. Did you see that?
Yeah, 35 minutes now, by the way. This is post a couple Fire Giants. But the Tartarus Titans, and specifically I think Paul, was struggling with his ultimate placement in team fights, which makes sense. It's the only place you're going to struggle with circle protection because otherwise it's always going to be on the objective itself.
And that's standing still, right?
And standing still. But in some of these team fights, it's not even just the placement, but at times the decision-making, in particular, on the very last engagement, it was Cyclone Spin who was dropped low and dove deep by the Oni Warriors on defense. He gets the Scarab's Blessing, so you think to yourself, okay, well, Cyclone Spin's probably just fine. He's going to either walk out or he's going to die and get reset. But Paul drops Circle Protection on top of Cyclone Spin with Scarab's Blessing. Cyclone's now forced, because he can't die, wouldn't let him, please let me die, would not let him, force a lifesteal off minions, tries to survive, doesn't get a whole lot of healing because all the anti-heal already stacked up by the Oni Warriors, loses his life, and then from there, the Tartarus Titans crumble in their offense. And the Warriors, with just phenomenal chase, phenomenal objective-minded player, able to get themselves a Fire Giant and immediately a victory.
Yeah, those slash lines look pretty interesting. It was what, 11-4, 11-3, right before the Warriors start to turn things around. And then it ends up being, what, 12-11 in favor of the Warriors at the very end. So picking up a clean 8 kills without having to worry too much about anything else in the meantime, just a surge forward. And it was an impressive turnaround for them. I can't help but think, though, Mifflin, that if I'm the Warriors, I'd like not to bank on a right-side Phoenix defense going incredibly well for us, and it would maybe like to try and pull things in our favor or in their favor a little bit sooner. And so that's going to be, I think, the big question now for the Warriors going into Game 2 is whether or not they have that. Now I can see PBM Smite making sure to tag Dardez, telling him to play Hera, you coward. So officially called out.
No comma, though.
No comma. So does that detract from it, or how do you feel about this?
I feel like it should have a comma, first off.
Okay.
Secondly, yeah, play Hera, coward. But there was a comma.
Well, you have a comma and maybe an exclamation point?
No.
After
no.
coward? No,
no,
just
that's
like you coward.
It's like when you send a period in a text, like angry.
Oh.
Yeah. I hate when people do that.
I always feel weird because, like, there will be times, like, if I'm going to express multiple thoughts to you, you're getting one of two things. You're either getting 10
the multi-text,
texts,
yes.
Or you're getting one text where, like, I like, hey, what's up, blah, 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 blah,
If you put a period in a text, I'm like, what's up, dude? Like, what did I do, you know?
I just type a lot, man. And it's worse if I'm at home, like, if I'm typing from my computer, versus if I'm on my phone, right? Like if I'm sending a Twitter DM and I'm at home, that's going to be way too eloquently typed out for no good reason. If I'm on my phone, you're getting 20 different individual thought bubbles, and it is exactly my thought process, so it will be ADHD as hell.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see what the Warriors have to offer for us here in game number 2. A lot of energy after a win. And I think a lot of energy after a very big turnaround for them specifically. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves up 1-0. But with the Titans going down, it even was in the player cams there for a little bit. When you see that defense around the Phoenix, even they look a little surprised that things didn't go the way they had planned it to. And so we'll see if the Warriors can repeat that magic, but maybe a little bit faster if they want to try and secure themselves a more comfortable win. They will be second pick this time. So the Titans going over towards that first place slot, and this is where that conversation of picks and bans comes through. It was Zeus, Hell, and Shiva last time for the Warriors that were banned out in the top 3. Clean up Bacchus, Ymir banned out by the Titans. Immediately, some respect thrown over towards Cuvo Fred, as well as maybe the Morgan transformation. Daji gets banned away, and the Kalina is the response from the Warriors. But Mifflin, this one's almost out of left field, and Amos and Cobb has made his way up there as well.
Yeah, curious to see that one. Maybe the Oni Warriors decided to ban out the E-set just because, as you said, having to contend with a upwards of 10,000 gold lead at points, not exactly an ideal situation. But I think the Tartarus Titans' style of composition is good, but maybe the execution of it could use some improvement because you got to take into account they did have a massive lead. They had Enhanced Fire Giant. They had everything going into that right side Phoenix Siege. It wasn't just a misplay from Paul that makes it so difficult to siege into the Phoenix, but also who's initiating the fight for you?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Khepri abducting every single time? Can't do that 32 minutes in. You probably just die. Is it going to be Jormungandr with that pretty weak initiation? You're not world serpenting to start a fight. You're not tanking the Phoenix for your team. You can't just stealth in there because you're not stealthy inside of a Phoenix. Felt like to me the Tartarus Titans were struggling to figure out how they wanted to engage, which is why I believe Trelly brings up on the cast the Titans could just split the push. Like, why not go for a 4-1? Why not try and slow down the Oni Warriors? If you know the Onis are now at their strongest 30-some-odd minutes in the game with team fight presence, why not try to mitigate some of that by splitting up the entirety of the map? The Tartarus Titans seem to think that with ESET Circle Protection, with Enhanced Fire Giant on 5, they would have had a better opportunity, but still struggle to figure out how they want to start that fight. Morgan will round out the third ban for the Tartarus Titans, so 2 pieces, integral pieces, the Oni Warriors' previous draft have immediately been removed, which means that we are going to be looking at a completely different Oni Warriors draft.
A completely different draft for them. The Kalina still off the board. Zeus taken off the board as well. Nyamoja got stripped away from this game. But there are still, well, outside of just the E-set, I was going to say the Shiva, the Hell, the Bacchus, the Ymir, 4 of the bans from last game that are still up and available. The E-set makes me think that we probably won't be seeing the Hell, though, Mifflin, just because of the way things have been going. You had actually mentioned as a potential ban here, and I kind of want to know, do you think that is it more worth letting it through and trying to contend with it? They did just win against it, although I don't know if you can qualify most of that game as a win, just the end results. Or would you have preferred, like, the Kalina, well, maybe not the Kalina, let's choose maybe a lesser of the 3 evils, the Nyamoja, to let through? I feel like the Warriors have 3 great bans, but is the E-set something that they should have been worried about?
I think that E-set is so single-minded in purpose. I want to get to Gold Fury. I want to get to Pyromancer. I want to play around these objectives. That if the Oni Warriors so choose, in drafting early pressure, they can limit E-set and keep her off of those objectives. And already with Shiva locked in for the Warriors, I think it's going to make it much more difficult for the Tartarus Titans to utilize E-set in these objectives. It's more so about where else can you establish your lead? Where do you find that opening thread? Where is it that one pick that you can get to set up for these objectives? Well, Fenrir is pretty good at finding that one pick. Ragnarok, of course, going to force out those beads very early on, as well as just having a whole lot of damage output, decent matchup into the Shiva, pretty decent matchup into the Khepri as well, who would have to dash towards the Fenrir to stop the Brutalize. So some potential here from the Tartarus Titans, but every single time ESET is in your draft and she is not going towards support or she isn't in the jungle, or even if she is in the jungle, as long as she's building damage, it dictates that your draft is now an objective composition. That is now the main strength of your draft because she falls off in these late game team fights. It is very, very difficult to utilize Circle Protection for anything outside of just damage and damage mitigation. You don't get the heal in the late game, which means that you're losing out on 33% at minimum of that ultimate.
Yeah, something you need to be worried about. Good news for the Warriors, maybe bad news for the Titans. So yesterday when the Titans won against the Dragons in Game 2, their draft had an E-set, had a Fenrir, had a Hachiman. But unfortunately for them, the other 2 that it had were the Nyamoja and the Jormungandr, and the Warriors have taken care of those 2 one way or another. Well, actually, just one way. They were both banned, as it turns out.
That's really smart.
And the Osiris, and so you really like that one.
Yeah, Osiris ban, I think, just is exactly what the Tartarus Titans need. Jormungandr was struggling to create space in the last team fight. That is all Osiris does. We've had the opportunity to interview SOT in the past when he was playing for the Solar Scarabs, and he said, when I lock in Osiris, watch me play. He walks straight into the back line, he tethers at least 2 people, and he simply W keys at him. He's not autoing. He's barely throwing out his abilities. He is just creating a whole lot of space because Osiris is nearly unkillable thanks to the damage mitigation of Tether and his passive, plus just going a Soul Lane style of build. So in a composition that was lacking a zoner, lacking a piece that could create that space, the Oni Warriors say, all right, well, let's make sure that they can't at least have one of SOT's best.
I'm trying to stifle him a little bit. It's not a Hera.
Humiliate them.
So Mike, if you're watching and you want to call him out one more time, I guess it's still there. But Discordia, I feel like
That might be braver.
can be braver, right? Like, it's something that doesn't have the shield, doesn't have a whole like bodyguard built into the kit. So Discordia is the lock-in for the Warriors. And again, Mifflin, I think if it was anybody that's not Dardes, you start to have a conversation of like, oh my God, where is this coming from? How do you think this is going to work? But at the same time, the Warriors have played this a ton. On the other side, you've got presumably Nox support just now locked in.
Yeah, when's the last time we saw Aurora play Nox support? This is not a pick that I associate with this player, but it fits the composition
done it this year?
relatively well. The lockdown potential is there, but the follow-up isn't quite. I suppose Shadow Lock plus Circle Protection is a pretty decent combo in that it's constantly applying damage, which will be constantly stacking up the charge of Circle Protection while holding them in place, which is one of the things that you brought up a little bit earlier. Easier to hit objectives because they stand still. Everybody's standing still if Nox is locked onto them. But this is an incredibly, and I cannot emphasize this enough, an incredibly high execution composition from the Tartarus Titans. You are demanding excellence and perfection in every single team fight if you want to perform on this, because Nox already being so single target, already lacking the Guardian stats, is going to be pretty hard to play. ESET in the team fight, very, very difficult as she is largely immobile, and then Fenrir falls off a little bit come late game. So I am curious about the Tartarus Titans' ability to team fight yet again, which seems to be a weakness of their compositions recently. Whereas the Oni Warriors, their draft makes a whole lot of sense to me. Discordia, sure, a little bit unorthodox in mid, but should be able to hold her own or at least play safely. And then you got to wonder, what's the main strength of Discordia? In my mind, and maybe it's my bias having played jungle for so long, it's the passive. You're giving somebody additional power. And more often than not, it goes over to the solo lane, especially for the Oni Warriors, how Nika likes to play. But we could see Nika decide actively to step off a little bit and allow this Shiva to pick up the Discordia passive, and all of a sudden, one of the strongest early game gods in the game just got a little bit stronger. That's pretty scary.
Well, we're in for a treat. I double-checked to make sure. This is the first time Aurora's played Nox, so it's going to be a debut for us here. The Titans and the Warriors. Let's see if they can pull it back.
First time seeing Nox coming out of the support here for the Titans. Maybe no surprise, though, because Nox has never really been so much of a meta pick as it is now here in the SPL in Season 9. It's J-Mac and Trelly here for game number 2 between the Titans and the Warriors. And man, Charlie, game number 1 was going smooth sailing for the Titans for like 25 plus minutes. And the Warriors have one good Phoenix defense. I can't even call it a Phoenix defense technically because they lost the Phoenixes prior to that one. They were just able to repel back the Titans over anything else and then do it again afterwards, take a Fire Giant in that game there. As the Warriors went for late game last time, do you think they've got the late game this time with this composition, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the Tartarus Titans drafted for early game is what it seems like. I mean, with anytime I see Fenrir, I mean, that's got to be the option. And Myth already touched on the desk, but Aurora has to be playing on point with these Shadow Locks to really get the use, because if not, you don't have much CC on this comp. It's pretty much just the Ragnarok. Paul has to fend for himself, and you got to make sure Aurora's on point. But one of the best support players in the league. I'm sure he will be just fine. Another interesting pick, as we touched on, is this Kakolin. I mean, I imagine Nika is going to have the Discordia passive pretty much all game. You're always wanting to get active and fight on this pick. But against Bologna, SOT is not going to want to stray away from those boxing matches either. We'll have to see how that solo lane ends up going. And if you can really make use of the Discordia passive, whoever ends up getting it.
It's going to be level 3 before Aurora can get any kind of combo out there. He picked up the dash level 1. Nika gets 2v1'd at the totem for Layers to bring up first blood. On the side of the Tartarus Titans, Cubo Fred jumped on a stun by Layers, but a pull in with that sweep by Cubo should stop the fight there. Nika is back and has that tier 1 mail to his name. And now Cyclone losing out on the beads from the pluck by Neil. And then the updraft right after by Vote. A lot of pressure put in this dual lane. And Layers is again diving into the jungle up against Cubo. The sweep not going to stop the brutalize. The dash will get Cubo far enough away.
Wow, just the little minis on those back camps were enough to tick him over to level 3 so that he could dash away. Probably would have had to juke another jump because the cooldown of the jump resets, and SMT is hitting tower at 1 minute and 45 seconds. That, I mean, not very hard at all, but just that shows a level of aggression that you can't really match getting any sort of tower shots, because anytime those minions die, you're going to take like a solid 20% of your HP by a tower shot right now. So the amount of aggression we're seeing out of the Bologna is what you would expect to see against like a Cullen this time around with a Bluestone and a Mystical. Roar gonna take a little bit of poke damage here and will answer back with a combo of his own, but not gonna return that damage. Nox right now not gonna be doing too much. Vote though
goes back in, needs 2 more autos, needs 1 more auto.
He didn't
Wield Thor
miss!
find it. Vote does not miss these shots over here in the duo lane, and even Aurora had gotten low during all of that. So the Oni Warriors, just like last game where there's a first blood in solo lane, it's an answer back in the duo.
Vote did not miss a single auto attack. I mean, I would have missed like 3 of them and been like happy with. I would have been happy with some poke. Vote wanted that kill and dashed in knowing he was gonna get that kill. So the Tartarus Titans not off to a great start. They got that first blood, but Vote, we saw what he was able to do last game in the late stage of the game. With a first blood in lane, he's just going to get there even quicker. So already I'm imagining that the Tartarus Titans, they're on a timer right now. Can you shut down Vote before he builds his 3 crit items, even in a triple spectral armor, and still hard carries? We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's the thing, is he did all that damage still into triple spectral armor at the end of all of that one. So Vote really ringing in with this triple crit and even this triple percent pen that he went there between that dominance, between the Silver Branch and then the Wind Demon kind of doubling into both of those little branches there. He's able to find an immense amount of pressure in those late game team fights here. But Vote and Neil, level 4 as they clear out this purple buff camp. Actually, both of them taking over to level 5 to drop that one to go into lane. And Aurora, yeah, it's something that I mentioned just because, you know, typically first wave, that's always where you want to see what ability they have. Aurora went with that dash level 1, so it was kind of an indication here for the Titans that they weren't ready to fight until at least level 3 in that dual lane. That's where the pressure was instead. Elsewhere on the map, Cubo Fred picked up. And that's a dead Shiva. No beads means no escape.
I mean, there's 2 other forms of CC immunity in the kit, just not quick enough to get the ult off. Obviously, the dash wasn't up either, so unfortunate Cubo gets pulled on a tower. That's an easy second kill for Layers now, but it looks like there is a little bit of a brawl going on in the solo lane. No more ultimate for SOT. Will just back up. Has to teleport. Has not backed since the start of the game. That's 4 minutes in lane SOT has been sitting, so that's going to be a full Berserker shield, and I can imagine Nika was winning that just a little bit until this item will be completed, and now probably not wanting to box the Bologna anymore.
Now, it does have Bluestone, though, to try and match up some of that clear pressure and able to at least keep himself in that lane. Does have a small XP lead, even despite the fact that he went down. First blood on that side of the map, so very impressive by Nika to be able to hold that level of farm up, even up against SOT and Layers and all the pressure that they've put out here. I'm curious as to what Nika's going to get first with this item. This Steel Mail, I mean, there's a lot of options you can go to. We've seen Sovereignty solo lanes come back here. You think maybe we see something similar here for Nika?
I think it's got to be Mystical. Only really King Arthur goes to Sovereignty, and you do get the double Mystical procs with Cocolin's second ability, but I assume the HP 5 is going to be useful, and that is going to be the Sovereignty ticking away, so I think Nika just recognizes, number 1, I don't have any sustain in this lane. I don't have Death Toll. I don't have a cleave auto attack. I need a way to survive, and it's a physical jungle and a physical solo laner. I'm going to be up against double physicals, so whenever Cubo Fred rotates over, we both get a little bit of extra physical protections, and our team fights a little bit better.
We do see double Divine Ruin here amongst the mid lane. We haven't even got to really talk about this Dardes and Paul matchup just because everything's been happening around them. I don't even think that Cubo and Layers have come through the mid lane except to attack each other. I mean, we did see Layers get that pickup kill on Cubo under the tier 1 tower, but that's really all that we've seen of these junglers when it comes to these mid lane skirmishes here. And as we start scaling up, the desk is highlighting maybe some of the downsides of that circle protection late game. You're not going to be getting as much of that healing benefit, especially with Divine Ruin being picked up there by Dardes. And that Golden Apple, man, that thing can rip through the backline, deal some big damage.
Yeah, it really just depends on how Dardes decides to use this ultimate, but Circle of Protection, while it is a good survivability tool and a good confirm tool, it also just does a lot of damage, and one thing that the Tartarus Titans have is Lockdown. You've got Ragnarok, you've got Aurora's combo. If you're sitting in the full Circle of Protection, even tanks are getting pretty much one shot. No one wants to sit in the fully charged Circle of Protection, so as long as Paul is using that effectively, should not be that big of an issue. Also, finish the Divine Ruin for himself, and going into either that Stone of Binding we saw last game or another Void Stone. Not too much magical damage to worry about. It's really just Dardes and then Neoma on the Khepri, so I imagine Stone of Binding will come through, but a little bit of protection isn't going to be bad either. Paul goes for the Aegis this time. No sort of beads, not fearing the lockdown, more so just the damage.
Well, we do see potential 2v2 up here on the top side of the map, but going to be dissuaded immediately as soon as Neil shows up. Stun will lock Neil in place there, so no continued aggression up against Layers or against SOT. Instead, they'll just go back and get their respective farm inside their jungle. Layers' speed buff is back up, so I imagine he'll want to go over there and grab that, at least being able to help out SOT with grabbing his farm here. It is starting up crit once again for Vote, as he already does have that 8-pointed shuriken built up. So I'm curious if Cyclone will also go down that crit route, or do you think he'll maybe go around that same attack speed pen tree that he went last time?
I mean, Cyclone just saw how much Vote was able to do with that crit, but also Cyclone was doing a fair bit of damage in his own right. There's a fair bit of defense already built, and it looks like Shin size is going to be the option here. Not wanting to fight Vote with a level lead, I think makes a lot of sense. Not wanting to say, hey, I'm going to go to crit and try and box the Jingwei from behind. I think Cyclone's going the better route here, just saying, I'm going to try and shred everyone else and just sort of avoid Vote. But something to note here, J-Mac, there's been 3 chalices purchased for the Oni Warriors. Right now, I like to think of that as an investment. That's essentially 1,000 gold, give or take, that you're putting into potions. The later the game goes on, the Titans are going to buy potions here and there, and eventually you'll get your money's worth. But right now, the Oni Warriors are essentially even more gold down before than they already were because of those chalices.
Yeah, that is going to be putting them a little bit behind. I didn't even notice the fact that even Dardas had picked one up there. Seeing it in solo lane, usually no surprise into that regard there. Seeing it in jungle and in mid, probably definitely the bigger shocker when it comes down to that one. But because no level 12 yet, Cuvo's still susceptible to being picked up like something by the Ragnarok here, or being locked down by one of Aurora's combos, because he does only have Blink for that first relic. So we'll have to wait for Cuvo to hit level 12 to pick up that second relic. Make himself even more safe than a Shiva already. It's weird to kind of say. It's almost kind of like that Serket mentality, like, dang, Serket's got a lot of mobility. You throw a Blink in there, now she's even more mobile. Same kind of regards here to Shiva.
I mean, it's just wild that this is the most inactive I think we've ever seen a Shiva in the early game. It looks like SOT is proxying and he's going in.
Cuvo does get one heal off though, and that's enough to keep him alive. Now to turn around by Nika with the Kakula. Dashing in gets picked up by the Ragnarok. But I don't know if you wanted to pick up Nika during that one. Layers still running through, but a Blink out of the Fenrir gets him out. Meanwhile, Aurora being accosted on the opposite side, and SOT pulled back in by the sweep out of Cuvo. A dash in one, but Nika is slowly ticking away that health bar with that Vent Anger, and that will take down SOT for a second kill for the Warriors.
That was a really solid answer back, but Nika is not going to give up on this chase just yet. Layers will finally go back just for the speed buff here, but I really thought picking up with the Ragnarok was going to be his downfall, but he was able to throw him away, avoid the tick, and blink out. So that was a really sick play to make sure you keep your 2-0 bounty to yourself. You don't want to be giving anyone any gold right now, so Layers survives that one. But a solid answer back for the Oni Warriors. Now you get a kill onto your solo laner, who already was getting pretty aggressive in this lane. Still a little bit behind, about 1,000 gold, but at least you get a little bit of extra pressure. Paul, though, he's going to the Gold Fury.
Gold Fury for him and Aurora to start this up. They're taking it a little bit slowly. Votes on the way. Some steal potential from a Jingwei, but not going to be enough. That Circle of Protection will guarantee the objective for the Titans. Meanwhile, the Warriors in response will at least go towards the Pyromancer so they don't lose out on too much of their gold disparity. SOT trying to make his way over here to try and stop this one down, but Nika is constantly harassing him, and that is actually just enough to scare the Warriors off the Pyromancer, so no objective trade out for these teams.
Yeah, Neilma was a little bit too weak there. There is a Frostbound on SOT, so if you can stall long enough, hold that thought. Vote, dashing in once again. Cyclone's got some juke shoes, and we'll be just fine. I mean, usually if I see a Jingwei dash in, I don't even think to address that, but because of last time where Vote hit every single auto attack, I had to relay the fact that there was a possible solo opportunity there.
Potentially so, especially if a couple lucky crits end up straying the way of Vote there. But Cyclone will be fine. He'll be able to sustain himself back up in the lane thanks to his Devourer's Gauntlet solo lane. Still has the box match going between them. It's a Berserker shield for one, Gladiator shield on the opposite side there for Nika, so a little bit of extra physical brought some power to his name and some extra damage. Once they start getting low, like SOT is right now, has that Eagles Rally, has got to find a way to use it, has got to use it soon, and he will find it over the wall, but a blink over by Cuvo Fred, a double dash back in, and then the dance to start up. SOT does not have enough sustain to go through here. The jump off the mark by Layers. Nika will root him in place to force out the Ragnarok, and the Warriors will strike yet again to put SOT down.
Yeah, Layers was a little bit late to the fight there, wasn't able to help out, but it looks like Aurora is also making this rotation over. Another blink having to use for safety. So the blue buff is definitely going to go by the wayside. The speed buff you get once again, but Tartarus Titans also just a little bit late to that fight. It seemed like Cuvo Fred was in the right place a little bit earlier, and Layers couldn't help out his solo laner. So now SOT is going to spend some time thinking about what relic he wants to get, but only level 11, so he's not going to get that option just yet.
Do you see a very early Lona's Mask rush here by Aurora? Sometimes we see this Lona's Mask go third, maybe fourth item before it's looked at, but Aurora's going to grab this one very early on in the game, which is maybe a little strange considering how little focus has been put on Aurora so far this game. I mean, obviously not hitting a whole lot of abilities here alongside Paul. Both the mages here sitting at the bottom of the player damage chart, but Aurora hasn't been the primary focus in this one. It's all been on this right side of the map.
You know what just told me that Aurora's not an Ox player? Paul was channeling his back, Aurora walked up, the back was almost completed, and then Aurora backed right next to him. Didn't dash into him, didn't dash into him to get back a couple seconds sooner. So Aurora, it's your
free taxi.
It's your first time playing Nox. I'm gonna let you off with a warning, but you gotta really be using the free taxi back to lane. But he does get that Lono's Mask. Still doesn't have the Gauntlet of Thieves up, but the Tartarus Titans actually are pulling this Pyromancer, but Dardos is here.
Paul's gonna use the Circle of Protection to try and guarantee that one. That was a little too close for comfort. That unruly magic out of Dardes almost steals that one away. If Dardes was like a half a second or maybe even lower than that, he probably could have stolen that with just that ability. Aurora will get knocked up by Cuvo Fred. Layers will go in and find Neil, and that's an easy pick here. The Golden Apple does manage to clip Paul in the tail end of the fight. 3 of the Titans low, but it's Neil who goes down.
You can tell that Paul has that Void Stone build because that Apple should have done a heck of a lot more. Dardos has double Flat Pen, Divine Ruin, and Spear of Desolation. And that Apple did maybe like 300-400 damage. So right now, Paul does not really respect the damage coming out from this score. You're going to go into that Celestial Legion Helm, or I suppose the Jade Emperor's count, depending on which one he wants to itemize into. Either way, going to have the protections available to try and survive here from both forms of damage, the magical and the physical. On this E set, Paul usually likes to go for the... We've seen a few different builds. We've seen the Polynomicons from Paul. We've seen the Ethereal Staffs, but it is going to be that Jade Emperor's count, recognizing there's a lot of physical damage on the side of the Oni Warriors, and he wants to be a tanky E set in that mid lane.
We'll see at least a return to farm here for these two teams. 14 minutes in, and the Tartarus Titans have about a 1,500 gold lead so far in this one around. Not as large as we saw in game number 1. Puts a little bit of worry here for the Titans. I mean, this is something we talked about at the start of the game, something that was talked about on the desk. And maybe some damage back over here towards Neil. Half HP on the Khepri after the onslaught of damage from the Titans. But as we approach this late game, I mean, the Warriors, they've got this Shiva to get them through the early game. So far, Cuvo hasn't been able to make too many waves on this one, but it comes down to this Khepri, it comes down to this Discordia, and then also Vote on the Xingwei to be the big damage dealers as this late game comes around. Tartarus Titans will group up to take down the Tier 1 tower. A pull back in on the Layers will force a response out of Paul to get that silence off. Cuvo Fred finds the knockup. Not going to find much more than that, though.
Yeah, the Tier 1 tower will be able to survive with about 30% HP, thanks to that rotation from Cuvo. So now, trying to put a little bit of respect. Layers does not have that much HP. I don't think the fight after the fact is really what they're looking for. There's something on the left side of the map, though, that Primal Fury, and that is probably what they're looking for. Circle of Protection is available. Cyclone Spin has to hide. He knows that most of the Oni Warriors are making this rotation over, and he doesn't want to be caught out.
He doesn't have a Tier 1 tower to fall back to. Neil, locked in place by Aurora, and a Spirit Ball out of Paul. We'll get a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot of CC after. Neil will pull back SOT. So the clutches of 4 Warriors. Not a whole lot of follow-up damage, though. On towards this Bologna. Aurora will find yet another lockdown. This time on to Cuvo Fred, but the Warriors not concerned with the damage output of the Titans right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Nika will rotate back over to solo lane. Came over just in case, said, hey, are you guys going to pull that Primal Fury? Looks like the answer is no, so going to back camps. But there still is a grouping around this Primal Fury. The Tartarus Titans are here, and they have Circle of Protection. It's really just, do they want to pull it, or are they baiting in? Right now, looks like they tried to bait in, didn't really work, and they're going back to farm the mid lane.
I gotta say, Nika is really thriving off the passes of this Discordia right now. It was a question like, do you tell Nika to back off, maybe let somebody else have that damage? The answer is no. Nika wants to have top player damage. She's gonna hold that top player damage, and maybe they can find a pick here onto SOT. Some good return fire, though, by Paul and SOT will scare the Warriors away from a continued engagement. And at 16.5 minutes, Charlie, we continue this farm game coming between these two teams. Neither of them willing to make a risky pick.
Yeah, it's annoying because the Oni Warriors are winning the poke battle, but they really can't confidently pull this Gold Fury, or this Primal Fury rather, even if they win that poke battle. They just can't outburst. Circle of Protection, Spirit Ball alone could create some problems for you. And if Aurora just silences, it's hard to get your confirm off, especially in a heat of the moment battle. So even with the Oni Warriors able to poke out or possibly win the trades, if you don't get a pick on Nepal, if you're not able to win this team fight handedly, there's going to be no sort of objective pull. They're going to have to just continue that farm game. And we know what the Oni Warriors can do if they go into the later stages of the game a little bit behind. Right now, they're virtually not behind. It's essentially even. It's a very small lead for the Tartarus Titans, about 500 gold right now. If this continues at the pace it did, I mean, you're looking at a very solid team fight in a couple minutes that the Oni Warriors are not afraid to take.
It's so wild how much of an XP gap was separating them, about 3K plus here. Most of that reflected here in the mid lane. Dardes level 17 to Paul, who just hit 16. Neil locked down by Aurora, picked up in the Ragnarok, and the beads expended by the Khepri. And that will be a turnaround kill here. The Titans are finally able to pick off this Khepri, and that might just be enough of an opening to start up towards this Gold Fury.
That was a great play by Aurora. Neilma has to use the beads for the Ragnarok, and then the silence goes down. Can't get that Scarab's blessing off, so Aurora does die. I mean, Neilma does die with ult up, and the Gold Fury will die very quickly soon after the fact.
No ult even needed by Paul, just a clean pick, and then a clean objective right after. Primal Fury goes to the Titans, and they'll finally be able to bump that gold back up now. We're sitting at 500 now. Let's jump that up to another 1,500 to put it at 2K for the Titans. Though still down, 2,000 experience to the Oni Warriors. Again, that coming from that mid lane there. Even the side lanes here, Solo and then the Hunter have got a little bit of a lead here. Pyromancer started up. Will Paul use the ult to go for the confirm? No, the Pyromancer will be released. Instead, it's a fight in by the Oni Warriors. Circle of protection, but 2 rooted out and 2 pushed out of it. Nika's doing a lot of damage with that war cry. Paul is low and Paul is gone. Aurora using SOT as the taxi to get out of the fight, but that's just gonna bring him right back into the fire. Cubo Fred with a massive sweep, and one more auto after will find the double kill for the Warriors and a 3-for-none pick.
That was such a good push, making sure that Circle of Protection heal did not go off, and Nika ate none of the damage there. Tardes is gonna chuck the apple right back in his face.
That's a pumpkin.
Not too worried. That was a pumpkin. You're right. Different skin, same concept, but it looks like Layers is trying to step up, but that Fire Giant's gone. No one is even close. Cyclone, you're gonna have to run away. No sort of defense from the Tartarus Titans. You've lost 3 members. There's nothing you can do about that one, and it was just great play. Of course, Neilma starts that fight. I mean, we even say that fight. Getting picked, Primal Fury goes down, and then they're just able to find the fight after the fact. Now, the Oni Warriors are about to answer back. They get 1 tier 1 tower. It looks like they're going for a tier 2 as well. No sort of minions just yet, but they're not too worried. There's no one on this side of the map anyways.
They'll be able to grab this one, no problem. And that lead that the Titans had just reestablished is now already shot right back down the complete opposite way. A 4K gold swing here for the Oni Warriors with a 3-man pick and 2 towers right after, plus Fire Giant, and add a Pyromancer to the table on this one. Oni Warriors, we keep talking about these late game compositions that they go for. They keep banking on getting to these 25+ minute engagements, these 30-minute games, and it's still working for them here in this second one here up against the Titans.
Yeah, it's just really hard to make the Tartarus Titans draft work effectively if you're not hitting every little bit of damage. Of course, Aurora had some great lockdown, but it was on a Khepri. So you kill the Khepri, that's all well and good, but what do you do after the fact? You lose a team fight. That seems to be the play. Layers has been very active in the early stages of the game, but that 2-0 has been like that for quite some time, something like 15 minutes or so. So Layers has not been able to find much success on this Fenrir, sort of just sitting around while his team dies and says, I can't go in. I literally cannot help you. There's just not enough being done here. So gonna be even harder now because this is a stone-cutting sword serrated edge. There's a bit of auto-attack damage there for the Fenrir, but besides that, it's gonna be hard to get your full cycle of abilities off in the later stages of the game, especially when Vote already has Ornate Arrow, has Wind Demon, and now Deathbringer has been completed. So big crits, and there's no Spectral Armors as of right now.
Not for lack of trying, at least by Layers. He's been able to find some of these pickups, and some of those kills have been going over towards his team. Paul was able to find one, even Aurora getting close to grabbing one earlier on, so he's at least helping out the team assist-wise, but hasn't been able to find any other kills just yet. That 2-0 has been sitting there for quite some time. Nika versus SOT in the jungle, while the rest of the fight is over at this tier 2 tower. And just watching 2 solo laners at this HP box each other, and by the way, both of them have the scepter around themselves, so I'm pretty sure the Shocky Boy is doing more damage than they are to each other.
Oh yeah, the trades are going to be massive here. Finally, this tier 2 tower will start to get whittled down a little bit, but you have to put some respect on Cubo wrapping around. Nika is going to blink in.
Finds 2 with the ultimate, and will be able to zone the Titans away from the tier 2 tower. And that's all that the Warriors need to grab there. So, only 1 tower left standing on the map on the side of the Tartarus Titans. The Oni Fury still about a minute from respawning itself here, so instead the Titans will take their time to clear out what little jungle is still standing on the side of the Titans, and now will make their march over towards the mid lane with 1 more minion wave. The Warriors can strip the entirety of the structures off the map.
Yeah, we see 4 level 20s for the Oni Warriors and just 2 on the side of the Tartarus Titans. Layers just ticked over, and it looks like this tier 2 tower is not going to stay for much longer. Already quite weak, and the Tartarus Titans are not going to be able to defend that one, though. Nika transforms, but doesn't want the Phoenix. Will just back off. It looks like this Fire Giant was vastly used to close that gold lead and then enhance it for the Oni Warriors. Now that that Oni Fury rather is about to spawn in. Wait, they got a trickle of something else.
Maybe thinking somebody stepped a little too far forward. They saw Paul on the map, but then they also saw SOT and said, all right, probably not worth trying to force this fight over here. 15 seconds left on Fire Giant, and they'll use those last few seconds here, they being the Oni Warriors, to take away the last Fury. Maybe find a pick onto SOT. First auto goes through, hits SOT. Layers picks up Neil with the Ragnarok, and Neil is taking a lot of damage. Use that Scarab's Blessing for himself. Can he find a way out? Yes, it will, because of the backline. It's Cubo afraid. He takes down Layers. Soul Protection gets a lot of damage, but not a lot of healing there. Boat finds 1, Boat finds 2, and Cubo will chase down Aurora, pull him back in with the sweep, and it's Nika versus Cyclone Spin and Dardes, and Cyclone is going to lose that battle. It's a triple kill for Vote, a deicide for the Oni Warriors, and it's 30 seconds until anybody is back on the side of the Titans. The Oni Warriors, with this team fight, after the Fire Giant had already expired, Trelly, they could, and they should be able to walk right in and end this game, take game 2, and put themselves up in the set to make them that much closer to getting this one out.
That's just another case of the Tartarus Titans getting baited by the Kepriel. They think they can pick Neil Ma. They try, they get Scarab's Blessing down, and then they just overcommit. They use way too much to get not much back. Of course, the Fire Giant buff ran off, but the lead was there. They were able to spend the gold for most of those towers going down, so the Oni Warriors played that FG perfectly, and then they said, wait, let's not leave. Let's go back. Layers thought he was the one engaging, but the Oni Warriors found the answer back. Just a great play around that Kepri that is super annoying to deal with.
I mean, it always comes down, like, once the Fire Giant buff expired, almost every single one of these players, believe me, sitting inside the boots when they come in on these media days, you see even in these casual games, they'll still slap down, hey, we got a Beats timer on this one, we got a Fire Giant at this point, you know these guys are clocking, okay, Fire Giant buff is off, we could probably go back in here. Typically, that's when teams will leave. Fire Giant's gone, not the Warriors this time around. They use that advantage to their own. They're able to take game number 2 and put themselves up 2 on the set. Can they sweep it out here? We'll find out right after this.
3, 2, 1.
That's a 2-0 here for the Warriors. And Mifflin, we can talk about that game in just a second. I want to thank everyone for watching the SMITE Pro League here, powered by Prime Gaming. Now, you just watched a fun ad showcasing a ton of games that you can get. And might I add that you can get a ton of exclusive content with a Prime sub to Prime Gaming. But not only do you get, there we go, the free delivery and the music, movies, etc. that come with a Prime membership at base, but you also get a ton of exclusive content, free games, a free monthly Twitch sub that you can use on the day of to whatever favorite streamer you happen to be watching. If you're like me, it's at the time, or if you just want to throw support anywhere, like here. Either way, you can do it wherever you want. And of course, seasonal discounts and other surprise perks. If you're already a Prime Gaming subscriber, then come on, use these while you can. It's going to be great for you. Thanks to Prime Gaming for sponsoring the SPL. And of course, thanks to the Warriors for giving us some entertaining games. This one, Mifflin, a little different than game number one. Game number one, it's like, okay, cool, the Titans are winning, and then, oh no, the Titans are losing. This game was very even for, 15, 16 minutes, and then the Warriors start to win out on these fights, and they start pulling ahead. And then eventually it just feels like no matter what, they're going to be the ones that come out on top, and they do.
Yeah, and it's something that we talked about on the desk. One way to deal with that E-set-focused, objective gameplay where she just walks over and drops the ultimate is to make sure that you're not giving over opportunities where you can set up for those scenarios. And with Cuvo Fred getting as involved as he did on this Shiva, constantly creating action, constantly finding dives, constantly putting people low HP, it made it very difficult for the Tartarus Titans to utilize the main strength of E-set, which is the ability to go towards these objectives and net yourself some of these leads into the late game. And then what rears its head, I think, is the execution-based nature of the composition the Tartarus Titans have.
Yeah.
It is just so hard, I think, for them to play this style of draft. Not even against the Oni Warriors draft specifically, but even then, yes, because of the CC immunity that Cuvo Fred has, Nika as well, Vote, how slippery he is on Jingwei. But just having Nox be your primary initiator, for the most part, I think very difficult. All of the CC that the Tartarus Titans has is single target. Sure, Paul's got a whole lot, but Spirit Ball, for the most part, isn't going to be what initiates the fight, which means you're probably not burning beads with it. You're not really able to burn everybody's beads as a Nox, as Shadowlock is only on one guy, and the same can be said of Ragnarok on the other end. So it felt like the CC immunity of the Oni Warriors was never really under threat, and if you're not able to threaten that, that means you're probably not able to force their resources before a fight, which means that you're always going to have an advantage as the Oni Warriors in the team fight, and they just did.
008 there for Dardes in mid, playing pretty much assist king. I think we got to see a lot of fun plays from Cuvo. Nika, you had mentioned as well, but Vote, it's always interesting. I will say one of those highlights, the minute I was thinking, man, Vote's doing really well with his autos. I saw him miss a few, but granted, in the middle of a team fight, who cares about a few autos when you're going to be hitting as hard as Vote did? Only 7,800 damage.
Out-damaged by Cyclone by 2 hundo.
But still won. So, hey, guess what? Maybe the damage isn't everything there. And you know what? I think it's the kill conversion. That's the thing I keep talking about, right? It's just like, if you're getting, if you get 6,000 damage, but you've got 5 kills, they've got 12,000 damage and no kills. Who cares about their 12K? Your 6K was more important for your team. Granted, there's also a then if somebody on your team did 18K, you were probably just stealing everything that you could see.
Yeah, you got carried.
But sometimes if you're a carry, that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to try to do whatever you can, get the gold, and well, we'll see what kind of adaptations the Titans can make to things like that. Getting hit by autos, not necessarily the easiest thing to try and avoid.
Wow.
Changing picks and bans, something you can do. Daji, IMC, those are the same 2 starters, but they ban the E-set away. They don't want it anymore, and they don't want the Warriors to have it.
Yeah, and first pick, the Tartarus Titans have been going towards that E-set themselves. Now we'll be able to look a little bit elsewhere in the draft. Maybe Paul goes back towards some of these more standard hyper carry style of mages. Feels like when Paul's back is against the wall, things like Hell, where he tends to lean, or even the Scylla, I think could become a topic of conversation, but surprised that the Tartarus Titans are willing to ban out that E-set, because generally when I think of the Oni Warriors, sure, we have seen ESET a couple of times, but that's not the style of composition they generally like to play. And that's a smart adaptation, man. Immediately calling out, all right, well, if you're not going to play the ESET, might as well get rid of that next best. You're not sustaining me. You're not playing this healer that goes Breastplate of Valor and a whole lot of survivability. So Paul going to have to dig it a little bit deeper into his own god pool.
Yeah, it's always hard when like you scroll through and you just go, okay, cool. What else has been seen in mid? There's a lot of Zeus, and then you got to keep going. And this is not exaggerating. And then there's the Hell. Okay, cool. Hebo, Habla has been played, but I'm sure one of those had to have been in the jungle. There was a Thoth game, and now we're at the point where I'm literally like anything I list only had one game going into this week. So the Titans haven't had to deviate too much from the beaten path. And they've been very happy with it. Shiva is going to be their first pick. This has been one very powerful for them. But, it comes to the same conversation I believe we had like a little bit yesterday. Ario, Yamoja, both available. Yamoja gets locked in. And so, for layers, this is a pick that we've seen be very prominent, do very good things early on for them. But this has to be a stellar performance to make the first pick, especially giving up a Yamoja Jingwei to be worthwhile.
Yeah, and if they don't take Shiva here, they lose Shiva. There's no way the Oni Warriors allow
they
that
scoop
through.
it up no matter what.
So I'm not even certain that you have to say, like, oh, tons of onus on him to perform. I think the onus belongs to the fact that you are just playing an early game pick that is possibly the strongest level 2 god in the game, so you generally want to see him perform regardless.
Let the light be the judge.
And, well, Layers has had some very good performances on this pick in particular. Another high execution comp.
Yeah, immediately.
Another a very high execution comp from the Tartarus Titans. Nox, again, generally single target enter CC, at least has a little bit more CC core built around her thanks to the Shiva. Olaran, though, is going to struggle in the early portions, and the Oni Warriors so far haven't drafted a whole lot of early game pressure. Jingwei and Yamoja will likely get the advantage in lane. Not a whole lot of kill advantage, I think. It's more so about being able to clear the wave consistently. So, potential there. That said, I have had the opportunity to talk to Stuart in the past, one of the more premier, more likely to go towards Olaran players in the SPL. And he and the rest of the guys in the room tend to agree that Olaran is late game slanted, but at level 3, Olaran might be one of the most oppressive dual laners because of his damage output. You go towards that Gilded Arrow, you're swinging for upwards of like 86 per auto attack, able to stack up that second ability very quickly. Your burst damage gets really high, and it's very difficult to dive him until you have an ultimate available because of his third ability having that self-heal and having that knock-up. So, I think curious to see how this one is able to perform. But already, again, it is very difficult to play Nox on her own. It's very difficult to play Olaran on his own. And now 2 of them together, that's a very hard to perform in lane.
Now, I'm about to ask you something that feels ludicrous to ask. But I'm gonna ask it anyway. Nox mid? Is that even in the realm? Like I've gone on record, and I'm fine to say this. I think she makes a better support, like just through and through. Like she's got good lockdown, good silence, big AOE. Her ult makes the enemy team do less damage. Like a lot of what I look at in her kit feels like it's just better over there for that style of play. But like ESET started out over in the support and slowly has shifted back over towards mid. Could Nox make the same transition?
I mean, I think so. Of course, that's what, like, from conception, that's what she was intended to be, right? She was intended to be a mid laner. But when you think of the difference in execution for Nox in mid versus Nox in support, it's how often can you land Siphon Darkness? How often is that second ability really applying the damage? You miss it as a support, who cares? You landed Shadow Lock. That's all you really need. Who cares? You got the ultimate, and now somebody's dealing less damage to you. But in mid, you need to be on point with those ultimates. You need to find priority targets. You need to be able to land your damage from that second ability. Can she do it? Absolutely. Is Paul a mechanical enough player to perform on it? Absolutely. But is it much, much less consistent? Is it going to have a much lower low or higher highs? Yes to both. But more often, it's the lows that rear their head.
Yeah, so presumably, or at least I'm gonna jump into this, assuming that this is probably. Well, I guess we've seen Olaran mid, although I guess both can really kind of flip and flop there, so that'll be very fun. And there is the hair. Dart has read the tweet. Mike said the thing, and we read the thing, which was specifically, Did you want to say it, or
No.
were you were coming up with a different thought?
I'd like to posit.
Oh yeah, okay.
In allowing the peer pressure of PBM to affect your drafting
he owns
phase.
your team now.
Yeah, not only does he own your team, not only does he live in your head rent-free, but is this the coward move? Is it cowardice that forces you to lock in a god because some other guy called you a coward for not doing it?
Man, that's a good.
Yeah, peer pressure.
That's a deep thinker.
Peer pressure is a hell of a drug, man.
And you know what? Say no.
Yeah, I think so.
In the right times. If they're peer pressuring you for like positive things, maybe then
Yeah,
maybe you listen.
if they're bullying you into
You know,
the
it's
gym,
actually
you know.
incredibly contextual, realistically. If everyone's saying like, "Hey, man, I think that maybe you should go talk to a therapist and like see like if maybe you need medication," like they're probably looking out for you a little bit, or they're just being
Or they're
really
gaslighting
really
you.
mean.
Yeah.
Or like the other peer pressures.
Maybe don't listen to anybody ever.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Look inward.
Lock yourself away. And make sure that no one can ever tell you anything.
Isolationist.
Yeah,
I like that.
you can never be peer pressured if you have no friends.
Okay, well, you can have friends.
Nope. Say no to everybody. Isolate.
You can have friends.
Go
guys.
off grid. Live deep in the forest.
You guys can have friends.
Off your own.
Ask
own...
me about the drafts, man.
Okay. Hera, how do you think, outside of whether or not Hera is cowardice to lock in or was cowardice to not play, does it fit the team?
I think so. I mean, when you're talking about Hera, it's a lot of that self-peel, that survivability, having an additional guy to help you out. I'm talking about Argus, having that HP shield up against this large single-target damage output. I think it does make a good deal of sense here. Also, will put a lot of threat on the beads. I think that's one of the most slept-on assets that Hera brings. Polymorph is just super strong. It is just a stifling ability. When you think about it, it's a disarm and a silence at the same time.
Yeah.
You can't do anything besides walk when you've been polymorphed, which means you're probably going to be using your beads just to deal with that. So does it fit the composition? Yes. But now the Oni Warriors are going to struggle a little bit more so in objective play. You don't have the best objective burn in this composition, and you certainly don't have the best objective secure. So I'm curious about how that's going to transition them into the mid to late game.
Well, I guess we'll have to watch. The late game so far has been pretty solid, but will the Warriors be able to do it this time? Only Game 3 will tell. The Titans need to turn it around, and they need to turn it around now. Let's find out if they can.
I don't know if history's any indication from Game 1 and 2. If I'm the Titans, I don't want this one going to the late game up against the Oni Warriors here. Nika going back on the Kakul, and Cuba Fred going to the Gilgamesh. Surprisingly, we haven't seen much of him yet here so far, Trelly. It's me, J-Mac. I got Charlie with me, and Doug as well here. Game number 3 in this best of 5 between the Titans and the Warriors. Vote gets to go back to the Jingwei yet again.
They don't. He loves the Jingwei, man.
And he's popping off with it. That's the difference. It's one thing if he just likes the pick and he's doing okay. He's popping off with this pick.
Yeah, and they don't seem to mind it. I don't know. Maybe I mean, to be fair, the Tartarus Titans did end up drafting a more late game composition. They have double ADC, which I think bodes a lot better than what they have been going with. Layers is going to be on the Shiva, still getting that early pressure. And then SOT on this Ama means, number 1, their objective shred is going to be absurd. And number 2, they still will have that late game presence with these triple auto attackers, essentially. On the flip side, though, the Oni Warriors, they've got vote on Jingwei. So in my head, their late game's just fine. They're going to be just fine. If you're just tuning in for Game 3, trust me, they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, it'll be good over there for that dual lane. We do have the mid lane matchup, one we haven't seen in a long time, and one that we don't have a whole lot of data on individually. We'll talk about that maybe after this skirmish kind of peters out here in the solo lane. I say that, but another ability comes up there for Layers. But mid lane, Uller versus Hera, not one we get to talk a whole lot about, but between Dardas and Big Man Tings, they're one of the only 2 players in this league who really like going towards this Hera pick. That Argus can be so impactful early and late game, having a 6th body on the map. And it's not like Calder where he goes out and he's real easy to kill. Argus is a beefy pet to throw out.
Yeah, Argus is definitely going to help out in the later stages of the game, but right now, I mean, I'm about to say this as we see Dardas winning the trade for now, but Hera's going to have a hard time clearing the wave and not going to want to fight Uller. But, you know, I'm just being constantly proven wrong as we see. I think Paul missed the axe, and so we're going to blame him for that. That's not my fault if Paul hits those.
Yeah, come on, Paul. Hit your axes. What are you doing?
That's what I'm saying. Hera has to step up very far if she wants to hard clear the way, but Paul is going to jump in here.
Cuvo blinks past to jump in on towards Paul. A sweep by Layers to find Dardas. Axe toss needs to be there from Paul, or maybe just that volley if he can find it, but it will not. Dardas does have the shield to get a lot of extra HP. Cuvo, who started that fight out, is one of the worst into the trade. He got sent back to base.
Yeah, so back to the old wave clear where Dardas, again, the first ability, you have to get very close to the wave to make sure you hit those melees. The polymorph you can clear from downtown, but it just doesn't do that much damage right now. So if Dardas wants to effectively clear the wave, you got to get into barrel stuff axe range, and that's where Uller loves to be, at least in these early stages. So Dardas is going to have a little bit of a deficit in the gold department just for a bit, letting the minions go under tower. But once you get about an item online, maybe two, you can pretty much just full clear the way from a distance. And that's where Uller does not want you to be. The full range where the axe is, you have a lot of time to read it and juke. That's when Uller says, hey, maybe I'll go somewhere else and find some farm. But I think Paul really wanted to try and dominate this lane because the way the game's been going thus far, he has had some success late game, but in the early stages, he really just has to sit by the wayside and, you know, wait until everyone gets their items online, and at that point, everyone's doing big damage. So we'll go for that Transcendence, and once that gets online, we'll definitely see this Uller get active.
Why did you keep going there? Because it gave me time to... I was originally going to ask you before you ended there, do you think that Dardas is going towards a Doom Orb with this item? Because he did pick up that Tier 1 Lost Artifact alongside of Sands of Time, which usually means no Chronos Pendant jumping by Paul, a good knockup by Layers, but maybe an even better Polymorph by Dardas, some good return poke. Will keep them back here. But typically when we see Sands of Time and then Lost Artifact, you're not really going for that very early 30% CDR with like a Chronos Pendant. Maybe Charon's Coin, or if you really want to go for it, maybe Rada Tahuti here. But Dardas will be going down to the Doom Orb route here for this Hera. I mean, how do you feel about on this god?
Yeah, with Conduit Gem, I think Chronos Pendant can be very effective, but with Hera, not very much movement, just your shield as your movement speed. Doom Orb is going to help out a lot. Being able to just drop Argus and then kite is always going to be a solid bet as Neil goes in to make sure to tank that one up. I think Bo probably could have taken a fair bit of damage, but I do like the Doom Orb. Once you're just full clearing the wave and then you can zoom away, make sure you're spamming your abilities as much as possible to get Argus back off cooldown, because that's how the cooldown works on that character. You want to make sure getting Argus up as much as possible. Aurora, though, tries to steal away the Harpy with the ult.
He may have been able to grab that one experience-wise, but the offering will go the way of the Warriors. Now, Titans over here at the mid, they'll be able to grab the two that come from that mid camp there. Paul will be able to grab the Oracle Harpies, and that'll continue to get a little bit of gold here to the side of Titans. Not much of a lead, only about 200 or so early on, 300 there, and same with the XP. No kills just yet, because we haven't seen anything explode out, but at least not for lack of trying. Cubo and Layers have both been getting very active in this mid lane to try and put some pressure on these, on this mage and this hunter. I can't really say these mages, these mid laners is the proper way to say it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find too much. I still think Dardas is the easiest target on the map to kill. Argus does a fair bit of damage, but as long as you're able to avoid that knockup or the polymorph, both if you can try, then you really don't have too much to worry about. The shield not that big in the early stages of the game, so Dardas is going to have to play pretty far back still. But as the later stages go on, if Paul ever jumps in like an axe misses, Dardas has 100-0 potential in spades. But it looks like another triple chalice. So the Oni Warriors have put themselves once again about 1,000 gold behind it. I consider it an investment, because if you look on the left side of the map, everyone's going to be buying potions throughout the game. You get this chalice online, the later it goes, the more you get your money's worth. So just smart investors are the Oni Warriors.
Aurora trying to steal some offerings away. It seems he was able to grab at least one there, maybe. That obelisk is very close to stacked up for the side of Titans. Two more offerings should grab that one up there. Fully stack it up. Layers, again, deep in enemy territory here inside the Oni Warriors jungle. Try and steal away some back Harpies. He will do so with that emblazoned sweep. Just enough damage to clear that one out. Cubo Fred probably doesn't want to pick this fight alone, but he's not alone. He's got 3 other teammates around him to fight in the 2v4. Ultimate in by Nika will get the dance out of Layers. Neilma will lock them in place, so with the River's Rebuke and the stuns right after, Layers cannot find a way out. Does manage to get the dash. SOT very low, but that stun from his ultimate, it was just enough to buy him time and save his life. Cubo Fred with a blink in, the drop kick against the wall. One more auto will finally put up first blood for the Warriors.
I was going to say, no way Neil's clutch River's Rebuke there is going to get wasted, and thank goodness it was not. They were able to clutch that one up and make sure to chase that down. SOT and Layers had to split up there. I mean, Cubo couldn't chase them both, had to pick one, but now Paul's going to make the rotation and try to catch Cubo out, but not enough damage anymore. Even with the axe, you already missed the blade. It's going to be too much, and Nico's here to help just in case, so that wave will get pushed out in mid, but it looks like Aurora's going to hold it for the mid laner. So great engage, and you got to give credit to the walls there by Neil. Able to catch them both out, but only SOT falls.
The fact that only one person died during all that might be the most impressive, and it was a 4v2 in the right side jungle, now 4v2 over by this red buff, but Neil and Dardes wisely will not step up to try and slow that one down. They'll just give up the red buff, not worth losing their life over here. Now allow the Tartarus Titans to pick up this left side mid Harpy. SOT actually out securing 2 to make sure he gets his blue buff. Cubo, Fred, and Nika unsuccessful in grabbing that one out here. We see Nika once again on this Kakullan, and once again going for the sovereignty, so some of that extra HP 5 in the lane, some of that Fizz defense to deal with the double Fizz warriors that he's going up against in that side.
Yeah, whenever you do see the double Fizz jungle, I think you can get some value out of this sovereignty, especially if Cubo wants to group up with Nika and say, hey, let's try to 2v2 this. And more often than not, they're going to win just off of builds alone, really just depending on how the abilities go. But Nika has a fair bit of pressure in this lane because SOT was able to fall. You push in the wave, and now he's raged up. So you don't really want to box a Cullen when he's angry like that. Probably just want to try and avoid him as much as possible. We're just going to see in that lane constantly spamming the aggression. Whenever you see a Kakullan in lane, usually just wants to transform pretty much every wave if you can. Anytime you can stack up that rage, you want to be constantly going for it as Aurora tries to catch out Cubo. No beads on the Gilgamesh, so these Shadow Locks will stick some poke.
Cubo, though, is holding the wave for Dardes, but he's going to be getting a decent bit of poke here. Layers does miss the knockup. Cubo, Fred, and Dardes will be able to clear out the wave. Another Shadow Lock off the mark by Aurora. Missed out on 2 of those so far here into the mid. And that Polymorph does tag Layers. That'll force them back. The Tartarus Titans at the very least. But even with that first blood bounty, the Tartarus Titans still do hold a very small gold lead up. So the farm game out of Titans has been just a little bit better so far here in Game 3.
I'm always curious to see how these Olorons like to itemize. Obviously, the Ring of Hecate or the Ring of Hecate, either one they like to go for first. Going to use some life steal, some attack speed, some damage. That's always going to be solid. But then this time around, it looks like Cyclone will go for the Typhons. That's going to help out your life steal, a little bit of percentage damage as well, and it just stacks well with the ring. So it looks like that's going to be the first option here, usually into like a Telkine's ring. Lots of attack speed on Oleron, but we've also seen the damage build where you want to try to get crit as much as possible. I mean, you're against Vote, who's been critting a fair bit already. You want to try to match that, and it looks like both lanes are going to invade right and left.
SOT did use his ultimate, though, to secure that blue buff. He should be fine to get away from Cubo and Nika. Meanwhile, now 4 versus 1. Neil steps into the jungle and may have been just a little bit too far. Will not find his way to his own Riptide. Instead, he'll find his way to the grave, by the way, of Paul's hands there. First kill on the board now for the Titans.
Yeah, they answer back, and now Paul with the lead is going to make that mid lane even more disastrous. It looks like Dardes is going to have to sit way back there. Great axe into the Shadow Lock. Not going to be too much follow-up damage, but this is where Dardes is going to have to sit for quite some time now. I mean, Paul has the lead, should be finishing this Jotun's Wrath soon, and those axes are going to be coming out a fair bit, and hold that thought, they're going for Gold Fury here.
Boat is here, so there is still some steal. Dardes as well. Argus is available to the mid laner, and he's going to drop it on top of 2. Aurora has to just right inside of Cyclone's mid, but can Cyclone get far enough? No, it's a double kill for Dardes just off the damage from that alone. Drop kick out of Cubo will make sure that Layers has to invest a lot more to find Boat. He will get the kill, but will Layers go down after Rouge's Rebuke? Will lock the Shiva and keep him out of one escape path, and the final beat has been beat out of Layers. Instead, he will go down. It's a triple kill unofficially for Dardes, and look at where Nika is the entire time, bullying Paul under the tier 2 tower. Look at Nika to get that kill. Yes, he will. It's a 4 for swing for the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, perfect immune on the axe. Nika has plenty of physical defense and damage, able to dive that one. So just a little bit overzealous pulling that Gold Fury. I understand that the fact that you think you have the lead, but it was just a little bit too much, and a great rotation from Dardes. I mean, probably knew that there was no wards there, but making that backwards rotation where if there was any sort of vision, he probably just gets caught out was risky. But I imagine Dardes said, hey guys, they've got no vision. I'm just going to sneak up and drop Argus. Gets the beautiful double kill, and then the chase after the fact. So answer back from the Tartarus Titans. Now the gold lead is slightly in their favor, not by much. Pretty much evened up the game, I would say, after the aggression the Tartarus Titans have been exerting. But now just straight 1 death for everyone on the map for the Tartarus Titans. Just you see 1 in the column. Everyone has fallen, but there's a 3-0 Hera in mid lane. I'm not calling Dardes a coward if I'm PBM.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, are you calling him a coward for picking the pick under pure pressure? That was the question that was raised on the desk. Is he a coward because he locked it because someone called him a coward if he didn't?
We don't even know if he saw the tweet. Dardes just might have wanted to play Hera. Who knows?
That's fair. He may have heard one of us talk about it, though. Maybe that was enough for him to kind of get a checkup in there. But as far as a checkup in this game and this series so far, the Oni Warriors, Every time they've made it to the late game, they've been able to find a win in this setup against the Titans. That's why they're up 2-0 right now in this best of 5. And if the late game is where they were doing so well, the fact that they're getting to that late game a little bit earlier and not behind like they had in Game 1 and Game 2 could be disastrous. Maybe a bit too much of a word to say, but could be harsh, at least for the Titans, as we move towards these later games.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they are able to answer back here, but Cubo is just sort of W-keying at the moment, just bullying Aurora. No one's around. Finally, Cyclone Spin makes the rotation to help out his support, but Cubo has no beads available. This is still a level 11 Gilgamesh with just a blink, so any sort of CC will stick, but look where they are. They're so far up.
We got to have a 5 versus 5 at the enemy red buff right now. Layers has to get out the Winter Shamash, not enough damage. Ultimate from Aurora will clip 3, and a Sanctified Field to slow down the entire team fight. Nika goes down to Cyclone Spin. Layers is back up and healthy after the fight. The River's Rebuke are taking so long to crash through. Darkness will finally go down. It's SOT picking up the krill there, and SOT finds another one, but Neil teams up to finally take down Layers, but that is a 3-for-1 make it. A 4-for-1 now going to the Titans.
That was way too far to push into the Sanctified Field. Cyclone Spin, pretty much the only way you're killing Nika right now is if you lock him down and auto-attack him with magical damage, and that's exactly what they did. A perfect CC chain, as well as whenever Oleron's in that Sanctified Field, he's essentially a machine gun, just autoing him down perfectly. Now they answer back with this Gold Fear. You can hide in our red buff, but we've got an Oleron here, and he's got a solid lead now. Still level 13 at the moment, but they'll be able to pick up a lot more, passing this Gold Fury back and forth. I didn't think it would take them this long to get it, but now they've got some gold to spend, and next time it'll go down quicker.
Tartarus Titans, one big team fight swing has now bumped them back up into the lead. Again, ever so slightly, about 2K up are the boys in blue, this Order side team. 2K XP as well is nice. Now been mitigated a little bit here, at least by the Warriors. The Pyromancer started up and no answer back from the Titans here. But that team fight, man, and this is why it's always so hard to ever discount an Oleron, is that Sanctified Field is just such a devastating ability to drop in the middle of a team fight, especially when you can get as many people as Cyclone did with it.
Yeah, and Nika doesn't have beads or anything like that. The lockdown will stick, and you don't even have magical defense at the moment. It was just Sovereignty and Glad Shield. It looks like they will be chasing a little bit into the enemy jungle here to the Tartarus Titans. They know there's not much to go for. No shot. They're going for the tower. There's no way they're going to go for the FG this early.
Ooh, Aurora. I don't think he got the dash around the wall that he was hoping for. Instead, he dashed into the crevice of the wall, and now the chase onto Nika has been given up by the Titans. They can still get at least some tower pressure here. They're all going to be melee range to get in that one. Aurora's not going to stick around. So SOT will be fine. Meanwhile, Vote, even despite being down a little bit, and here to Cyclone Spin, will continue to put pressure up on towards that Tier 1 tower. Aurora does have that Lotus Mask finish up for these ensuing fights. Zardes drops Argus on top of Paul, but maybe needs to pull it back to focus on Layers, who's just using that Pillar of Dawn to get some of that extra damage mitigation through. Paul misses the Axe Toss, and that should be the end of the fight, at least for both these teams, but SOT still pushing up.
Yeah, Vote makes the rotation over as well. Looks like Aurora was also trying to find a Shadow Lock there, so essentially just a waste to teleport. A lot of ultimates used, but if you do lose that fight too-handedly, there could be an FG pull. At this point, there's a fair bit of damage on the map for the Tartarus Titans. You have double ADCs, and if Argus is there, you can burn through FG pretty quickly if you're the Oni Warriors as well. So I think everyone is going to want to make sure you're showing up to these fights at the very least. You want to show face. Don't want to lose just because you're down a man. So SOT teleporting, probably a solid idea. Looks like Paul is going into the Titan's Bane third item there, wanting to deal with a lot of the protections that we've already seen built. We've seen the Berserker Shield, Sovereignty, Glad Shield, and then, of course, the Gauntlet of Thebes. So a lot of protections already. This Ullr is going to start swinging as the game goes on, not only onto the squishy targets, you see the Transcendence and the Jotun's Wrath, but the Titan's Bane's going to help out a ton when you're trying to kill these tanks.
We're going to talk about some objective burn here. Neil Ma picking up the Belt of the Berserker and fully upgrading that one, I should say, here at level 12. So a lot of shred now on the side of the Warriors with that relic there. Even with some of the nerfs that have come its way, still seems to be a decently popular item amongst the supports. Aurora on the opposite side going for the Bracer. Very similar in that regard to giving you a nice little bit of power spike, but also acts as that ward.
Yeah, Roar's a bracer or die kind of guy. He doesn't ever want to go towards the belt. He's like, I want this ward damage that also you can place in lane, you can place on FG, you can place it wherever you want. The vision plus the buff he's always going to help you out. So we'll have to see which one ends up working more. It looks like that'll finally be the Shoguns here, because whenever you see a double ADC comp, actually the Oni Hunter Garb could be pretty solid as well. Aurora is on this Nox with a low-nose mask, so any sort of item that's going to give you the mitigations, you'll probably make some use out here. Good axe by Paul, and Cubo's getting chunked.
Lord, Cubo is almost down here. Layers will get the knockup, but a good polymorph out of Dardas will stop Layers in his tracks. Now put an end to the engagement in mid, maybe not so much in right. Nika down 2 levels to SOT. Only 1 death to his name, similar to SOT, but the farm that the Titans have been getting across the map and the pressure that SOT has been able to have here, grabbing that tier 1 tower, has put Nika pretty far behind for the Warriors. Still, a lot of pressure thrown up towards the solo laner, and Cyclone Spin walked into 3 people, got hit by Riptide. But meanwhile, Vote is just going to get some split pushing, and with that knowledge, the Tartarus Titans will re-engage the fight. It's a teleport in now by Nika, but Cuba Fred is already gone. Neilma should be gone as well right after the Shadowlog just off the mark. The sweep to pull him right back in. Nika finds a root, but that's all he'll find. Paul has the damage to take down Neil.
Yeah, Vogue gets the tier 2 tower and is now able to fly in, but at this point you're already down 2. Looks like the tier 2 tower will be looked at here, and you have an enraged Kakolin, but you're not stepping up for this tier 2 tower. SMT is going to try and frontline, but they're going to get the tower and back off.
Tower should be at least the end call there for the Titans. Maybe Fire Giant, but Dardas does still have ultimate, so it could be a risky play. Layers, who had ult that entire time, will use it to heal up the team. 3 versus 5 at the Fire Giant. Nika, no ultimate. Vote has ultimate, but also doesn't have much health. SOT is bullying him in the back line, and it's going to take all 3 of the Warriors to peel SOT away. Nika walking back in. Dardas doesn't have Argus to use here. Sanctified Field drop down. Dardas has to use the beads to get back out of it. Fire Giant is low and will go down to the Tartarus Titans, and the Dardas will also go down to the Tartarus Titans. It's SOT who picks up 1. Nika locked in place, and the ultimate out of SOT to take him down.
Cubo tries to rotate in a little bit too little, too late. He will also fall, and now it's just the duo lane left to try and fend off some of this aggression. Paul doesn't have the mana to continue this chase, but they're not looking for the kills. They want this right side Phoenix. There's a bit of time between these respawns. They don't really have enough damage to try and end, I don't think, but this Phoenix will certainly go down.
Phoenix should fall. I don't think we'll have an end call here by the Titans. They'll take the safe route, just grab the Phoenix and then back themselves away. Not the best Phoenix to take for future Fire Giant pulls, but still able to take that bird down and force attention to this right side lane here. And just a conveyor belt by the Warriors going into there. I mean, they started the fight 3v5, and then the 2 who were dead finally come back in, and then they just start going in one by one to try and stop this pursuit. By the time Fire was down, everybody's already separated and surrounded.
Yeah, trying to get the FG buffs off, I understand you. If you can get those kills, it's going to be worth your while, obviously, so that no one gets to use this full Fire Giant. But once you conveyor belt in like that, as you mentioned, you sort of just stagger your deaths, and you get nothing accomplished. They weren't able to find any sort of picks, and you lose right Phoenix now. Still a fair bit of towers on the map, and something to note is more often than not, the Oni Warriors were going into this portion of the game at a small deficit. This is the biggest it has been, though, a solid 7K in the lead for the Tartarus Titans, and now they also don't have a late and early game composition. They have 2 ADCs with Paul, this Uller, and Cyclone on this Oloron, so they have a fair bit of late game damage and just shred for these objectives. So I'm not surprised to see the fact that they are leading going into this, and now you have to play around Cyclone Spin. You have to wait for the Sanctified Field to go down and try and outplay it. Currently, that hasn't been able to happen. He's pretty much just been free casting once that ult goes down, and now he's going to get a chance to do it again. It looks like the tier 1 will go for free, and I imagine the tier 2 as well, given the fact that there are 3 Warriors on the right side of the map.
Cyclone will take out the tier 1 tower. The rest of the team of the Titans will take out the tier 2. Could see our first maybe 5v5 around a Phoenix at the very least here. But without a minion wave, Tartarus Titans will be a little bit slow to take out that tower. Paul and Aurora already here. With the minion wave pushing up, I thought maybe the Titans would want to try and start a fight here, but no, they'll instead take the safer option, maybe take away all towers on the map before committing to another Phoenix.
Yeah, Paul has the Heartseeker online as well, so he's just going to look for a hail of arrows to start the fight at any point, try and find some sort of poke. And then that's really just the go button. If you hit it onto a carry, they're taking a solid 40% of their HP just off the rip. And there's some outplay to try and juke it, but besides that, it's pretty much free if you can place it properly. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see right now, though. There is already a right Phoenix down. All the towers on the map are completed, and Tartarus Titans have a fair bit of gold to go spend. They're probably trying to take over to level 20 as well. Cyclone and SOT already there, but Layers, Paul, still trying to take over so they can upgrade those starter items. A Bluestone Brooch would go a long way here in these team fights, as well as the fact that Seer or Eye of the Jungle not going to help you so much on the Phoenix Siege, but maybe the fight after the fact.
22 minutes in, the Titans have a 10,000 plus gold lead pushing in to this next fight. As you said, Heartseeker already done by Paul. Meanwhile, Dart is still trying to finish that Obsidian Shard on his side to get some of that percent pen online to his name. There is a Witchblade picked up by Neilma, who has been at the front line of most of these team fights to try and slow down this double auto attacker comp that's come out here. But Nika doesn't have any team fight relics necessarily to his name here. No way to slow that down. Instead, it's that Heroic Teleport and the Blink. It'll help him get to that back line, but it doesn't really feel like he has the tools to stay alive in those backline fights.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely hard. You don't even have any sort of beads. You've got Sprint, so trying to juke around as much as possible will help a little bit. And it looks like Vote has finally got that Deathbringer, trying to match some of the crit pressure he's had all game. Cuvo, though, could be in some trouble.
Double dash in by Layers. Cuvo gets pulled in by the sweep down to a quarter HP. The stun has to be beads down. The drop kick doesn't find anything. It's only him going down. The River's Rebuke will lock 2 in place, but Layers will heal himself and SOT up. And SOT and Layers go right back in. Paul is here. The Axe Toss finds Neil, but the Riptide allows Neil to get the distance to get away from the follow-up damage after left side or right side. Phoenix has respawned and has immediately gone back down.
Yeah, Paul hits a nice axe there, but this will be the retreat because Fire Giant, that buff wore off a while ago, and it's about to spawn in again. So the Tartarus Titans feeling a little bit aggressive, wanted to get that Phoenix off the respawn, and now they're going to be able to pull this Fire Giant. Looks like Paul is sitting around the corner, though, just in case, trying to find an axe toss when anyone is able to walk in. But I can't imagine the Oni Warriors are even to forge any sort of defense here. They're too far away. They have to clear minions, and the lead is pretty monumental at the moment. It looks like 4 strong. They may walk up, but Aurora's already looking.
Cyclone has that Telkines and Nimble Rod Tahuti. That's a lot of attack speed and a lot of extra damage. This Fire Giant stood absolutely no chance against the Tartarus Titans. Neilma, Shadow Lock down by Aurora, Axe Toss by Paul, and Neil will just use his time to run away and buy as much time for his team as he can, as 3 members of the Titans will chase him down to find a kill. SOT finds an hold on to only one. Aurora doesn't find the Shadow Lock, and Cuvo Fred off to the side of the jungle will not be able to find a path back into this fight.
Yeah, it looks like the Tartarus Titans are going for the end here. They're not even going to posture up. Now they'll make the rotation over towards the Phoenix. I was going to say, you guys are just going to run in. Don't even care about the 2 Phoenixes still standing. They have the lead that they would be able to do that, but right now, double ADC comp. These Phoenixes won't really stand a chance. Cuvo is still sort of lurking behind, trying to find an engage.
He's got to find a way in here now. He has the blink available. He can get to this backline. He's got to get there fast because the Titan is exposed, and Cuvo is still nowhere to be seen. Argus is batting away at basically nothing. He gets melted the instant that he's dropped down into the fight. Cuvo finally behind the team here at the Phoenix, but he gets axe tossed by Paul and dropped down to a quarter health and then dropped by Layers right afterwards. Vote goes in with the airstrike and will have to dash his way right back on out. Nika takes the axe toss for his Hunter, and the River's Rebuke will at least hold the Titans back for only a moment's notice. Nika very low in the back line. The Sanctified Field was still up that entire time. Dart is pulled back in by Layers, pulled back into the grave. Neil doesn't get to go anywhere. It's a double kill for Layers. Vote and Nika, the last 2 alive on the Warriors to hold this one back, but they will not be able to do so. Vote is getting shredded in the back line by SOT. Nika finds 4 with the knockup, but that'll be the last thing that he gets to do in this game. The Tartarus Titans take game number 3.
That double ADC comp came online, and it came online very hard. They just had too much damage in the later stages of the game. SOT and Layers both had 6 kills to their name, so the Warriors were playing very effectively. Not the Oni Warriors, the actual Warriors. Those Warriors on the map were playing very effectively, able to use their tank stats. And then Aurora, also so tanky on this Nox. The mitigation build that he was able to do set up so much. I mean, once we got to the late stage of the game and I saw what Cyclone could do on this pick, I was like, who is stopping this Oleron? This game, the answer was no one.
Yeah, I mean, that Sanctified Field just came up clutch in so many of these team fights here. Maybe we'll see if something is paid attention to towards that Oleron. Game number 3 is done. That one goes to the Titans. That means we go to game 4. That's coming up right after this.
make sure to keep things interesting for us. Game number 3 goes their way. And this one, Mifflin, the Warriors kick things off. Pretty good control for a majority of the early game, right? And then, well, then things start to go wrong, and they go wrong pretty dramatically for them. A couple of fights, specifically like around the red buff, that end up standing out. And the Titans, they get to come on top, not just of the fights, but of the game because of them.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to a lot of just different ideology in the draft from the Tartarus Titans. This was a Titans draft from like 3 months ago where they were very willing to, well, barring the Nox, which is essentially just a brand new look for Aurora. But Paul now on this Uhl was allowed to get involved at every portion of the game. SOT on a standard warrior that has great initiation potential with dazzling offensive. The Tartarus Titans just got back down to their standard style of play. I really enjoyed watching Cyclone Spin on this Oleron. I had concerns initially in the desk that maybe the Oleron would struggle against the dive potential of the Oni Warriors, but Kivo Fred was handled by Paul before he was allowed to even think about walking up on this Oleron just about every single time. The axe stuns were good, the shadow locks were finding their way home, and the Tartarus Titans grouped up as 5, and essentially if you look at their positioning in some of these team fights, they didn't have a front line and a back line. There was one line, and it was all headed one way, a spearhead composition that tore through the Oni Warriors.
Just like a Hydra, right? They've got 5 heads, and they're ready to rip you apart, and it tends to work out pretty well. We should, maybe, you know what? That's a good branding. We need a Hydra somewhere. I don't think we can change any of these teams because they are kind of locked in forever.
The Hylian Hydras.
Yeah, a little bit of a Hydra somewhere wouldn't be that bad. And it would have to go to a team that plays like a 5-headed beast the way the Titans did that game. 6-2-11 there for Layers, 6-1-10 for SOT. So both of them making sure to have some very large, impactful games. 4-1-12, though, for Paul. And, of course, the duo lane providing a ton in terms of support for the rest of the squad when they get those kills. It's hard to overlook the 22.6, let's round it up, 22.7K that Paul was able to do there. It just feels like a lot of impact, and you can see it, 5,000 damage difference primarily in just the jungle. And so, maybe not as big an impact specifically from the Gilgamesh as maybe we would have expected in the past. And the Shiva got off to a great start that's similar to exactly what you were saying, exactly what Layers would have wanted. And now it'll be the question of, can they keep that up, or will the Warriors adjust their draft? Last time we were a little surprised, not just because of some of the picks and bans, but specifically the Titans getting rid of the E-set. And they were first pick that time around. This time it will be the Warriors taking first pick once again. And the question is whether or not they let that E-set through. And I guess from their position, they beat it twice when the Titans had it, so they don't necessarily have to worry about it as much.
Or they could just take it for themselves if they so choose and try and adapt that playstyle towards objectives and allow it to go to mid or even have it flex back into support. I think that E-set support's still very strong, even in spite of the fact that we haven't had too many opportunities to see it at the competitive level of play recently. The Tartarus Titans in second pick, though, will probably just ban E-set. If they were banning it in first pick when they didn't want it, they'll probably do it yet again. A lot of respect over towards that god. So, adaptations, I think, going to be the name of the game here in Game 4 of this series. I'm expecting the Oni Warriors to not look towards Hera. That's my blanket statement. that Hera was not allowed to play.
And you know what? I say uncowardly to play it. I think is maybe the consensus we can come to. I'm just kind of uncowardly.
Yeah, brave.
Yeah, I get. Well, I don't know. Brave insinuates something different. Like uncowardly, like you could be neutral and not like you're not cowardly then, but being brave is inherently opposite. You know?
I see what you're saying.
I was going to ask you about the Daji.
He was just doing him.
Yeah, he was just doing him. And unfortunately, didn't work out very well that time around. I was going to ask you about the Daji because it was something that in Game 1 of this set, a long time ago, feels like, Daji was the first pick for the Warriors. And it was the last time they were first pick. And it was also the last time they got the Daji this set. It is banned since then. 100% win rate on that god. And I was hoping to try and thread some sort of world where maybe the Titans let it through and what would happen. But we don't live in that world. They don't want to deal with it, so they get rid of it. Shiva and Khepri banned out by the Warriors, and the E-set, as you kind of highlight, does get taken away there by the Titans. And then it comes down to top picks.
Elegant.
Guess Emoja.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Emoja. With the Oni Warriors dedicating one of their bans to the what I would consider one of the other top tier supports, Khepri, you got to think that they want to take what is left, and Yemoja has been dominant across the board. I feel like she's just so strong in that laning phase, brings so much healing utility to the team fight phase as well, essentially forces the Tartarus Titans, at least one of them, likely to pick up a Phantom Shell, and anytime a god forces you to think about your relics differently, that just speaks volumes to the power that Yemoja brings to a draft. And you're not revealing anything. Taking a support for yourself, taking a god like Yemoja, just giving you additional mobility, giving you all that healing, giving you some walls to spawn up, is going to fit into the majority of compositions regardless. You do not need to build a draft around this pick. So the Tartarus Titans essentially don't glean any information from this Yemoja lock-in, except for the fact that they get to play against her.
Illuminate this battlefield.
So something that,
sun
well,
to
admittedly,
vanquish the
sometimes can be very
evil.
difficult. They do go back to the Ola run, and this time they lock in something that has been, at the best of times, one of the most oppressive picks I think you can have in Smite. Amaterasu, when she is meta and when she has that power, ruins games for people sometimes around. The Warriors should know that firsthand. They were capable of doing so, at least 3 of them, when they were playing as SSG a few years ago. Something that Nika for a long time had a 100% win rate on Season 7.
And he hated playing it. I
And
remember
he, yeah,
that.
he did. He was like, yeah, I don't really want to, but if she's up, I have to.
And I do be winning.
And they did be winning. And now it's going over, presumably to
Here
Sot
it is.
alongside the Ola run, and now with a Kabrakan on the other side.
Yeah, I like this a lot. So Yemoja already spawning up the walls with River's Rebuke is going to make it pretty difficult for Olarun to operate. Amaterasu similarly doesn't really have any tools to deal with that. And now Kabrakan as well, being able to spawn up those structures and dive in towards the Olarun and the Amaterasu. Very strong. Even just as a disengage tool, we might see Kabrakan dedicate that ultimate just to stop a dazzling offensive, which is a pretty cool matchup. Bit of matchup knowledge that we might get to see in some of these late game team fights. Generally, Amaterasu will try her best to ignore Kabrakan, and he can just spawn up a U and make sure that his own backline is able to escape some of these engagements. That said, the Tartarus Titans, they found something that worked, and they stuck with it. Olarun and Amaterasu yet again. Strong backline presence, has high potential to snowball, and the Oni Warriors, they're getting back to their style of play, which is, hey, don't line up against us at the 25-minute mark. Don't meet us at an even state 30 minutes into this game once we are all 5 stacked, because this composition that the Warriors have got them for themselves is just gnarly in the team fight. But small counter matchup now with Nemesis locked in means that Cthulhu will have to think twice when descending into madness.
The bans that round things out. The Zamus and Cobb has been banned a whole ton for something that we haven't gotten to see. Granted, it was in the top 3 the last couple of games. Not locked in here for the Warriors. Does make it to the bottom 2 bans for the Titans. Double Hunter on the side of the Warriors. They've got a Guardian, and check it, a Guardian alongside 2 Hunters. So very tanky front line, very damagey back line up against the Ama, who, you tell me if you've heard this before, but likes to dive pretty deep. You already mentioned some counterplay in her. Olarun, Sanctified Fields, just good.
Not against Cthulhu,
Atlas,
though.
Not as much against Cthulhu. No, you're right. And then the Atlas and the Nemesis, they get locked in. And the Atlas is interesting because this is one that a few weeks ago, Aurora was like, yeah, I like playing Atlas. Like, it wasn't, he didn't get too deep into it. He was just like, yeah, I enjoy it.
And you know what? I think that Atlas has got some inherent synergies with this Titans draft. You've got a whole lot of single target damage, and you've got a whole lot of lockdown and displacement with Atlas. Similarly, if you're picking up one guy, Nemesis might just shred all their defense. You just start a fight with a number advantage. So, interested in that. Atlas only allowed to leverage that aggressive style of play, though, when he's either at least even, but preferably ahead, because he really does have to put himself very, very far into the backline, has to get very, very close to the Oni Warriors to apply the best version of his CC. So excited to see how this one pans out. Small counter matchups. Again, Cthulhu's ultimate Descent into Madness essentially allows him to ignore Sanctified Fields, can't dilate his time. He's operating on a different level. But similarly, Nemesis, with her ultimate, is the reverse card. Okay, well, you're Descended into Madness inside my Sanctified Field. That means that you are in the field. Nobody's coming in to help you because nobody wants their own time dilated. And also your defense has been shred. So the Tartarus Titans, small wins here or there, means that in late game team fights, if it does go late, I'm still favoring the Warriors just by nature of their composition. But that will mean, and it's by the nature of the high execution draft that the Tartarus Titans have been going towards time and time again so far this set, this Olarun and this Nemesis need to coordinate their ultimates.
Well, we'll see whether or not they can coordinate the ultimates the way they need to, or if we'll make it to another late game win for the Oni Warriors. It's game number 4 between these two Titans.
Can they make it to game number 5 here for the Tartarus Titans? That's their question. Or can the Warriors shut them down here in game number 4? It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug one more time. And the Oni Warriors said, hey, that double hunter composition worked real well for you guys last time. Mind if we draft one of our own? See Dardes on the Chernobog mid here, Trelly.
Yeah, Chernobog not going to be the best mid-pressure, especially into an Uller, but Huvo's on Cabrakan, so I imagine they will be not too afraid to get aggressive in the early stages of the game. There's just a lot of CC that Paul can have to just say, like, no. Like, you know, it's all, if you're sitting in Axe stance, even if Huvo pre-ones the blink, it's going to be very hard to get any sort of aggression onto Uller. Layers, however, is going to have not a fun matchup in the Cuba. I imagine if they ever find each other in the jungle, Cubo's just going to stun him out of the shield and try to be as much of a bully as possible. They've diversified their damage so much with triple Guardian and double ADC. You really can't safely itemize, but still, Chernobog's clear in the early stages of the game, not going to be the best. I imagine Dardes is going to get poked out a fair bit in the lane, at least for right now.
Good call there by Boat to grab that agility, because Aurora was a split second away from pulling him in with that gravity pull right after. Damage in this duo lane, the double Guardians out clearing the Warrior and the Assassin. Even Dardes getting a slight bit of poke advantage over here against Paul in this mid lane. The double Hunter mids versus the Magical Hunter, Physical Hunter on the opposite side here in towards the duo lane. Bluestone pinning out of Paul, probably no surprise though, gets him a lot of extra clear. But Dardes going for the Death Toll, a little bit different than what we've seen from the normal Hunters.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And SOT went for tier 1 Berserker Shield. Like, you're definitely up against 2 Guardians, and he didn't even care. Like, he could have so easily went Shoguns or anything like that. There was no physicals that could possibly been across from him at any point. He was still like, Berserker Shield's better. I don't even care. I'm not going to go for it. So has some physical defense, not going to help out in this matchup. And maybe if he decides to tank up some towers or something, he'll get a little bit of use out of that. But Dardes isn't going to be clearing the way with abilities or anything like that. Stacking Dev Gauntlets in mid, also not going to be your best option. You come online very late. Transcendence, though, going to help you out. And as long as you have the Death Toll, your sustain isn't going to be too bad. So I kind of like the way Dardes is itemized here. Recognizing, again, you're not going to want to trade auto attacks with Uller too much until you get your build online.
We do see an emblem picked up by Aurora, the Horrific Emblem for a first relic. And on the opposite side, Neil Ma has picked up a sprint, maybe recognizing that there's a lot of slows on the opposite side, SOT, Layers, Aurora also namely, and even Cyclone Spin once he can get that Sanctified Field. So Neil Ma maybe going to try and counteract some of those slows, at least out here for the side of the Oni Warriors. The pressure onto Dardes yet again, a red buff invade now by the Titans could lead to a fight, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 fight. Dardes secures his red buff, Layers does get the dash to get away, and Aurora will give him some extra movement speed with that kinetic charge, and that's enough for the Titans to get out. They don't get the buff, but at least they don't die.
Yeah, I think they didn't have to overstep there. They realized, hey, maybe we don't try to go for this one. Paul, though, is getting walked up on. They have a fair bit of damage. The blink is good.
Blink's done on top. Paul doesn't have the leap to get away, but Dardes has the autos to close the distance, and the Oni Warriors find a first blood on Paul up at the red buff.
Yeah, it seemed like Paul must have jumped onto the red buff, right? That's the only real way he dies there is if he doesn't have that leap available. And if you're trying to do the blue, or the red buff rather, as quickly as possible, Cubo Fred, he doesn't want anything to do with that. Dardes will get the last hit though, so an extra kill to your mid laner. That is going to help out here. You want that gold and trying to go towards that Transcendence before the Uller. If you can stack it online a little bit earlier, it's going to help you out in that lane. So it looks like Dardes will use that just to get the charged Morning Star for now. Probably going to have a little bit of pressure in the lane if you can get that stacked a little bit earlier.
Nika losing out on the trade pressure from SOT now that they've been left alone in that solo lane. And Nika will go back to base. Not yet, though. I thought for a moment he would, but instead he canceled his back. Does have that teleport up for both of the solo laners, so they can get right back into the action at a moment's notice. SOT will now take his first trip back. I say that every time I look at the solo lane and go, all right, cool, one of them's back, and the other one stops them from backing and really just delays this more than anything.
Well, they're trying to be annoying. They both have teleports, so it doesn't really matter. Neither of them have backed, and they both want to try and finish these items. It looks like trying to get a little bit aggressive is the Tartarus Titans, but I can't imagine Cyclones dropping the Sanctified Fields at all when Vote has ult. Neil could be looked at here, but he also has the Rivers now, so that's going to delay any sort of fighting that we see just yet.
We do see the fight over the Serpent Camp there. Layers does have Blink, but won't use it. Up against Cuvo, Fred, that first ability would make it a little bit harder to lock down Cuvo with this Nemesis. Meanwhile, now the Titans with a little bit of pressure in this dual lane, they'll finally step up towards the wave. Another red buff invade attempt by Layers, I'd say that, but he mostly just peeked around the corner, saw what was happening, and said, all right, there's two. I'm not going to be a part of this at all. So Dardes will once again get his red buff. It looks like both of them are going towards that Transcendence start here in the mid.
Yeah, there was a small win in the duo lane. Neilma had to use that sprint, that heavenly sprint, to get out of danger, but Horrific Emblem was not used. So now Aurora can try to lock down the duo lane without any sort of sprint to get out of that slow if they find some aggression. It looks like Vote probably not going to be stepping up too much this game. If you get the first blood on Jingwei, you know, you get a kill online, you can be aggressive. But if not, probably just sitting back is going to be a little bit easier. Still no Transcendence finish for the mid laners, either Dardes and Paul sitting on that charged Morningstar. I imagine once Paul backs, he'll be able to get started. So both of them will back here, probably matching that build so they get it stacked at about the same time. And support builds pretty much mirrored as well. The Gauntlet of Thebes are also being finished here. The only real leverage you have right now is the fact that SOT went Berserker Shield, so has no form of defense against this Cthulhu.
You see Aurora just being annoying. SOT using the ult against the double Guardian. Cuvo does get stunned down and shredded through by a lot of damage from Layers, but the turnaround stunned the wall in, and now that Dardes has made the rotation in, Layers is in danger. He gets knocked up by the Cthulhu and taken down by Dardes. Nika finds a big assist in that pickup against the jungler. Tartarus Titans down now 2-0.
Yeah, but it looks like Paul is getting aggressive here in the back half. Neil taking a lot of damage, and he's going to be so close to dying, but not enough. The Riptide will get him just out of danger. Not enough damage from Aurora's ultimate there, so trying to match some of the aggression. You can't follow Chernobog. I mean, it's just too quick of a global presence. So Paul said, if I can't help out in right, I'm going to try to help out in left. Unfortunate, though, not able to find that one. So Dardes now 2-0, has some solid gold in hand, and stacking up that Transcendence nicely. This Chernobog is going to be a force as this game continues.
Well, we do see the Obelisk steal there by Aurora and Cyclone teaming up. Vote will walk forward. We'll eat some damage from that Astrolabe toss out there by Aurora. And Aurora's just been more of a nuisance on this pick than anything. Using that Astrolabe with the Gravity Pole combo just to kind of harass Neil more than anything else. Has set up for that first Scepter to go the way of the Titans. And even despite the fact that they're down 2-0, they're the ones with a very, very small lead in gold. Basically minuscule at this point. But XP, about 600-700 up for them.
No, that's 7 gold. Ah, it's 31. I was going to say that 7 gold is going to be massive somewhere in this game.
Still waiting to see a 3 gold lead. I've seen a 1, a 2, and a 4. I need a 3 now.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes open on the bingo sheet, ready to check that one off. But it looks like Layers and SOT sitting over here at this blue buff. Nika probably hears the shield now and recognizes what's happening, but too little, too late. That one is going to be gone. It looks like Cuvo and Dardes are trying to make the rotation over with some potty blocks from Nika.
Yeah, no ultimate from Dardes means that there's no further follow-up here for the Warriors. They'll just end up losing out a blue buff for Nika, who does have that Jade Emperor's Crown online now, dealing with that triple physical that will come out from Paul as well once he starts joining the fray there. So making sure to have that defense there. You imagine Witchblade probably also the call. I mean, that seems to have been kind of the more typical item to go here for these solo lane Cthulhus.
Yeah, especially when so many ADCs are on the map at the moment. You want to slow the attack speed of the Olron, of the Uller, and especially your lane opposition, the Amaterasu. Neil zooming across the map
Gotta
right
go
now.
fast?
Yeah, he popped that sprint. I don't know where he was trying to sprint to, but once again, the Horrific Emblem is still up for Aurora, and the Heavenly Sprint will be used by Neilma, so there is a little bit of outplay there if you do want to try and slow the opposition, but I have to imagine it was either he thought there was some aggression coming or it was a misclick. Either way, Neil no longer has that tool available. Cubo, though, found Cyclone Spin.
Cyclone gets stunned twice, and the Tremor moving so slow, and Cyclone moving so fast, he actually jukes out Vote. But Vote, Dardes over the wall, needs one hit. They just, one ability, something's got to hit him. Finally, Dardes will land. It takes him a couple autos to weave in there between the minions. The only Warriors find their 3rd pick of the game.
Yeah, that's the first time I've gotten to see the real slow-motion Chernobog dash just slowly creeping forward. It was enough, though, to make sure Cyclone Spin goes down and loses the beads and ult in the process. It looked like SOT made the rotation over just in case a gold fairy pull would happen, but decided to teleport on the way back, so not going to see that aggression just yet. Oni Warriors sitting at a solid 3-0. We've already mentioned this, though, the gold lead pretty much not there.
Dardes picked up. Thrown by Aurora, but mostly just damage to him. But good lord, that's half of Dardes' health, and add a little bit more there. Paul adding insult to injury by hitting with a volley right out from the top there. But no further follow-up out of Paul. He's very low on mana right now, even despite having that transcendence to his name here. And Neil, with enough healing into the kit, will make sure that Dardas can get top off and nice and healthy. But again, another 2v2 over by this blue buff. SOT did dash in, but Nika is very low on this Cthulhu ultimate by SOT. Will stun out Cuvo Fred, surrounded by two and put in the dirt. Layers will finally manage to grab a kill for the Titans here in Game 4.
Cuvo was just trying to be a good jungler, man. He foregoed his speed buff, walked right past it, walked past his backs, and said, I'm going to this blue. I want to make sure that Nika gets this blue buff. Does not get it, and dies for it. So unfortunate for Cuvo, will not be getting much farm at all, and now we're seeing a level lead in the jungle. Layers is 10 to Cuvo's 9. He's going to spend a little bit more time dead trying to figure out where to get a little bit of extra farm. Does have the Divine Ruin, probably building into a breastplate, but Tartarus Titans, they're building into the Pyromancer.
Pyromancer should go down pretty easily here. Nika very late on the rotation back in to try and stop that one. Meanwhile, Cyclone caught out, doesn't have Sanctified Field, doesn't have beads, and doesn't have a health bar any longer. A vote finally puts him down for the second time now this game. The Oni Warriors managed to find a pick on Cyclone.
Yeah, not going to be able to pull that Gold Fury just yet. Atlas is here, and he's got a lot of disruption. We've seen the Atlas objective steals as well. Cubo, though, is going to get very aggressive onto Paul, but the axe and the jump away might just get him out.
Oh, Riptide pulls Paul back, but one pickup by Aurora will grab Cuvo, though he gets stunned out. Cuvo's still fine. Gamma Ray burst on the floor, and Layers will find the dash to get back out. Not enough damage onto Cuvo to take him down instead. Now it might be Aurora going down. A good wall out of Cuvo will lock him in place for Dardas to find the kill, but SOT has come back to the fight, and he'll at least make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, a nice cleanup there with the dazzling offensive. Nika tried to chase as far as possible to clean that one up, but not going to be able to find any sort of kill. Can't help out with the peel, and now SOT has 2 levels over the solo laner. So right now, sitting pretty is Asama Tarasu. Has the Horrific Emblem as well, so double Horrific Emblem on the Tartarus Titans. They're really trying to make use out of the slows of this relic and the damage mitigation. And plus, we've already mentioned this, there's a lot of ADCs on the opposite side. That's also going to start to add up that attack speed slow, so it's going to be difficult to deal with as the later stages of the game. But that's only their second kill. The Tartarus Titans, despite being down 2-5, still have that gold lead.
You think SOT goes the gross route and picks up a Frostbound on this Ama? We see it on the Bellona.
Oh, yeah.
Very often. You think he does it here with the Ama too?
For sure. It's got to be next time.
We'll see if that gets picked up here. A lot of brawling in the mid lane under that tier 1 tower. I won't get much of anything except some HP off of Dardas. Paul, though, consistently sitting around like half mana. He is spamming his abilities non-stop on this Uller, and with all right to do so, he's got 30% CDR in the build. Aurora will be able to walk away. Thought maybe we'd see an ult there at a Cuvo to try and get some lockdown, maybe force a relic out, but nothing to be had there in the mid lane.
Dardas did end up going for the Atalanta's bow, so not really itemizing into that Silver Branch, just trying to get some crit. It's just a pretty loaded item. Even though it took some nerfs, Atalanta's bow still gives you a bunch of stats that pretty much any ADC would want, with the attack speed, the lifesteal, and the crit chance. And then once you get a kill, you can get some movement speed. That's always going to help out a little bit there. So pretty loaded item with the Transcendence and 4-0 stat line. I think Dardas will make pretty good use out of that one.
I didn't realize that it was Dardas who had 4 of the 5 kills for his team. Wow. What a startup that Dardas has been able to have in this game for the Warriors. Tartarus Titans, though, still leading in the gold department, at least to say here. 1,700 up for the Chaos side team. Experience, though. Nearly 5,000 up for the Tartarus Titans. I mean, we see it over in the solo lane mostly. SOT with a 2.5 level lead over Nika, who just now was able to go back to base and pick up his second relic and then get himself back into that lane. It will be the Witchblade, so he will be able to slow down some of the attack speed coming out of this Oni, or coming out of the Titans draft. And saying by field from Cyclone Spin, a lot of damage onto Neil Ma. He'll drop the River's Rebuke and use that sprint to get on out of there. Vote gets picked up. Doesn't have that agility to get out, but Vote is standing his ground up against these 3.
That was a beautiful placement of the River's Rebuke, pretty much stopping all that aggression. And we talk about the cooldown of River's Rebuke, but the cooldown of Sanctified Fields is up there as well. So it's going to be quite some time for either of those ultimates to be on. The Oni Warriors recognize that immediately, and they start pulling this gold for it. But SOT is here.
SOT caged out, used the ultimate to try and stop some of the damage, but instead he'll be blasted by Vote with the airstrike instead. Aurora gets some good damage with the Gamma Ray Burst. Paul in the back backline very low as he's being chased out by Dardes. No mana left on the Zuler. Dardes will find the Rampage. Dardes will find that kill, and maybe another one as Aurora goes down. It's a double for the mid laner of the Oni Warriors, and Layers and Cyclone cannot find a path back in.
Dardes has been able to find so many kills here using this ultimate to get to the backline. 6-0 right now currently. This Gold Fury is going to be a small prize at the point where they're able to take down 3 members of the Tartarus Titans. Pyromancer's not up right now, so there's no easy answer back. Right now, the Oni Warriors are even able to get this Tier 1 tower. They have so much pressure. They don't even need all 5 at this Gold Fury right now. Splitting their presence, trying to invade some camps right now, going to get those mids, and probably setting up at least some vision because Pyromancer will be up shortly as well.
And it's so odd to see the Titans do something like this here in game number 4. Talking about going for a very similar draft they did in a previous game. This happened with the Warriors up against, it was the Camelot Kings. So the Kings went with this like Athena draft. It was this full dive onto one person, go for these big kills. We saw the Warriors make a comeback in that set where they were down like 12,000 gold, find the win. And the Kings decided to run the exact same style of composition again at them. And the Warriors were able to adapt to it from game 1 into game 2, absolutely crush. So to me, it's a little mind-boggling that the Titans would go for that same style of thing again against a team that is good at adapting to things between games.
Yeah, they were obviously pretty confident they would be able to get to late game. At the moment, sitting 0-2 are the carries of the Tartarus Titans. Both Paul and Cyclone Spin not quite having their itemization online just yet. Tier 2 Titan's Bane still going to give you a fair amount of benefit, but not as much as Dardes, who has that Silver Branch bow. On the flip side, Cyclone Spin, Tier 2 in a Telekines, but Vote already has that Silver Branch bow as well. So pretty massive power spikes on the left side of the map for the Oni Warriors. They're able to use this on the Pyromancer that's spawning in currently, but still no look at the FG just yet. It's still pretty early on, 15 minutes in. If you're the Tartarus Titans, you still have some avenues to farm up. The gold lead is by no means extravagant. It's pretty run-of-the-mill, about 1,000 at the moment. So not going to be too out of the woods yet, only like 1.2k. So not a big deal at all. They still have room to get these late-game hunters online. Just need a team fight a little bit better, stop spreading out so much. They have the tools with the Atlas ult and layers to make sure to shred these protections. They're able to get to that portion.
If the Titans can find one good sanctified field like we saw in game number 3 out of Cyclone Spin, that can turn a fight instantly on its head. Only Nika will really not have to worry about that ultimate in particular. He'll be able to walk through that one at full speed. Cuvo Fred inside the jungle will actually lose out on those camps. Paul with that ward over the top is able to steal that one away. Nice little pick there by Paul to at least get some XP away from the jungler of the Oni Warriors, who is down about a level. Nika's still down 11.5 in the solo lane. And then Neilma still waiting to hit that level 12 point. Meanwhile, for Aurora, has hit 12, just hasn't gone back to base yet to get that second relic.
Yeah, you really get to see the XP. I mean, because right now, obviously, Dardes has a fair bit and Vote has a fair bit. But besides that, Nika just ticked over to 16, where SOT's been 17 for a minute. As well as only level 14 is Cuvo Fred to layer 16. So they still have a few different avenues to try to abuse here. I think the biggest one is the fact that Neilma is only level 11, doesn't have that second relic, just the sprint available, whereas Aurora is able to get that second relic, and he just picked up, well, first of all, Cyclone Spin got the Phantom Shell, and Aurora, of course, got his Bracer. So trying to avoid some of these rivers, probably a smart option here. Doesn't have any sort of burst protection, but look at what he's up against. It's really just Cuvo with burst. Everything else, pretty sustained damage and auto attacks.
You think Aurora was sitting there going, Cyclone, please, man, can you get this Phantom? I've got to get my Bracer
I want
back
Bracer
online.
so bad.
I've got to have my Bracer, man. Somebody else has got to pick it up. You're the safest option here. But a Tier 1 tower goes down on the left side of the map. We did have a group up on the right over by Pyro, but nothing to come of that one. So Vote, quote-unquote, one lane by getting that first tower down, but means a little bit less over there on that dual lane side. Cuvo walking through the enemy jungle by himself, does find a stun against Layers, and he'll have Neil there as backup for once he turns around that corner. But SOT now teleporting over to this Tier 2 on the left side of the map. Maybe for a second was thinking there that there was going to be something for the objective, but that Fury is still down for another minute.
Yeah, Oni Fury's got about a minute 10, give or take. The Pyromancer has been up for quite some time, but neither one of these teams feeling confident enough to pull it just yet. probably wanting to set up more so, again, for this Oni Fury. That's going to be a lot bigger of a team fight tool. Once those Oni minions start pushing in, you can look for pressure all over the map and just use the gold however you see fit. So right now, not going to be the option. Obviously, Layers did use the ultimate there, and Cubo pretty much just said, you know I've got slow immunity in the kit, right? Turned around, stunned, and ran away just fine. Finishing up the Void Stone, Cubo is going to go for more so of a hybrid build on this Cabrakan. Not the blink, one-shot, Polynomicon sort of burst Cabrakan, more so the sustained damage, and I'm going to lock down the enemies. Because again, double ADC. Cubo doesn't have to do that much damage. He has Nika and Neil to help him out with the magical portion, and once these ADCs are just shredding through everything, you really just have to be a CC bot and lock down the carries of the Tartarus Titans.
Still waiting to see what Dardas goes after the Silver Branch Bow. With that Atalanta's and the Transcendence, a decent amount of power. Some good pen in the build as well there, as well as a little bit of lifesteal and crit. And then that Death's Toll to give him just a little bit of small sustain that'll come his way here. But Neil does hit 12, he does go back to base, and he picks up a Frenzy for himself. So, gonna get a little bit of extra damage on the side of his team. Actually ended up skipping that Tier 1 Adventurer's Blade, picked it up, and then opted to go in towards this Enchanted Kasari instead. Oni Hunter's Garb could be in the question here. Still, also Shogun's Kasari could be the call since you do have that double Hunter.
Yeah, it seemed like he probably wanted either Wingblade or Witchblade, and then was like, wait, Nika got Pestilence and Voidstone. He's not going to get this Shogun. We have double ADC. Someone's got to get that Shogun. So Neil gets to delay his items just a little bit, and will have to go for that. But Vote just finished that Ornate Arrow, so gonna give... Oh, wait, he sold it and went for Diamond Arrow. He didn't know which one he wanted. Now he knows. I was going to say he's going to get a lot of crit. Now he's just going to get a lot of auto attack damage, and that's going to help out a ton, at least for your late game shred, because right now, Silver Branch, Odibo, Kin Size. That's the object of the game. Try and shred that HP as quickly as possible, but the Oni Fury is getting shred down now.
Oni Fury down to a quarter HP. Aurora picks up 2, or at least pulls back 2. SOT finds a stun onto nobody there. Neil Mott will be fine, but Neil Mott is losing a lot of HP. The Gamma Burst goes through, but will not find the kill. The Oni Fury still being picked up here. The Titans, though, do manage to steal that one away from the Oni Warriors, but can they find the fight after, or can they at least find the path on out of here? Layers use the beats to get away from the initial knockup. Dardas goes back in, and is shredding through Paul and SOT. Cubo grabs one, Paul grabs down Paul, but Aurora will fall down, or will get the kill up on Devote, I should say. SOT does get out of there, but now it's Aurora surrounded by 4. You got the objective, but at what cost, Tartarus Titans? 3 and a double for Dardas.
You gotta make sure Aurora goes down, but SOT teleports in once again to way too many. The body blocks are good, and he's gonna fall. That's the second time he's teleported into like 4, right? I'm not making that up.
No, he did it earlier.
That's what I'm saying. Last time I think he got out. This time around, not gonna be the case. And they don't stay for that tier 2 tower. There's one objective that they really want, and it's on the right side of the map. Layers is gonna get some camps on that side, maybe set up some vision, but very little steal potential right now for this Nemesis. Vote isn't here, but they have a second ADC. Dardas is doing arguably more damage right now, so not gonna be too worried about the shred on this one. And now it's all up to this lone Nemesis to try and steal this away. Layers is still sitting around, but I don't know if he's got this.
That's a lot to ask for here. With only one Hunter, the damage output's going to be a little bit slower on fire. That gives Cyclone and Paul time to get into this fight, or maybe not. Nika on zone duty with the Cthulhu, but there's a few different avenues to get this Fire Giant that's not going down fast. Now that Vote has rejoined the fray, they can finally be shredded away. Ultimate charged up by Roar, but fired a little bit too early to go for the steal. The Oni Warriors have turned this one around. They lose the Fury on the opposite side. Who cares about that, because they killed 4 after, and they get a Fire Giant and a Pyromancer to boot. The Oni Warriors have swung this game back towards themselves. It's about a 2K gold lead, and the XP evened out.
Yeah, Roar was able to steal away the Oni Fury. Not going to be able to steal away the Fire Giant. Close. Certainly close, but not enough damage built into the kit. Atlas ult from a distance has some potential, but not going to be able to outburst the damage they have. Oni Warriors, though, looks like Neil did finish up that Shoguns and going to get the Hasten Wing, so we aren't going to see any root sprints this game, more so just give your ADCs hasten. That's going to be a pretty solid stat, especially when you have this double ADC composition. Cubo Fred already has it built into his one, but these Hunters, with the way they've itemized, they're going to be shredding through pretty much everything. It looks like Vote is going to go in for the dominance. So despite the fact that SOT and Aurora have the Spectral Armor, they're not even going to itemize into any more crit. Vote just has the passive crit with his 2, and Dardas has the Atalanta's bow, but they're going for the more so this Shred build, which is not really going to care too much about the Spectral Armor.
Yeah, it's not going to care too much on that there. Tier 2 tower started up by the Warriors, and with 2 Hunters and a Shogun's Kasari there, that one will go down swiftly to the boys in blue. Dash in by Nika to find some poke up against Paul. Pull by Aurora only grabs Neil, who will be able to heal himself and the team back up even after. So the CC from Aurora is now gone, but the minion wave a little bit slow for the Warriors to get in. Nika won't care about the minions, instead he'll go to the back line. The ult from Aurora is on the floor, but so is the River's Rebuke out of Neil Ma. That one will zone the Titans out. The Sanctified Field a little late in the fight. Cyclone is already out of it. Aurora and Paul are both low. Dardes is in the throne room, zoning them away from their own fountain. Dardes comes up with Divine in this game. 9 kills in a row and Undying on this Chernobog. The Oni Warriors, before they can take out the Titan, they've got to take down the Phoenix. They'll grab that, and it's now 3 versus 5 to defend against their own Titan. Can the Titans pull it off? Aurora does pick up one, throws Cubo into the midst of the fountain, so Cubo is low, and Cubo will go down. Aurora credit to the kill, but the Titan is at a quarter HP. The Oni Warriors are so close to taking this one down, and they will do it in 4. Oni Warriors with a 3-1 win over the Tartarus Titans.
Double ADCs and double Odysseus bow procs in the Titan room were pretty much enough to shred that Titan down quickly. And I'm just going to say it, they had 2 jungles because Dardes was ulting to the back line, and he was essentially just going for the carries. He was not shredding tanks. He was ulting as far back as possible, and they're like, guys, there's a Chernobog back here. What do we do? Nothing. 9-0 on that Chernobog mid. Fantastic play out of Dardes. The whole team looked good, but man, he had no fear.
I mean, it shows the state of the game when Dardes is in the enemy Titan room, gatekeeping the fountain away from them here. Oni Warriors with a strong win here in game number 4. They'll be able to take the set. We'll take it to a quick break and come back to the desk right after.
Got a touch on my feelings, dressing appearances. Feeling more solid about who the man in the mirror is. I reach for hearts through the speaker box to connect with strangers. Painting the page with the language, but off the mic I barely speak it all. I seldom see a flaw, bitch, I need it all. Shook by the way life is lately. I feel the earth pirouette, I'm dazed like I'm seeing stars. Got them all on the wave, it's more than just words to a page. Just feel like I'm hosting a read-along, and I speak in tongues. No translation, I'm out the bottle, I'm grieving, leaving the beat needed CPR. I'm disconnected, I feel the pressure, I need acceptance. I'm from the crevice, where all my homies on something special. They subtle flexing, but still they hella selfless. Chasing a bag, but it's good, they don't need the Franklins to keep it 100. I'm seeing shit down the barrel, I named that gun right America. Armed with the inkjet, I'm flaring up in my element. We losing brothers to bullshit, we need protection, cause real niggas is real.
The Warriors are able to do it here in game number 4. A little bit of a stumble there, Myth, in game 3, but the same end result here that the Warriors were looking for. They find themselves the 3 wins, 3rd seed now out of this week and going into not just Masters, but also going into phase number 2. So a long-term dub for them. And this one is a lot more controlling. Just like I remember looking up at different moments, just like kind of like, okay, I see something's happening. What's the game state afterward? Oh, the Warriors are ahead. Cool. Couple minutes later, oh, what just happened? Oh, the Warriors are ahead. And it kind of just continued that way.
Yeah, once the Warriors establish their lead, they hold on to it for the entire duration of this game, man. And I think it really does come down to some of those counter matchups we were talking about during the P's and B's. This Cthulhu was allowed to do literally anything he wanted. Dardes taking the Chernobog into mid, making sure that Cyclone Spin got the Ola Run treatment that he deserved. Don't let that guy farm up for free. And he certainly wasn't quite able to as long as Dardes was flying into his shadow on cooldown. Speaking of, Dardes just has himself a phenomenal game, 12.5 KDA.
That's
hard
good.
to argue against.
Yeah, those are good numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That thing you just said, I like that a lot if I'm a Warriors fan. It is always interesting to see. I think the Titans did a good job farm-wise keeping up, but you can see throughout the game just the kill count not going in your favor. And you know, there's always that conversation. Early game, if you're winning like 5-0 and it's 6, 7, 8 minutes in, if you've managed to turn that into a Gold Fury, good for you, and that's where your lead's coming from. But for the most part, the kills maybe don't offset as much. But when it's 12-3, then you know, even the 4K gold, all of a sudden you know you're at least consistently winning these. The global pressure and specifically the capabilities to dive the backline. How many times would you guess that you see a Chernobog this deep in the base while his team's still on the Phoenix? Not often. And so I think that was just played well. When you go 10-0-5, you look pretty good no matter what. And it's hard to argue against that. I think there's a lot to be said about where the setup's coming from. 10 assists on both Cuvo, Nika, and then 9 there picked up for Neil. 7 a little bit further behind there for Vote. But most of the kills going on to the 21K Chernobog.
Do want to give some credit over the Tartarus Titans, though. I would argue they had phenomenal macro play throughout the early portions of that match. I mean, what was that, like a 4-0 start for the Oni Warriors? I look at the top of the screen, 400 gold up. I'm like,
close.
Okay, the Titans keeping it a little bit interesting, but as you said, it doesn't really matter what the gold difference is if you're just winning every team fight regardless.
Especially, mainly late game, right? Early game, the gold difference matters a ton because, hey, they're dead for 10 seconds. Who cares? Late game, oh, they're dead for a whole minute, and that's something that they had to contend with. And unfortunately, the Titans didn't contend with that one very well. The fight's not going their way, and the Warriors end up finding themselves the 3-1 dub. And it makes things fun because, Mifflin, after this, you know, there's a lot of conversations to be had in mid for the Warriors, a lot of changes. The Morrigan in game 1, but then to the Discordia, to the Hera, to the Chernobog, 4 different gods in 4 different games. And so, of course, we got to talk to the person who goes 10-0-5 in that last game and plays all of those different gods. We've got Dardes standing around and just waiting for the interview. And I guess the first question, rip the Band-Aid off. What went wrong in game 3? Was it the Hera or was it something higher?
That was definitely team diff. Like, I was actually 1-5 the game. Like, I don't know. My team just trolled, like, help me, please.
So they just wanted, like, they wanted it to be a longer set. They were like, oh man, like we can't just end this in 3. We got to make it spicy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
They're playing for the entertainment seed. You go for the Morrigan, you know, in game 1, ends up getting banned out in game 2. You switch over to the Discordia, and that worked out really well for you guys. What was the mentality behind that pick?
Well, I just needed like a good god against E-set in mid that can apply Divine really well. So I went for the Discordia. Like, Discordia is always good against Fenner. Like, I'm safe. So I just needed like a safeguard, and we would have won the game.
Oh, and you ended up winning that one, so it feels
Yeah.
pretty good. You guys are third seed coming out of this tournament now. This is going to be the last time we see you until the second week of Masters, so it's going to be a while, like 3 weeks
Gonna miss
until
you.
we see you there.
You
I
too.
guess, like, what's the team's approach to this? I know you're, like when week 1 comes through, you'll probably be watching the games and there's going to be scrims, but is there anything else that you're going to be doing for preparation?
Well, I feel like we've played very poorly this weekend,
Mm-hmm.
so we need to fix so many issues. Like, I don't know what happened this weekend, because the past 2 weeks we played very well.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened yesterday or today. Even today, game 1 was awful, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Even last game was really like, like Nika was like I don't know. We played very bad. Like we played
Call
very
him
bad.
out. What do you want to say
No,
about Nika?
no, I'm not saying. No. I did not say Nika played bad. I just said we played bad around him. We played better like overall, honestly.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, I'm actually happy. We have 3 weeks of like scrims before
Yeah.
the Masters. We have a lot of things to.
A lot of
fix.
VOD review that's about to come back
Yeah,
for you
for
guys.
sure,
Just
for
watching
sure.
back the footage and seeing what you can do. Well, hey, you still get the win today,
Yep.
and so hopefully by the next time we see you, you'll feel a lot better about the play that you're bringing to the field. But thanks for your time, man, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
No problem. Always fun to get that insight. Always interesting, Mifflin, to me, to hear the like the you get the win and then you come out and you're like, I don't know, man. Like I don't think any of that was that great.
I will say that is one of the worst feelings on the planet. I attend like FGC locals sometimes, and
okay.
I get beat up because I'm not very good.
Yeah.
And then the guy will like shake my hand. He says, "Man, I played so bad." And I'm like, "I lost." Like, don't say that to me.
We'll do that here, right? Like we'll do a set and like someone will end the cast and be like, "Man, that was a great cast." And you go, "Really? I was awful." And the other person goes, "Oh, maybe I was bad too." Hold on. Like, it becomes a deep
tough.
thinker. And so yeah, definitely feels I think all the way, and it goes down to the core there for the Warriors. It'll be fun to see them though. It's going to be a while before we get to see them play again. A nice little break for everybody involved. Not yet for the break though. It's going to be the Dragons #1 coming into this. And the Bolts #2, I believe, coming into today's tournament. Playing up against each other, a matchup that has just coincided with history of Smite, as it seems, over the last few years. These teams are almost destined to meet, and it's almost always going to happen, at minimum, in the Phase 1 finals. Unfortunately for the Bolts, it's not gone their way each time, but we'll see how that ends up shaking out. Mifflin, this is going to be, I think, a fun one. I know you're going to be casting this one, but what are your thoughts on the next set?
I think it's going to be a long set. It's something that both interviewees yesterday brought up was, hey, we have got competitive history between the Bolts and the Dragons.
There's
so
bad blood here.
I'm expecting it to go long, but individually short games, I believe.
Yeah, they were hanging out a lot. It's always the weird thing. Put them in the booths against each other. These two teams will absolutely like just at each other's throats, whatever. The minute they're hanging out outside of the game, very relaxed. All of them were just sitting in the break room. I told you I was sitting in there watching the games with Barra, talking to Sam a little bit and Mike for a little bit there. So it was very fun to see how that shakes out. But that is going to be after this break. So we're going to kick it to a small, short, brief intermission. And then when we come back, we've got the Dragons taking on the Bolts right after this.
2, 1.
Well, hey there, guys, gals, non-binary pals. Welcome back to the SPL Season 9 Phase 1 Seeding LAN Day 2. It's the finals, all powered by Prime Gaming. Now, again, for those of you out there who are not a Prime Gaming subscriber, well, you should change that, just because it's going to open up so much. It's the most powerful membership service that there is in the world. You need to know that what you're going to get out of this is not just the typical delivery that you're going to get, the free delivery, as well as the music, movies, and all the other things that you get with a Prime membership, but also a ton of exclusive content, free games, a free Twitch sub that you get to use once every month, as well as seasonal discounts and other surprise perks. And again, if you are a Prime Gaming subscriber, then one, congratulations, good job, you're already on the step to the right track. But if you're not utilizing those things, you gotta fix that, and you gotta do it as fast as possible. And so I think for all of you out there who are already Prime Gaming subscribers, make sure that you get on those fantastic deals while you can. And thanks again to Prime Gaming for powering the SPL so far this year. My name's Gormizer. Joining me on the desk is going to be Trelly this time around. After a fun cast, a fun couple of sets, or games, I guess. It was only the one set.
Multiple games.
Yeah, there we go. You got it right. We'll be going into the finals for this weekend. Now, for those of you who are just tuning in or who have maybe not paid as much attention for the weekend, top 4 teams from the SPL after Phase 1 came into play. It was 1 versus 4. That was yesterday, Dragons, Titans, and then 2 versus 3, Bolts, Warriors. We just watched the Warriors take down the Titans in a 3-1, and we're about to watch the finals that there are, the Dragons versus the Bolts. Matchup that just feels like just history at this point. It always happens. They're magnetized to each other for whatever reason. It always ends up being the same way. And Trelly, we got to look at these two teams as the powerhouses that they are. They become in, they're the first and second seed for the SPL after Phase 1. And a lot of that came down to like small matchups. I think, certain wins over certain teams that really just slightly elevate you to where you need to go to. And the Dragons will be the team that we look at first. 2 impact players. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, watching the way this team played and how they come into today. I think a lot needs to be looked at specifically first into the solo lane. Fine, okay. It just drives this team forward.
Yeah, he's been looking very solid, even going to these not-so-meta picks, trying to bring, like, the King Arthurs back, the Odins, things of that nature, where it's not these auto-attack warriors so much as these ability-based bluestone warriors, and then, obviously, everyone who's playing solo lane has to have a Kalina in the arsenal because she is just so potent as well, but just been looking extremely dominant, never really losing lane pressure, even when jungles are showing face in that solo lane. The Jade Dragons like to still play off this lane specifically because FineOK can find that pressure after the fact. Once you get a gank, what are they doing with it? FineOK usually does a whole lot.
And this is a matchup I personally think today is going to be very interesting in the solo lane, something that I don't admittedly think I get to say too often, because FineOK, someone that over the years, whether you watch his streams, watch his YouTube content, or if you've just been a Dragons fan, prior to that Ghost Gaming fan, or whatever team FineOK was on fan, he has always had this presence in solo lane. And he's going up against Haddix, who I think last year and the year before that really did get to showcase, or sorry, last year, and so far this year, has really been able to showcase what that solo lane can bring. And I think that as a frontliner, FineOK does keep things incredibly interesting. Also, 12.0 KDA is written down there at the bottom. I imagine that has to be for this weekend. But even still, that's a ridiculous number to have next to your name. And so I think well earned. And this is the thing that keeps things, I want to say, even more interesting to me. Because FineOK, the solo lane, we've seen a lot of pressure over there, a lot of those highlights with ganks from Sam. It's the other side of the map that I think is very interesting. And now normally this is where we have a conversation about frontliners. We go into PBM and we hark on that as hard as possible. But it's actually PandaCat that I think has been, we kind of, clowned him a little bit a few times because, like, admittedly, he played a lot of Ullr And when he wasn't playing Uller prior to the weeks where maybe some changes happened, he was playing Medusa, and that was it. It did not shift anywhere else. But it has been a very impactful, I think, set of weeks here from Panda Cat.
When you said we were going to clown him, I thought you meant when he died to Gold Fury.
He did die to a Gold Fury.
Also, yes, he's been looking really solid. Most of these ADC players, more often than not, make their home right about the tower line. They trade some auto attacks. That's pretty much the brunt of their aggression until later stages of the game. Panda Cat, however, has been trying to find these 1v1s no matter who he's up against, no matter what the matchup is. He's trying to take these 1v1 fights in that lane and always looking very dominant. I mean, just up recently, you know, taking those solo kills into Zap, always being extremely aggressive in this lane. Sure, who's playing on her right now? I mean, that's like the best 1v1 pick in the lane specifically. Yeah. You're only picking that because you want to get aggressive, and that's when you know, I mean, in your head, I'm the better ADC. I want to get in and I want to fight. That's usually the name of the game, and Panda Cat is not afraid to take those fights.
And I think it was actually this fight. I remember we were talking about this one pretty much in depth. The way that the spread happened for the Titans, and a lot of it is bought by the Dragons front line, made it, I think, a little easier for the carries to capitalize on. But I mean, look at the way that this fight just evolves, the aggression, I think, that comes through, and being able to find it. You know, we talk about Jing Wei lately. There's had to be the conversation about some of those crits, and some of the damage I just saw there was absolutely insane. I think that Panda Cat has been able to bring to the table. And so it has been a fun few games to watch yesterday from the Dragons. Did take them 4, though, and that's something maybe worth mentioning. And overall, the Titans being able to find game number 2. And I think that's the biggest thing to maybe talk about here, is we do have Panda Cat standing by before this set just to see what's going through the minds of the Dragons. I know I did see you guys in the break room very relaxed, even in the presence of Bera. So it was okay, like with just that guy there, it was fine. Well, I saw when the rest of the bolts came, you know, game faces were on. But I guess looking at this set, you guys almost always seem to match up against the bolts. I believe you beat them a few weeks ago when you played them in Phase 1 as well. It was a 2-0. So what's the mentality for the team going into this set?
Just another day.
Just another day?
Yeah, just another day. I don't think the bolts have beaten us yet at any of these events. I think we're like 6-0 against them literally every time we play them. So I think it'd be an easy set.
Just keeping it rolling the exact same way.
Keeping it 100, keeping it a buck.
Yesterday, you guys go 4 against the Titans, right? Game 2 was the only one that was like a slip up, if you want to call it that. What goes wrong in Game 2, and what kind of things did you learn from that set that you can bring into today?
I think Titans' name of the game was pressure, like a lot of pressure. Obviously, they're playing like Jorms and stuff. We gave me Mojo every game, so inherently you're going to be kind of falling behind quite early, which makes it up to the Titans to kind of throw the leads that you're giving them. You know, you're putting yourself in a spot where the other team has to make mistakes to lose, and you have to like capitalize on them right away. And I think they had a really good, clean game too. Pressure every lane. I'm setting my tower, no buffs, no nothing, 2 levels behind, just waiting for the next one. But no, yeah, I think I did learn a little bit from that set. I'm obviously not going to say what, because I think the competitors are watching me right now, so you know they would love to know that. But no, I mean it was a good set. I think the Titans, you know, I think they played all right, and I'm happy we came out on top.
Well, yesterday you get the win. I'm sure you have at least an interesting show in store for us. But like you said, the matchup historically has gone your favor. So good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you one more time, and of course the fun it is, Trelly, of being able to watch these two. It was one thing I was going to end up mentioning it, but realistically, like, almost every matchup in this one feels like it is just so interesting to dive into. I think, you know, when you look at the carries, you look at Panda, you look at versus Bera, then you go into the supports, and you've got PBM and the tenure, the history that he brings, and then sometimes just the pop-off moments. There's so much, I think, that you can highlight here. We will be switching over conversations more about the bolts here. So we did a nice look into specifically what the Dragons can bring. You have to look same place to the solo lane. What Haddix is able to bring to the table for this squad. I'm going to mention this one before I let you have the floor, and that is that he had the highest KDA through Phase 1 of any player. So you know he's getting his kills, you know he's getting hands-on. And it's been interesting lately, Trelly, because yeah, the highlight shows it maybe better than I could explain it. He hasn't been playing your solo laner. He was playing Horus.
Yeah, and an interesting build at that. The Golden Blade Horus was obviously a treat to watch, but still looking so solid on any pick, really. I mean, you said it yourself, pretty much carrying the Fantasy League. Haddix has been extremely prevalent pretty much in every match he plays, even if the team loses, which they didn't lose much, but when they did, Haddix was still looking very solid, holding his own, so to speak. So this roster as a whole, I think, really has come together since Lasper was able to get on these these picks that he likes to play more so often than not. I think they were trying to adapt to the meta a little bit too much, putting him on these Guardian jungles, and now that he's been able to come out swinging, Haddix has still been looking super solid and just really dominating the map.
And, you know, when you get a bunch of highlights and he just looks good in every single one of them, yeah, you have to imagine Haddix is a huge power player for them. It was such an interesting turmoil. You go back, Season 7, Renegades, most of the roster that became the Bolts at the time is hanging out, trying to figure things out. You know, Jake's first year doesn't necessarily maybe go as cleanly for him early on. They have some solo issues in the sense that it just feels like they didn't know who they wanted when they wanted. I believe it was Solo or Troll at first, and then later on that year, Variety ended up playing with them. And it was Haddix's pickup at Season 7 that solidified this team. Staying the same so far, and it has looked really good because of this guy right there on your screen. Haddix has definitely brought a flavor to this team that I'm a big fan of, and it makes it a lot of fun to watch. But on the other side of it, someone who's been playing the game longer than maybe some of those dudes have been alive in the booth. That's just a joke because it's funny to rip on Bera. He's been killing it lately. I mean, you go through any Smite year, and you're bound to see one of two Beras. You're going to see the Bera that is, in a 6th place team, hasn't necessarily been doing too well, whether it's him or the team as a whole that isn't clicking, or you're going to see the Bera that I think we've seen the last couple of weeks, which is the one that is saving games, killing people left and right, absolutely popping off. It feels like he's right back up there at the top.
Yeah, when I think of Barracuda, I think he's the picture of ADC consistency. You can always look to him in that lane if you're having a rough game and say, wait, our ADC's doing fine, we're still in this. Like, even if we're behind, Barra's usually even or has a small lead to himself. He's rarely going to get soloed. He's rarely going to get ganked and actually find a death. He just is always on point, and I think that's what you really need from an ADC player right now in this sort of meta where duo is sort of just left on an island, right? Where most of these mid 3v3s or solo ganks are happening, and you just sort of trust that your hunter is over there doing the right thing, but you can't really tell. You're just like, he's on Jingwei. Sure, he'll fly in and help us out at one point, but right now we're going to fend for ourselves. But whenever Barrett does fly in, it's more often than not it is on the Jingwei, just because he plays that character a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, he almost always makes these massive rotations. He's nice and farmed and just helps out the squad. The picture of consistency for me in an ADC.
I think that it is, again, just a treat always to watch him. I'm a little nervous now, though, because now that I think about it, it's very fun. You call Zapman and Bera, the old men of Smite. When aggro hit 30, he got thrown onto the list of people oh, yeah, old guy in Smite. They're only a couple years older than me. I'm turning 29 later this year. I'm getting there, Trelly. I'm going to be the old man.
Myth calls me old. I'm 24, so
I also... And Myth's 23?
Yeah.
I think he's turning 24 Wednesday.
He's
By the way, make sure you tag Mifflin on Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, and harass him with a bunch of happy birthdays. I don't know if he likes it or not. So if he likes it, he's going to thumbs up because a lot of interactions. If he doesn't, it's funny. So either way, it's a big win. Speaking of Mifflin, not only is his birthday coming up, I also believe I literally watched him from that seat not too long ago, Trelly, stand up and then walk down the hall to just ambush a player in the player booth. So we got an interview with him. I have no idea what to expect, but I guess we can watch it.
So as you can see, we're finished up on the desk here, and I'll be honest with you guys at home. I'm a little bit, I'm trepidatious. I'm worried about this mini interview segment because they're clearly already in the booths. They're ready to play. These guys, it's grand finals. They're gonna get mad. But Jordan comes at me with a tiny mic, and I know what my responsibilities are, and it's to interview. My calling in life. So, which one of these two teams do I want to like me less? Would I go into the Jade Dragons booth and make an enemy of PBM? He's got 22,000 followers on Twitter. I'm not sure I'm going to do that. Do I go into the Bolts booth and make enemies of the Olympus Bolts? I think Bera's got 36,000. So let's go ahead and get my name in the most people's mouths. Olympus Bolts.
Oh, hello.
How is it, guys? How are you guys feeling about today's matchup?
Very nervous. We're freaking out.
I can tell. I'm looking at Jake right now, and he is. Well, we can't see under the table, but he is shaking, not in his boots. Yeah. Are you concerned at all that maybe Jake's nerves are going to affect the play on field?
Yeah. We're all, like I said, we're all just freaking out, insanely nervous about today. Today's a very important day for us, and if we lose, you don't want to know what happens to us. Yeah.
So I've asked this side of the table how they feel. Everybody's saying they're a little bit nervous, but I've had a couple of opportunities to talk to Giga Chad Haddix, and not once has he been concerned about anything in his life. So, is that true? Are you also worried about your matchup today?
You know, there's my favorite streamer on the other team. He's pretty, you know, I look over across at him and it's kind of intimidating sometimes, but, you know, I watch his YouTube videos, so I know what to play. I know what's good in the meta now, so I'll be fine.
Okay, it seems FineOK has been giving away too many of his secrets, his competitive trade secrets, on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/FineOK, I believe. Just Google Alex Fonso. He's pretty smart. He's pretty famous. Ven, where'd you get this keyboard, bud?
Chop Keys Tech on Twitter.
That's pretty cool. Do you have a name for it?
No. The keyboard. The V-board.
The V-board. I like it. The Olympus Bolts seem to be playing with some confidence. One last question. I've talked to everybody except for Lasbra because I saved the best for last. Obviously, every team only as good as their jungler. How do you feel about people who eat mint chocolate chip ice cream?
Bro, I eat that so often.
Same.
I get the Yasu protein ice cream.
It's good. Protein ice cream. Oh my God.
There's only 5 grams in it, but better than nothing.
Better than nothing. Fair enough. You're on the Lasbra, letting you know, if you enjoy mint chocolate chip, don't feel bad about it, even though everyone will bully you for some reason.
I don't know. I don't know what I expected, man. Like, yeah, I love it though. I think getting a good glimpse into the way the Bolts are hanging out prior to the set, and that Lasbra is eating some protein mint chocolate chip ice cream now. And now, like, you know, like if you want to look like Lasbra, there's the first step.
Yeah, find some
Eat
ice
like
cream,
Lasbra.
put some protein powder in it.
I'm assuming it's like the brands that have I don't think he's dumping protein powder in his ice cream.
Oh.
Do people do that?
I can assure you they do. That's what I assume. Whatever. It doesn't really matter.
I don't know. Maybe it does. Wait, let's go into the macros and the micros of what Lasbra is eating on a day-to-day basis and how it affects his competitive streak.
Well, I mean,
do you think having bigger like arms for Lasbra is like enhancing or detracting from his jungle play? Because that's like more mass to move on your arm for Mouse.
it's positive that just, you know, affects his mental game. Whenever you're in the gym, your mental's feeling better, then you can game harder knowing, hey, I'm more jacked than the other team. At least that's got to be the
they might beat me here, but then I'll beat them afterward. What are they going to do?
Look at them shaking loose. They don't look nervous at all. They were lying in that interview. They look pumped.
Oh no, they're shaking loose because of all the nerves. That's exactly what it is. So you have to read into it. No, I think it's a fun set. They got the V board, everything that's going in there, and of course, FineOK giving way too many strats over with his tier lists and what have you all over on his YouTube channel. So something that Haddix has been studying religiously to make sure it goes his way. And just a fun interview from Mifflin. It's going to be picks and bans, though, soon here for game number 1. Dragons will be your first pick team over the Bolts. And that makes things all sorts of fun. So lately, and you know what? I can go over, see Phase 1, bans versus the Bolts, and you can see the ones from yesterday down at the bottom stream. But 9 bans, mostly a lot of Nox, a lot of Daji, a little bit of Zeus here and there. And so far, we're getting a few of those. The E-set, though, is making its way up there. Ardio, one of the most banned gods, up against the Dragons, as well as, you know, things like the Habwa, the Thoth, the Daji also kind of overlapping a little bit.
No shot. The Horus just took a ban.
Wow. That's Haddix the Lightning Rod.
Yeah, I mean, that's Haddix studying FineOK's tier list and then FineOK studying Haddix's games and saying, I don't want to deal with
Yeah,
the
you
Horus.
might watch my YouTube, but I watch what you did yesterday.
And he just says, you know what, there's going to be a lot of pressure. I don't want to deal with the global presence. I don't lane against Horus too often. And, you know, it could also be that flex pick into the support as well. Awesome Jake probably knows how to pilot the Horus as well. And it looks like Athena will be the last ban, though. So trying to deal with some of that global presence as well with Horus and Athena both being taken away here. That does mean the Nox is open. But for the Jade Dragons, there's a few things open as well. It really just depends. Are you trying to focus right now on getting Sam for soccer on something comfortable? He has more eclectic picks in his jungle arsenal. He likes to not so much pick at first unless something like, I don't know, Daji, for example, gets up. Maybe one of these meta junglers. But right now, it looks like it's going to be Uller. And more often than not, that does go the way of Panda Cat. But we've seen Pagon pilot it as well. So not quite sure where it's going. We can just hold our breath on that one.
Yeah, they've played this god a lot, 6 times throughout a lot of that through Phase 1, and I believe 5 of those went over to Panda Cat, and 1 went over to Pagon, but that's just because Pagon likes to play all sorts of different things. We got like Susanoo mid, I believe, yesterday, almost immediately. A lot of Thoth as well. that was picked up there for them. So something interesting always happening for the Dragons at any given time. You had mentioned, though, the Athena ban, and that seems like something that is only going to happen against the Dragons right now. Sam has been playing that a lot, and it has been a facilitator. Go back to watch those FineOK clips from a few minutes ago when we were talking about him, and there's a lot of Athena taunts at the beginning of the first few, so it makes sense to try and ban that. In response to the Uller, and in the conversation of mages playing support, Nox gets locked in. The other side, the support we've seen a lot for the Dragons yesterday, was that Baron Samedi. And something that we saw impactful in games 2 and 4 for the Dragons, once for the Titans and then once for the Dragons themselves. I think Sam went 10 and 2 on it, is that Fenrir. And it's locked in early enough, but with the Nox next to it, Trelly, it kind of feels like that's probably going to Lazara.
Yeah, it looks like right now they already have a ton of beads burners on the side of the bolts, and if you are on this Uller, you're going to have to use that beads every time. No sort of CC immunity. There's only one pick, and pretty much they've vastly dealt with it a little bit. Obviously, Uller has some avenues you can axe out the Brutalize. Not when you're under a silence, though. We'll have to see exactly how they are able to play this, but now the Jade Dragons can answer back. Geb counters both of those characters. Stone Shield, a very smart tool against Ragnarok and the Shadow Lock from Nox. The question is, does PBM want to play back? He usually likes to be more on these aggressive characters where he can get in the fight, really set up as much as possible. Geb sort of does that, but at level 12 when you get Blink, you're not starting Blink into that comp. You need Bead, so I'm not sure if Mike is going to want to limit himself to that movement.
That weird balance of, well, my Stone Shield can save you, but if I get silenced or stunned, it's not saving me. So it's like somebody's got to find the balancing point for that. We'll see if that ends up coming into the equation. Gilgamesh locked in. And the Geb, you called it, and maybe willed it into existence. I was going to make a rock joke and source of puns. I did way more geology than I probably should have as a computer science major, but he's locked in here, and something that he's going to get to bring to the table. The ult changes that we talk about from months ago, I still think something that is very prevalent with this pick, although he hasn't fallen off since then. The Gilgamesh is interesting to me, Trelly, though, because he's been back and forth. Even the set, we saw him last set, didn't really stand out for what he's capable of.
Yeah, it really just depends on if he can get off to an early start. Obviously, taking his itemization has taken a few hits here, the Berserker Shield and the Shogun Shield. Okay, so Haddix definitely was watching the tier list because FineOK also likes this King Arthur, but Haddix also a premier King Arthur player as well, so it looks like we might be able to see it.
Would you say that was it one of your tier lists, say, Trelly, that we could find on youtube.com/SmitePro, or one of FineOK's own tier lists here?
It could have
maybe
been
a little bit of both.
Yeah, I remember specifically taking PBM for the support tier list, so unfortunately we didn't get to see.
Well, we can pretend. Hey, go look very deep in the YouTube.
Yeah, you'll find it
You'll
eventually.
find something. Just watch every video that's there.
Yeah, just
Wink.
keep scrolling through. Eventually you will find it. But I'm not... the Gilgamesh has some solid matchups early on, and I think matches that pressure of Fenrir, but we've also seen Gilgamesh in the solo lane. It really just depends on what you're trying to itemize and where you're trying to put that aggression. Right now, I don't imagine FineOK going to the Gilgamesh, but maybe just holding on to that, that possibility could be something they're going for. The Bolts, they're none the wiser. They're going to ban that Kakul, and they don't really care if that's going to be a solo lane. They're just going to say, that's probably Samber Soccer on that Gilgamesh.
Well, for those of you who are having war flashbacks to the beginning of Season 8 last year, where it was just King Arthur and Kakula in almost every single game over there in solo lane, the Bolts save you this time around. The Kakulan's gone, as is the Cthulhu. Now, this is another thing that's really fun to look at, just because I have them up, Trelly. Gilgamesh was the most played god in Season 8. And reminder, I don't think he was not there the entire time. So getting something like that is a massive achievement for him. 141 games played last year. He wins about 80 of them, so doing a little better than 50% was that, probably approaching the 60s. And that's something that maybe the Dragons have going for them. Just a fun little look towards the way their draft is looking, or would have looked, I guess, last year. They ban out the Oleron, and the Cthulhu joins the Kakulan from the Bolts to try and limit that solo lane matchup. And this is where things always get very interesting. You can tell that the Dragons have a specific look over towards the duo lane right now, trying to limit Barracuda specifically. And those other bans, not only are they FineOK specific, but realistically it feels like that is give Haddix as much control as possible.
Yeah, making sure that there's no sort of counter pressure, as well as a massive team fight ultimate with Descent into Madness. Probably a good idea by the Bolts. King Arthur, one of those lane bullies that does not want to go into the later stage of the game behind. There's some characters that don't hate it. You can just say, hey, don't go for my blue buff. It doesn't matter if I'm getting invaded, that sort of thing. King Arthur is not that. Any sort of cripple is really going to shut down his kick. As we see, Artemis is going to be locked in here. I heard the boar, and I was like, wait, what pick is that again? And then just the Artemis is going to be there. So look at all the beads burners on the Olympus Bolts. They're going to have a ton of CC. They realize there's a Geb. They realize there's a Stone Shield. And they're like, you only get one of those. We're going to continuously stack the chain CC here.
And the next one. And the next one. And the next one. Oh, and guess what? There's another after. Yeah, that's going to be a lot to handle here for the Dragons. It's going to be not very surprising if there's 5 beads at the beginning of the game. Artemis, though, and we saw this a little bit yesterday, the Bolts versus the Warriors in Game 1. Barra played this pick. Didn't have too much to say in the first 17-ish minutes before things really popped off. And there were moments where it got bullied, I think, a little bit by the Warriors, where they were able to capitalize on the fact, like, oh, you're super mobile, we're going to get your beads, get your trap, get your ult, and get your Aegis. But the few times late game that didn't happen before a fight, the Bolts absolutely ran the show. So something the Dragons might need to be worried about. Zhang Kui, which feels like a Dragons special, specifically. Last year, we would have talked a little bit about, oh, it could be Hurry, could be Fine OK. Now, especially with an Ullr and an Amuzen Cobb beside it, that's a Fine OK pick, along with the Amuzen Cobb and the Ullr, kind of flexible for which one goes to Pagon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we've already touched on the fact that the Bolts have a lot of CC. With Lasbra on this, I mean, I guess it's probably Lasbra on the Fenrir. So with Lasbra on this Fenrir and the Ragnarok, it's going to be very difficult to try and survive on this Zhang. There's no way you can afford to get teleport. You have to make sure those purification beads are up, but that's only going to save you from one Ragnarok, and then Lasbra can obviously come back around. So I think Fine OK putting himself in a position where probably going to get a little bit of focus thrown his way, but you have 2 ADCs on the other side of the map that can pretty much flourish if Lasbra is only in that solo lane. So taking some of that pressure over into himself and saying, you guys better hard carry because I'm going to eating the full brunt of this CC at least early on.
It's going to be fun to watch this one. Poseidon has been, I want to word it as surprising for me to see as often as we Poseidon hadn't done too well over the last few years. And admittedly, up to this point, hasn't necessarily done too well this year either. He's got 2 wins total. Both of those were for the Bolts, so maybe that's something in their favor. And then yesterday, he picked up another one. So, 2 across the first 4 weeks of Phase 1, and then 3 and 4 picked up by the Bolts yesterday. But I will maybe throw it under the bus a little bit here, Trelly. It didn't do too well in the first 20-ish minutes of the game. It wasn't until some of those late-game Krakens that his damage numbers hopped up and that he, as a god, looked really solid.
Yeah, I'm running the numbers here, and it seems like the Bolts have a lot of beads burners, meaning most people are going to start beads at level 1, and to level 12 will have no sort of Aegis. That's when Poseidon's going to shine. Every single Kraken, you're going to get the full brunt of that damage. Towards the later stages of the game, there's going to be a few different immunities that you have to worry about, but forcing so many people into beads probably means you're going to get value out of that Kraken more often than not. But you got to land the Kraken to make sure that happens.
It's got to connect first before anything can shake up. It is another interesting point because, yesterday, I'm talking about the Bolts and the Warriors and like 16 minutes of no team fights that really break out between them. This is like the opposite of that matchup, right? Like both of these teams are very scrappy and will fight sometimes over nothing. They just want to fight. And unfortunately for the Bolts, most of the time in their history, that has matched over towards the Dragons. But it does tend to be bloody. I think earlier, I can't remember if it was Mifflin had said something about wouldn't be surprised if this went 4 or 5 games, but they would all be very fast games because that's just how these teams play against each other and what they do. I guess we'll see what kind of game we are in for here in game number 1 as we go over to Dave and Mifflin to take us through Dragons v Bolts.
2 teams remain, 2 seeds remain. Dave and Miff, I thought you were going to leave me hanging for a second there. On the final set of the weekend here, as we are fighting over first seed in SMITE Masters coming up in just a couple of weeks.
I'm never washing this hands.
What, the one you just fist bumped or
no,
the other
one?
What do you mean? You're washing the one you just fist bumped immediately, I have to imagine, when you get home, right?
No.
Well, now go sprinting away because Panda Cat is going to allow us to take a breather immediately upon entering game number 1. I want to start off with some fun that we've got over in the solo lane here, Miff, and it's the Zhang Kui for the Jade Dragons. Feels very Fine OK-y. I think once we saw the Hunters locked in and then the Zhang Kui became a little bit more obvious that it was going to be solo for Final K. Up against Haddix on the King Arthur. What do you think about the matchup there in solo?
Well, it's a discussion about like the nature of laning phase in Smite. Because the laning phase is so short and you're able to rotate into these team fights so early, I'm not sure that this matchup is going to give or be given enough breath to really show us what it could look like.
So
but
ghastly.
the Zhonghui will have the sustained advantage, should be able to hang out in lane a little bit more consistently. That said, Haddix is allowed to use his HP as a resource more often because he goes towards teleport in that first slot. So potential, I suppose, once they take over to level 5 for some action, but until then, I'm expecting a quiet solo lane.
It'll be more about the rotations, as you point out there, Myth. Though you were excited during picks and bans, maybe for the Jade Dragons, about this Geb pick. I think notably up against the Nox and at the time, just those two between the Nox and the Fenrir that you were pretty excited about. You think Mike has a big role to play here in Game 1?
I think so, and it's not just those two picks. He's also got a very good matchup up against Barracuda on this Artemis. The thing is, you don't want to use Stone Shield to immune the stun from Tusky unless you're quick enough. Generally, you want to wait till afterward because Artemis's kit is so flow state as Pagon just does it to Ven in mid on his own. I guess that's why he picked the Uller so early. Yeah, I was going to say wait till the trap, and then you can use Stone Shield for that, and you're immuning all the CC, but Pagon, he gets things started early.
And that doesn't happen often, Myth. I mean, just as you and I were talking
it does for
about...
Pagon.
Yeah, I suppose for Pagon it does. But just individual solo kills, especially at the SPL level, with the way the laning phase, as we've talked about, sometimes goes, you're hanging out and farming, hoping for a gank to get something started. But we always talk about early pressure potential on a pick like an Uller. And Pagon's so talented at this pick. We might be in a world now, Myth, where if an Uller gets locked in, Panicat may have to just take the back seat on this pick.
He does not like hearing that, I'm sure.
Right, unfortunately, but when Pagon's starting things off with first blood, I don't know how you're taking it away.
Yeah, it takes away Ven's beads as well, so now Ven's susceptible to the exact same thing again as we get a chance to look back. Leap lands, blue stones procced, the axe going to be immediately afterward. Yeah, that's as simple as it gets. Ven just too far forward, did not realize how much wave pressure he lost and loses his life for his effort as well. 100 seconds left until that CC immunity becomes available. It could just happen again, and it'll be even easier this time.
Yep. Well, the good news is for Ven, first blood isn't necessarily back-breaking over in mid lane, so early pressure to Pagon, but doesn't necessarily take over the lane just yet. Ven will have that Kraken. Pagon has beads and has the ability to jump out of the Whirlpool once you use those beads. So outside of that, maybe the Kraken will find some value for Ven later on in the laning phase. Lasper has pulled a slight lead over Sanford, and it is slight, maybe about half a level. But hitting that level 5 mark as early as possible on this Fenrir is going to be solid for Lasbra. Because you talk about where the Olympus Bolts have found their pressure, found their success recently, it's stuff like this. Lasbra getting active very early in the game. And the Olympus Bolts have found their first kill.
Yeah, Panda, very greedy with his beads there, just holds on to him for much too long. If he immediately beads the Shadow Lock, I'm pretty certain he walks out of there with his life. Perhaps concerned about the follow-up CC from Barracuda, or maybe the trap like we were talking about a little bit earlier, that chain CC potential, but just did not have enough HP to make that decision, and instead dies to the rotation of Lasbra, who is able to tick over towards level 5. That said, in holding on to the beads, well, he doesn't have to worry about that Ragnarok.
Pagon uses the beads because of the Ragnarok. Early pressure now from Lasbra as a kill and a set of burnt beads over in mid. Although, is it a set or is it just one bead?
It's purification beads, but it is a singular bead in the icon. You know, maybe that's
like, is it a set of beads that just got burnt?
I mean, yeah, it has to be. There's an S on the end there.
Oh, yeah, I guess we're relying on the picture or the term. We'll stick with set of beads because that's
I suppose you have to trust your own eyes. It's beads.
Yeah, I don't trust my own eyes with much. I do trust my own eyes that Final K has won this trade over Haddix, uses the ult. Haddix dashes away from it, so a bit of early pressure over to the Zhonghui. Haddix goes ahead and picks up that chalice, and now we'll be able to itemize a little bit more effectively, teleport to get back to lane.
Final K and using the ultimate loses out on a good deal of that survivability, lost those protections inherent to Zhonghui. Going to be a little while till he can stack those back up, which could be why the Olympus Bolts are trying to pressure out the right-hand side. That said, Final K playing a pick that he's very comfortable with, decides he just won't stick around. Not concerned for Sanford Soccer's safety because he still has beads, so heads back to base, picks up that Pythags piece, and now that sustained advantage that I was talking about that Junkie just has by rote has gotten that much stronger. Pythag's very strong, not only for him, but also his team.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot more Pythags. We've seen a lot of
Big
this
whiff.
CC connecting onto Awesome Jake, but Jake able to scurry away. Decent investment there. I won't call it heavy, but Cataclysm and Stinger. It all comes up empty-handed, and Jake will survive.
Major whiff there from PandaCat. You don't necessarily need the damage from Stinger. That cripple, though,
Yep, the cripple.
would have secured the kill. Awesome Jake narrowly evades with his life, but it does at least cost him the shell. So, small win, I suppose, to the Jade Dragons in about a minute once those ultimates are back up. 2 minutes left on that relic from Awesome Jake, but with the pacing of this game so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Olympus Bulls wait for Jake's shell to come back out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them just try and burn out some relics until then. Again, Lasbrook can just rotate in, has Blink to reposition himself very easily, pick up anybody with Ragnarok. Doesn't matter, you're shooting fish in a barrel, you're burning beads from somebody regardless.
Right. Well, only Pagon does not have beads at the moment. Haven't seen return pressure onto Pagon since Lasbrook rotated in early. There you go. There's beads off of PBM, who will roll himself away. Ragnarok down for a set of beads once again, though kind of alternating cooldown with Pagon's beads is Polar Bear Mike here. Barracuda's felt fine here in this lane. Early pressure on the left side of the map. That was Lasbrook jumping in onto PandaCat has given Artemis a little bit of breathing room. He'll stack up that Devourer's Gauntlet. It looks like Myth PandaCat's going to stick with that ability style build that we've so often seen on this AMC. Feels like
Whoa!
Pagon jumps in aggressively, has to use the beads, takes a little damage from the Kraken up and over the wall, goes Sam for Soccer. Then the drop kick is in on Ven as well. The Jade Dragons have sent 4 members towards mid. They've gotten 1 kill to show for it, make it a second.
He's nuts!
And a third around the corner will escape, but the Jade Dragons still get 2. They only trade out Sam for Soccer.
Pagon is just a machine, man. Decides to initiate the fight himself, even knowing that Sanford Soccer is nearby. The decision is, I leap in, I get Ven's beads. He knows he's trading out his own beads every single time because the Kraken is the obvious response, but realizes that Sam, with that Relic Burn, should be able to finish off the kill. It was close, though. Sam, it was the tick damage from Winds of Shamash that kills off Ven. Rotates out, gets the Stone Shield, does the Gilgamesh, but still falls down eventually. And then an early rotation from Final K to chain CC Lasbra and confirm that kill. Pagon leaping into the tower again. Just playing with wild abandon. Just a devil-may-care attitude from the mid laner.
And a decent power spike as he gets the little weak baby fork for his second item.
Come on, man.
We're going back down this rabbit hole. No, but we actually never really analyzed the tier 2 item. We were only making fun of its appearance.
Okay, now what is this we?
You jumped on the train with me. 10% additional damage on an auto attack myth, and some CDR, and some power, and some mana. So jokes aside about how it's a small, weak item, the actual
flimsy soy.
Right, as far as visuals go, the actual stats on it in the passive quite strong.
It is. Just getting any percentage CDR that early for that cheap is going to be valuable in its own right. I'm not sure that Hi-Rez is so strong that we're talking about like a Season 5 Draining Blade meta where you're just bypassing third tier just to hold on to the second for cost efficacy, but still very powerful at this point. Will synergize well with Ull's kit, and considering how aggressive Pagon has been playing, getting even just 10% additional damage is going to go a long way, especially considering Ven still without beats for another 40 seconds.
Right, you're hitting Hi-Rez eventually anyway, but the tier 2 does still give some kill pressure to Pagon. And Pagon has already shown us that he's willing to jump in. It seems like if you know where Jake and Lasbra are, Pagon might just be jumping in towards Ven time and time again here. PBM on the Geb, maybe considering a rotation into this red buff. And consideration is over. Mike is here. So is PandaCat, though, as Awesome Jake takes some damage from the bees. And the red buff is dropped down. Looks like Polar Bear Mike will be able to drop himself away. Successful red buff invade by the Jade Dragons.
As simple as that. The Jade Dragons just walk in. Mike eats a lot of those cooldowns early, does lose out on about 20 to 30% of his HP. But when Ven uses Tidal Surge, when he's already tossed those out, there's not really much follow-up, not much steal potential onto the buff itself. So the Jade Dragons disengage quietly. PBM still low. Doesn't really need to worry too much here. Has Ragnarok available still has Stone Shield, still has beads, as does the rest of his team. So the Jade Dragons playing with a good deal of safety. And that window that Trelly brought up, which I thought was just a phenomenal point on the desk, where in locking in Fenrir for the Olympus Bolts, you are essentially forcing a Penta Beads from the Jade Dragons. This creates a situation for the first 12 to 13 minutes where you're waiting to get second relic. Ven should be able to find some Krakens. He should be able to find some pressure, rotate in, make some plays, but so far, slow play. That window is dwindling quickly. Pretty soon, the Jade Dragons' key members are going to have Aegis available.
Sanford Soccer heads towards right, but Haddock's able to send him out just fine. Sam with no mana. Actually take a little chunk from the Fire Giant. I figured it out. Lasbro looking towards Pagon, who will jump away just fine. It's the upgraded bead that becomes beads, and that's why it's purification beads. Because clearly behind the picture there,
I think that's just light, man.
No. That's 3 beads. Look, see, it's a whole ringlet behind the Hydras. You can see it's a whole ringlet of beads. So that's where it becomes multiple. So we've learned now.
So we need to reach out to the dev team, let them know Tier 1 needs to be purification bead.
Top priority. Change beads to bead. Yeah, for me and my sake, please. Good power spikes, though, for the Jade Dragonsmith. 2 fully stacked Transcendences. 1 for Panda, 1 for Pagon. And that Hydra's is finished off, as well as a Jotun's. Feels like if you're rotating Panda and Pagon into any fights right now, you're going to have just such front-loaded burst damage. I'm not sure how the Bolts will be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's going to be a Cataclysm and a Stinger into a ton of follow-up. Lasbro over the wall. Barely off the mark with Unchained. PBM likely would have lost out on at least one of his CC immunities, Cataclysm or Bead for him, Beads for the rest of them. So the Jade Dragons narrowly avoid another, what could have been catastrophist situation. But with all that said, double Hunter composition for the Jade Dragons, Power Spikes already hit, Transcendence fully stacked for both Hunters. Gotta think, Gold Fury is very quickly becoming an avenue of thought for the Order side. They're going to burn it very quickly. They've got great confirmation, but not the best confirmation if Ven's got Kraken on.
Ven does take an axe, but ends up having beads off just a moment later. So missing now the beads is Venenu. Pagon just feels relentless on this pick. Even if it's not jumping in, looking for solos on Ven, it's hanging out in this little sliver jungle corridor, sending an axe towards Awesome Jake, helping PBM steal away the obelisk. Jake takes a nice chunk of damage. Pagon, though, get ulted in by Tusky. Beads and gets used, and Pagon jumps out just fine. Jake sends his ultimate in towards the backside of Pagon, who ends up getting connected on. Lasbra has found Mike with the Ragnarok. What a double Cataclysm around the backside as it paid off.
Will the dot do
a
it?
little bit more damage is all it takes, and Panicat has at least got that. But in the meantime, Mike has fallen. Ends up being a kill on a Mike for a kill on a Laz. Jade Dragons may be happy with it.
What a great just presence of mind from the Jade Dragons. The turn and burn. Polar Bear Mike says, look guys, I'm dead. All right, there's nothing I can do about it, but I'll at least set up some CC. Great Cataclysm immediately followed up by that Stinger, and the Hail of Arrows from Pagon will secure the kill onto Lasbra. Bees finish it off, and it's not often Bees are doing that for you. Bluestone plus the passive.
Whoa, Pagon.
One more auto.
Pagon. Whoa, no, Pagon. No, Pagon. No, Pagon. Ven gets the kill. But Sanford Soccer eventually turns it around.
Good kick.
And a drop kick onto Ven will extend out this fight a little bit further. Sanford Soccer waiting on those cooldowns. Ven's so speedy, he's got Doom Orb just running away from this fight easily. Lasbra close by, but Lasbra 2 levels behind Sanford Soccer. Brutalize in, and Red Buff ends up getting dropped by the Jade Dragons. Pagon was 1 auto away from finishing off that kill, and Awesome Jake lives. But that shows you the sheer amount of burst damage that Pagon's able to output. And at least a nice trade out for the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, he's playing very well around the Hydras too, just making sure that he's auto-canceling every single one of those abilities, but probably should have got that kill. Whiffs 3 auto attacks back to back. Jake just moving around while shadow locking him, sets up for the return, but at least Sanford Soccer with the rotation in was able to take down the Nox and send her back to base a little bit earlier. Speaking of Nox though, that's an early low nose. Jake's pretty tanky.
Well, that's an early Gold Fury too. The Olympus Bolts send the Jade Dragons back to base and realize that there's an opening to get the first big objective of the game, and that brings the gold right back to even. It was over a 1,000 gold lead for the Jade Dragons, but the Olympus Bolts grab Gold Fury.
They know.
And actually have a couple hundred gold in the lead now. Dragons will pull out the Pyromancer. Haddix is close by. Lasbra rounding the backside of this fight. There's a ward directly underneath the feet of the Jade Dragons.
Make it 2.
So all their movement is known for the time being. One gets cleared, but the other one's still there. Pyromancer dealing some good damage to Polar Bear Mike. Pyromancer is low. Haddix unsuccessful in stealing it away. And what I thought was going to end up being a fight actually kind of dissolves, and the Jade Dragons will take the Pyromancer and leave.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer, great positioning there to make sure the Olympus Bolts were not comfortable in the approach. Gilgamesh, so threatening at this point, has decent survivability with beads still available, means that the Olympus Bolts could not commit onto him, but could also simultaneously not just ignore him. So, great zone from the Jade Dragons. It was up to Haddix to steal, and it's a little bit of luck if Haddix does steal, because nothing he has is going to match the damage output of Hail of Arrow, bladed arrows from Pagon. So, the Jade Dragons able to get the consolation prize for themselves, desync the neutral objectives slightly, gold and pyro. Still going to spawn relatively close to each other. The Olympus Bolts might have an opportunity, that said, to go to the Gold Fury and then immediately reset to the Pyromancer. I believe it's about 20 seconds apart.
Man, and now, Myth, a Titan's Bane finish for Panicat as well. I keep looking at the 1-2 punch of ability-based damage from Pagon and Panicat, and how effective that's going to be. Though the Bolt's itemizing pretty well against it, Haddix has got a Sovereignty. Awesome Jake also has a Sovereignty. That Kraken, or Duck, I guess, did a lot less damage than I thought it would.
It's a Quacken.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Maybe I will. At one point this game, I'll say it. It's going to be the crazy Kraken play that I'll call out. Panicat forced to run away. Beads and Aegis used, but there was too much dive into the back. And the Olympus Bolts have found a couple of targets, make it 3. And nobody from the Bolts has been taken down in this fight. Pagon left running. Haddix on the reinitiation.
Watch fine.
Fine, okay. Still, though, with eyes for a couple members of the Olympus Bolts. Has to use the beads now, backing away beneath the Tier 2 tower. Haddix has got the stun, but there's just simply not enough damage. And the Olympus Bolts will have to be satisfied with 3 kills.
Pagon putting out a lot of damage right now. Lasbra has to play safe. They step back up into the Tier 1. The Olympus Bolts are still here.
Oh, no, but there's a tower still here as well. Fine, okay, pulled forward. And Pagon looks like we'll be left alone. The Olympus Bolts end up getting 4 kills. There is no objective on this side of the map, but a 4 kill and over 4,000 experience swing and about 2,000 gold swing for the Bolts over the last couple minutes.
So where does that experience find its home? Awesome Jake now 2 levels up over Polar Bear Mike, who still has not gotten the second relic available. You've got 2 levels for Haddix in the Soul Lane as well. Ven, who has been generally accosted in the laning phase so far, now actually has a slight lead over Pagon just now, ticking over to level 17. Outside of that, Barracuda remains even, doesn't get any of the kills for himself, playing more of a support role on this Artemis. 0-0 and 4, but the Olympus Bolts have got themselves the largest advantage so far in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series, and we're starting to approach the point of the game where the Bolts can probably start grouping up on these larger objectives, rapidly approaching that 20-minute mark. Maybe Fire Giant becomes an answer. We've already talked about the Jade Dragon's ability to burn through these objectives with a double Hunter composition. I think having a Poseidon plus an Artemis, pretty similar in DPS, and having one of those Hunters having crit, Artemis that is, means your objectives burn even quicker. Largest confirmation on the map being Kraken. I think the Bolts have got a power window here.
Quacken. There you go. That was my one and only for the set.
Okay.
Awesome Jake has been largely effective on this Nox as well. And Emperor's Armor, the most recent pickup. Pretty early in the game too, Myth. I suppose if you're getting it this early.
You've been in towers a lot so far.
Right, you're going to get max value
there it is.
out of the item. It's already working out for Awesome Jake now as Ben jumped on by Sanford Soccer. Lasbra's got a kill on a Panicat elsewhere. Kraken does some work in disengaging for Venenu. And it looks like the Bolts will live in mid, and Panicat just got 2v1'd over on left.
Great play from Awesome Jake there. That ultimate to make sure that Ven does not fall to the damage of Sanford Soccer. Nox ultimate, of course, removing some of that damage output of whoever it connects with. And this time around, it was the Gilgamesh. Had he not received the ultimate, well, it's pretty likely Ven falls down. Did not have the Aegis available anymore. Beads just now coming off of cooldown. But that said, Panicat's still dead for 12 seconds. Still not a significant grouping from the Olympus Bolts. Maybe more concerned with the Oni Fury that will be spawning up in a second, or maybe more concerned with Pagon, who's had to retreat into his own tower, lost out on the beads.
Remember, Pyromancer's not going to be far behind this Fury either. Jade Dragons were able to split the last round of objectives. If the Olympus Bolts do this quick enough. Jade Dragons won't have much time to rotate over towards
They
Pyro.
got it.
These bolts are grouping up. The moment it spawns, the bolts start to deal some damage to it. Awesome Jake is locked down Polar Bear Mike. Haddix sends some auto attacks his way. Easy work on the Oni Fury for the Olympus bolts, but how about the fight afterwards? Haddix forced to dash away. His Stinger is connected onto the front line. But that's just a little bit of damage from the Jade Dragons. Olympus bolts able to get out just fine.
Jake pretty close to Uum, will be heading back to base to regenerate some of that mana. So maybe the Jade Dragons with a numbers advantage can rotate over towards the Pyromancer and yet again take a consolation prize for themselves. This time though, 3 members of the Bolts are around and ready to defend.
Bolts did not put up a fight for the Pyro last time, and it looks like it'll be the same trade out all over again as 20 minutes is crossed and 6,000 XP and over 3,000 gold in the lead are the Olympus Bolts, getting close to 4,000 or so. And they've got some strong itemization rolling through as well here, Myth. Ven is completed up, the Obsidian Shard Chin Size for Barracuda will help out against some of the healthier targets. And Haddix has really started to itemize into the tank. And this King Arthur is going to be so hard to knock down. Could be looking at a Fire Giant here in the next couple minutes.
I think so. No neutral objectives left and only 1 tier 1 tower standing for the Jade Dragons. In the Soul Lane, could be we see the Olympus Bolts group there first. We'll control the positioning of the Jade Dragons slightly and get a heat check on exactly where everybody is from the Order side. And it is just a legitimately easier structure to take down than the Fire Giant itself. The Olympus Bolts, pretty significant grouping on the right. Already grouped on the fire, pulled out. Where the Jade Dragons, they're scattered to the winds.
Panda Cat over towards mid. Other few members of the Jade Dragons close by, but look how fast the Fire Giant is being melted through, though you can say the same for Ven. Awesome Jake has connected with priority targets with his ultimate. And the Jade Dragons have only gone in into a couple members, and they've lost both immediately. Now Sanford Soccer's alone as well. Trying to get a kill on Barra, but the ending gets as big. Barracuda ends up getting taken down by Pagon after sticking around a bit too long. A 1-for-3 trade, and the Olympus Bolts far and away ahead of that one.
Jake is going absolutely wild this game. These ultimates have always found just key targets at opportune times. I think if Final K doesn't eat a Nox ult there, he might just have a double kill for himself. That was a quick bit of damage immediately onto Ven. That was a quick bit of damage already onto Barracuda. And, well, now in losing some of that potential, Final K is walking around dealing way less. The Olympus Bolts are allowed to regroup, reposition, and set up the team fight immediately afterward. Panda Cat, yet again, misses out on that Stinger, so no return kill onto Haddix. The Bolts, they pull the fire once more, and it continues to burn quickly.
Poor Bear Mike does not have his ultimate. Suppose there is a crumb of steal potential here for Mike, but
an iota.
A larger potential for death around the corner, though. Panda Cat and Pagon, they've got Shred. Fire Giant taken down by the Bolts. Double Heart Seekers for Pagon and Panda Cat, I thought might be enough to even just shred down one target. But Haddix able to back away. Bolts get the FG on all 5. And now a massive lead going into the late game.
Yet again, another ultimate, the Night Terror from Awesome Jake, stops any damage output from the Jade Dragons. If I'm on the Dragons right now, this has got to be one of the most tilting scenarios on the planet. Right, you lose a kill to a Geb shield, you think, okay, that's annoying, but like it makes sense. You lose a kill because you're just dealing less damage overall, and you got to play through an entire team fight like that. Very, very frustrating. Now the Olympus Bolts with Fire Giant on all 5 members get to think about their siege, and there are plenty of things to siege as of now. Still 4 towers standing, and their offense is incredibly strong. Barracuda with Vengeful Assault, all that additional attack speed will shred through these structures pretty quickly. The front line of Haddix and Jake, even Lasbra to a certain extent, who's decided to go towards a slightly more bruiser build. Spirit Robe and then last slot, Berserker Shield, giving them a little bit of defense as well. Should be able to create the space to take out these towers. We're so early in the game, I don't even think the Bolts need to concern themselves with Phoenixes. Might as well slow play it, collect all that gold, back up, neutral objective spawning very shortly. This is going to be a large swing for the Chaos team over the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Swing in the same direction it's already been going anyway. A continued downward swing for the Bolts.
I think that's called a spiral.
Yeah, we're getting close to spiral territory if we're not already there. And it looks like the Jade Dragons Myth, they realize that this tier 2 tower a bit of an afterthought. And so it looks like Phoenix defense, well, you got to if you're the Jade Dragons this early on in the game. Try to keep that Phoenix on the map. Those Sanford Soccer solo split pushing the right. This could be a big moment here. Jumped on by Lasbro, who's got a lot of damage, but Sam, of course, can jump over the wall. Another jump in from Lasbra, though, and another round of brutalizes. Sam has not tried to return damage this entire time. Beads, well used by Lasbra, and that's a solo kill for the Bolts jungler. Sam gone for a minute. And Myth, that could be an impactful minute here in game number 1.
Yeah, the second Sanford Soccer locked eyes with Lasbra, Sanford Soccer lost that fight. Seething Howl giving you so much lifesteal, Bumba's Hammer giving you that HP regen. There was legitimately no fight back potential for Sam. And little known fact about Unchained, the leap for Fenrir, when you land it, it reduces its cooldown. So even with Sam immediately leaping over that wall, slight delay as he tried to find a spot where he could, Laz was able to chase it out immediately and confirm the kill.
Now Lasbra dueling with Final K in mid. A 4 versus 3 on left for the Olympus Bolts. Goodbye,
Tuski's
Phoenix.
going nuts.
There's way too much damage onto the Phoenix, and it's a great ultimate from Barracuda to soften up the defense from the Jade Dragons. Now the Geb is gone for 40 seconds, still 10 seconds on the respawn from Sam.
Final K still maintains his ultimate, but Jake lost out on his, so this time maybe the Zhongqi allowed to put in a little bit more work in this team fight. With PBM dead, though, it's going to be hard for Final K to find a situation in which he's comfortable walking into the back line of the Olympus Bolts. Seems that scenario will not come up. The Olympus Bolts take the mid Phoenix, and they walk away. I said a little bit earlier, they don't even need to concern themselves with Phoenixes, considering the point of the game we're in. They take down 2, 3 towers, and a Gold Fury to boot. That is a massive swing. 10,000 or so gold. I think we're officially in Spiral territory.
Yeah, we might have been prior to that tier 2 tower. We are definitely there now, and the Jade Dragons desperately searching for some itemization here as the Bolts are going to be able to go back and spend up some of the at least 2,000 gold that they have sitting in their back pockets.
3,400 for Ven.
Yeah, what does he buy here? Well, he finishes Rod of Tahuti, of course. Don't tell me he can...
Calamitous Rod it for sure.
Full buy another item. Oh, so
was that a Nimble Rod?
Yeah, he full bought Nimble Rod of Tahuti and upgraded his Aegis and Beads.
Okay, so a little bit more attack speed for Ven, who was already shredding objectives. It just synergizes incredibly well with his second ability, the Trident. Again, it doesn't boost your damage getting attack speed, but it does boost the amount of swings you're able to channel while you are enhanced by that buff. So Ven essentially just getting a whole lot more DPS. You do not even need Barracuda on the objective. If Barracuda dies and trades out, that's fine. As long as one of the two, Ven or Barra, survive a team fight, objectives are free. At least the jungle bosses. The Trident doesn't apply the prongs to these towers.
This is smart from the Olympus Bolts. Let's get some of the waves pushing while the Fire Giant is still 30 seconds away. If you can get mid and left with those Fire Minions pushing into the Jade Dragon's base before you even pull the objective, there might not even be a fight back from the Olympus Bolts. It's 15 seconds away from the FG, but it's a reinitiation from Awesome Jake. Little damage flies. It's actually Jake who takes a bit more than anyone else on the map. No ultimates expended. Everyone in the game is going to have their relics going into this next fight. It's as even as it could be, but it's not very even. It's 13,000 gold in the lead for the Olympus Bolts. Do the Jade Dragons defend this, though? Because I suppose, Myth, if you're fighting under your Titan that's just going to die immediately, maybe this is your best hope.
Yeah, we saw what the Phoenix defense looked like, and it wasn't very good. That said, Sanford Soccer wasn't around for it. Fight neutral territory, wins a Shamash. Might be able to find some value. Major keys to the victory for the Jade Dragons here is contending with Awesome Jake's ultimate and surviving the Tusky. I think those are the two cooldowns you really have to worry about.
There's your call.
Unlucky. They have to go back to base.
Yeah, Jade Dragon sent a couple back to base, make it 3, everyone else backing away. In the Fire Giant fight, that is not to be. The Olympus Bolts get the second of the game, and in my mind should be the last of the game if this Phoenix Siege goes properly. Fire Minions pouring down the left and mid of the map. And one more Phoenix left standing. It will be a 5 versus 5 at least for the Jade Dragons. But it feels like Pagon and Panda Cat have been sitting on the same exact itemization for a minute. Decent little spike here as Warrior's Bane grabbed for Pagon.
It's a good tier 2.
Yeah, great tier 2. You're going to have some good poke damage at least. But
it's a large hammer.
Need a lot more than that if the Olympus Bolts are going to be held at bay.
Sanford Soccer just makes his way back towards base, so will not be present for the initial fight. Haddix blinks in. No good on the CC.
Lasbra exchanges leaps with Sanford Soccer. We've already seen how that 1v1 goes. And the Phoenix, simply an afterthought for the Olympus Bolts, who have come back into this game. Lasbra gets another 1v1 over Sanford Soccer. Final K desperately hoping his ultimate's got something in it, but there's nothing to be found. The Olympus Bolts roll over the Jade Dragons in just under 30 minutes.
That was a convincing victory, if you ask me. Panda Cat might just fall before the Titan does. Brutalize canceled. The Olympus Bolts clearly having a little bit of fun with their food. Pagon and Panda Cat, the two remaining alive, get to watch as the Titan falls down. The Olympus Bolts and Awesome Jake, I think in particular, deserve to pat themselves on the back after that game one because there was not much fight back from the Jade Dragons.
I got to admit, and this is the Bolts
Dude, Jake
of old.
looks bored.
Well, I mean, he's playing Nox support, right?
He is a villain.
I'm throwing out my ults, and that's about it. If this was Bolts of old, I would have been a little bit nervous with how that game started, right? Where Pagon's just starting to roll things, left side of the map is looking good. That's the type of game that's not unheard of to snowball out of control against the Bolts. But as of late, the Bolts have been playing so consistently, got their feet underneath themselves, and able to turn things around despite tough sledding in the first few minutes of game one. Game one over to the Olympus Bolts. Game number two coming up next.
Well, the Bolts kick things off with a very fun game one. And maybe even more fun if you're a Bolts fan, right? Because they get the win, and they find a lot of control. Team fights galore that go in their favor from early to late. And it feels really good. And Trelly, we were talking about it a little bit, and Mifflin had mentioned it a lot during the cast. And part of the reason I think that Nox makes such a great Guardian is you throw out that ult, you don't care about damage, you care about making the other team do less. And that's exactly what Jake was able to provide for the team. Then everybody else just gets to step up and have fun.
Yeah, you're not going to see too much of Awesome Jake in these replays because what he does isn't get these big flashy kills. But what he did do is lock down people and pretty much shut down their damage entirely. That's what Nox ult does. And anytime you try to engage into a Nox ult, you just do less. And it's so much less, in fact, that it just seems so like it's just not those big flashy plays. It's just the idea that you're consistently doing way less is just so annoying to deal with. And you have to stop your engage. It's sort of like a Scarab's Blessing where you have to play around that fact. Also, Lasbra on the Fenrir just completely, once you got the Bumbus Hammer online, was able to find Samversucker, I think for 2 just like 1v1 kills in the later stages of the game. And there was a lot of this. A lot of Tusky going down and then Barracuda just auto-attacking. And that's pretty much what Artemis does.
Yo, I'm real good at hitting 4 and left mouse click. And you know what? If that's what it's going to be, well, that's what it's going to be. And Barrow was able to open up a lot of opportunities. Again, the control that came down from the Nox as well as the Poseidon, like those whirlpools being devastating. And the Bolts might be the only teams that's picking them. And sometimes, it's hit or miss. But he's been hitting a lot more often lately. So this Poseidon is becoming what feels like almost a mainstay for Venenu. Not a lot of other people keep picking him up. Also notice this, and it was a question I saw yesterday. I think Wraithen had tweeted it at me. Of like on average how much damage the Indra Scepter is doing, and it's not a whole ton. It was like over the last 5 weeks, including yesterday, it was like 925 damage. I think is what Zayden had told me, and Trelly across the game, that's not a ton.
Well, that's just the gods, right?
Yes.
Because I think more often than not, you put it on these supports, help them clear some camps.
They get to do
clear
something
some
more,
waves,
yeah.
And then they're already not doing that much damage anyway. So I think it helps out a bit just in the clear department if you are one of these tanky Guardians where you can't really clear.
Yeah.
But it's just nice to have, as well as the fact that it's, your team gets gold and XP when you get the obelisk as well. So you get wins all around.
Give them credit. All that spawned just because Barra had the scepter during the last replay, and that's what my eyes decided to focus in on, as opposed to all the other fantastic things that were going on for the Bolts during that fight. Again, very clean for them, and we'll see how things are adjusted in game number 2. Dragons first pick one more time. And so far, no adjustments. E-set into the Daji. And I wonder if they'll give us the 3-peat here. It was a Horus last time.
No shot. It's got to be Nox.
And yeah, Nox has been doing real well for the Bolts. So you have to imagine that it is on the board and is banned away to the point where, and I'm going to double check it just to make sure, I'm pretty sure the Bolts have a 100% win rate whenever Jake has that Nox, and they do. Yeah, ban it.
Yeah, the 2 problems I had with that game we just watched is, number 1, Jake's Nox, and number 2, Mike on Geb. Geb has a great matchup into the Bolts. I mean, I said it on the desk beforehand. This pick counters them, but what do you do after the fact? What do you do after it's shut down? You still can't do damage because of that Nox ult, even if Shadow Lock shut down. And Lasper had the Bumbus Hammer reset, so it wasn't even the Ragnarok that was that big of a deal. It was the damage after the fact. So I don't like Mike on these sit-back style Guardians. I don't think he had too much fun either, so they're going to try to switch that one up. Starting off, though, they're going to take that Fenrir away from Lasbra and get it more likely in the hands of Samversucker.
Yeah, and Sam yesterday, Game 4 versus the Titans, 10-2, absolute menace on this pick. I mean, running the show out of the jungle. So not something to be glanced over. It is worth mentioning, though, and this is just for the sake of conversation, that Mike played it in past, although we haven't been seeing any Fenrir supports as of late. And this one is just because it has happened, and I feel like I'm contractually obligated to, even though I haven't signed anything that says I have to say this. But FineOK has played Fenrir solo, and so while that's not out of the realm of possibility, it's like 99% probably for Sam, 0.5% for the other 2 each, right, to make out the full 100. Maybe not too likely, although I guess we can see they were willing to be flexible, give the Zhang Hui over there during the last game. Maybe they're having some fun playing around and experimenting with what they can do.
Well, I didn't have to sign anything, so I'm going to say that Sam's probably still on it. But as the draft continues,
I actively didn't sign anything.
We do see the Shiva come through. More often than not, we do see it in the jungle, but still a possible solo lane matchup. Lasbra probably wants to get active early against this Fenrir. It's a bit of a, I'm not going to say counter matchup for either of them because the Brutalize you're always going to find the full damage on, but also you have a lot of CC immunity in the Shiva ultimate to try and avoid that, as well as CC immunity in the dash. So the jungle matchup is definitely interesting if, of course, this is a Shiva jungle, which we'll have to see again, more so how the draft pans out because of how well Haddix has been playing on not only these tanky Guardians, you know, the Cthulhu's, things like that, also pretty solid on these Warriors as well. So we'll have to see exactly how this draft pans out for the Bolts. But now the Jade Dragons have the chance to answer back. Obviously, Yemoja was also locked in. Nox was banned away, so Awesome Jake not going to get the run back, be able to be as dominant as he was on that pick, but looks like they're going to take the King Arthur away from Haddix. So 2 picks stolen away. The Jade Dragons are being very smart about this. And then Thoth going to get some long artillery range in the mid lane.
I know that yesterday, 3 out of the 4 games the Dragons played with Thoth, or sorry, 3 games they played with Thoth, 3 games they won with Thoth. The 1 game they didn't play Thoth, they lost. So maybe we'll be in for a similar track record. I think getting the Yemoja there for the Bolts feels like a simultaneous, hey, we don't want Mike to have it, and Jake is good at this pick. The King Arthur, though, is one that I was a little curious about, wondering if the Bolts would answer. Last time they picked it, banned Cucullin and Cthulhu. We'll see what the Dragons maybe do in response. Poseidon locked in again, presumably for Venenu, and I'm going to heavy-handed say I want that to happen because every time we've seen Poseidon jungle, it ain't done too well. So we'll see how that works out. But it's a Habwa Baron ban coming down from the Bolts. Artemis on the other side. So it feels like at this rate, Haddix will have a little bit more leniency.
This has to be,
Has to be, right?
I mean, we say that. I mean, we
Well,
know how
does it?
we know how good Haddix's Cthulhu is. It was banned away last time, and it looks like they don't care. They're still worried about the Horus. They are putting a lot of respect on the Horus. I mean, I'm not going to say it did bad. It certainly did well, but is it spookier than the Cthulhu, or do the Bolts even care about Cthulhu? We'll have to see here now that it is open. Again, the Shiva could still go into that solo lane, but we're still pretty confident as we see some cameraception here from Jordan about where this Shiva is going. And
I'm going to be honest, that shot probably looks a lot more boring from Jordan's perspective. Like, this is fun, but I'm pretty sure he's just pointed at, like, a wall camera. And so when you flip it, yeah, it's maybe not as visually enticing, I guess, since it's just mounted up in there. But, you know, at least Jordan's having fun, hopefully. Yeah, that looks like a guy who's having fun.
yeah, I thought so. And we get to see the Cucullin, so no one cares about Cthulhu, apparently. He's just done. You've heard it here first. Cthulhu's out in the meta.
He's dead.
Yep,
He's gone.
No one's going to pick him anymore.
Worst god of the game. Trelly, a stamp of approval. He said it here first.
Yeah, they are going to grab the Cucullin, though, wanting to just brawl against another, you know, ability-based warrior. King Arthur versus Cucullin in that solo lane. This is, as you said, a blast from the past, so to speak.
It's happened too many times.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot. Not so much this season, but definitely last season.
Like,
a lot of like what Greaves into Stone of Gaia. That was the build on these 2 characters. Now a little bit different, more so Bluestone and a Sovereignty. Same sort of matchup though. Both of these solo laners know how it works. And now we get to see exactly where the rest of this draft shapes out.
And, you know, it was something, I remember looking it up last year, and the matchup against each other, like, specifically, they actually didn't lane a lot against each other, but it's because one was getting banned. Like, you'd ban the King Arthur, pick the Cucullin, or vice versa. And so, like, they didn't actually end up going against each other too much, but they both had way too many games played, and I do think there was a certain period where it became, like, absolutely heavy-handed in Season 8, where it was like, yes, this is absolutely going to be the matchup if you don't handle it otherwise. I think it was like 85 games, I want to say, for Cucullin, 93 for King Arthur. I could just hit a different tab literally on this laptop and tell you instead of guessing, and it is, hey, exactly those numbers I said. Good, go on me. It's going to be Bacchus Jingwei locked in at the very end here for the Dragons. Feels like the Bacchus alone, very, like, almost opposite in my mind of what Geb wants to do.
Yeah,
Geb's going to hang back. Bacchus wants to fight.
This is exactly what I expected. After Mike plays a character like Geb and the team gets rolled over, I can tell he's like, I wasn't able to help my team enough, and now I want to play something aggressive. Bacchus pretty much fills that out exactly. You get to blink in, you get to knock up, you get to any sort of engage you want. You're not retreating and peeling. You are completely going in, and that's the sort of playstyle they have right now. Fenrir, one of those characters that wants to get active early. Bacchus, one of those characters that wants to get active early. Thoth, he can get active really whenever he wants as long as he's not getting aggressed upon. And with Poseidon, Gonna have a little bit of clear advantage if all of those abilities are spammed, but once you get that third ability and it can extend your range, Pagon will be sitting just fine in that lane, being able to outpoke Ven in that mid lane if that is going to be the option. Still holding on to Barracuda's ADC though, and they got a few more seconds to figure it out. Obviously the Artemis is banned away, no salty run back. The AMC though is going to be locked in.
Now, I was thinking that I was going to make a joke because Barra was like laughing. I saw him and Vin maybe joking with each other, and I was going to say that's Barra's like angry face that they took the Jingwei away. And maybe it is. Maybe he is upset about it, but they go for the Amuzin Cobb. Is one that I think for a lot of today, not last game, but very heavy in set number 1. There were a lot of AMC bans. I believe yesterday we saw a couple as well. And he has been a strong pick for them. Bolts, game number 3 yesterday. They lock it in, Trelly. And that was the game they won the hardest against the Warriors. So you have to be a little more worried, I think, about what this pick can bring.
Yeah, they have a lot of pressure as well as some solid late game. And we saw last game, Van went for this auto attack style build with the Poseidon, with the Nimble Rod and the Eye of the Jungle. So they still have that late game, like the burst potential as well as the shred potential with both of these picks. So interesting to see, as well as how much healing they really have built here.
And this is a match, if you're wondering, the Bolts, I had mentioned what they did yesterday when they locked in the AMC. And just to read off that draft, it seems very similar, so stop me if you've heard this before. So Umoja, Shiva, that's already immediately. Then it was Amuzin Cobb, so they changed things up. And then the bottom 2 was Horus and Poseidon, but 4 of the 5 were still the same. And honestly, they probably would have run it all back if it weren't for that Horus band there towards the bottom. So everything except for the Horus, maybe a little bit of healing, some of the CC that Horus brings off the table. Instead, you've got the CC that Cullen brings now enabled to it. We saw how hard that draft could roll over a team yesterday, Trelly. Do they have the same kind of potential here? I mean, you're going up against a Bacchus. It feels like he's going to be really, really controlling, as well as a King Arthur for the front line. And that's not even factoring in the Fenrir yet.
I think you have to play around the Fenrir, and that's the biggest difference, right? Because you always have to be very mindful of where you are on the map, where this Fenrir is, and is Ragnarok available? Do I have beads? Do I have any sort of CC immunity to try and not get pulled into tower? Can I go in here? Can I use my escape? We have something to cancel Brutalize, that sort of thing. Always is going through your head whenever there's a Fenrir on the map. So I imagine the Bolts still very confident on this draft, and they still have the avenues to get active early, but you always have to be at least having your ward coverage down and very mindful of where this Fenrir is on the map.
I guess we'll get to see what the Dragons are going to bring for us here. Again, yesterday, this Fenrir looks phenomenal when Sam is able to pick it up and play it. We'll see. Will it look just as good from first pick here after going down in game number 1? Only time will tell in game 2.
Okay, the Olympus Bolts roll with the momentum that they've given themselves after a Game 1 comeback victory over the Jade Dragons. Or will the Jade Dragons send us on to a Game 3 in this best of 5? Dolson, Mifflin, and Doug, one more time here between the Bolts and the Dragons. And Miff, the Jade Dragons, they stick with some similarities in their comp as far as mindset goes, though the team in general almost looks entirely different from how things did in game number 1. And I look towards Pagon and Panda Cat respectively. That's 2 totally different mindsets as far as maybe play style on their respective picks. Pagon still from range, I suppose you're still throwing out those abilities. Panda Cat much safer on the Jingwei. And PBM also has a pretty different look here with the Bacchus.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Jade Dragons draft and trying to figure out what it is exactly they're aiming for. And I think it's mid-game is going to be the largest power spike for them. And then come late game, you're going to have 2 key people that are going to have to do the majority, the lion's share of the carrying, and that's Pagon and Panda Cat. But Sanford Soccer, if he decides to go towards a similar build that we saw from Fenrir last game, will very quickly become a threat to these neutral objectives. And similarly, PBM in the late game will at least be the tankiest Guardian in the game. Whereas on the other side, the Olympus Bolts, I think, have similar power trajectory and are looking for a similar portion of the game in that Lazarus is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting throughout the early. Shiva, one of the strongest early game junglers in Smite, full stop. But you've also essentially got another double hunter composition, 1 physical, 1 magical. It feels weird to call Poseidon one of them. He isn't necessarily, but when you get close to these Gold Furies, when you get close to these Fire Giants and you're channeling Trident, your autos are doing the same or if not more than some of these other magical hunters. And then you've also got potentially one of the largest confirmations on the map. I believe Pagon should likely still win out slightly.
Haddix is low, but just fine here. Sanford Soccer and Final Cave stuck with the 2 versus 1 over in Soul Lane. That's let Lasbra rotate around and farm up the jungle just a bit more effectively. Actually, Pagon could be under some threat here. Lasbra has Blink and has Dash and has a knock-up and has a pull-in, but Pagon dashes out of it. Surely would have been first blood, but Pagon well times his dash out. As Lasbra does get active early here, Myth, but just a bit short of capitalizing for first blood.
Yeah, so close. Evade and Punish just coming off a cooldown. Pagon even gets to hold on to the beads there, so that's just a blink from Lasbra for a little bit of Pagon's HP. If you look at the screen now, you wouldn't believe it happened because he's already back.
Believe what happened.
Yeah, exactly. He's 100% in mid. But losing out on those potions this early means that now Ven can start playing a little bit more aggressively in the lane, try and find that TKO, try and find some small windows where they can start looking towards neutral farms, start looking towards peppering some damage in towards these towers. A worthwhile investment, I think, from Lazar, who very narrowly misses out on first blood.
Well, that's what Sam showing up in Soul Lane and hanging out there for a little while opens the opportunity for. Lasbra can sort of get active wherever without worrying about where Sanford Soccer is on the map. I don't know if you heard me giggling earlier on. And it's actually very apt. I can't believe this Bacchus skin. That is hilarious. What is it?
I thought you were laughing at me, man. I got really self-conscious.
No, it's just, and I don't know why it's that funny because it's just a bear. But it is funny to me. I wonder how the lane interaction goes because he wants honey, right?
What's the implication? Like, do bears get drunk on honey? Like, I don't know.
Yes, have you read Winnie the Pooh? That's all he does.
That can't be the case, man. Kids read that.
Yeah, but that's how they keep the adults interested, right?
The only way to keep an adult interested.
You gotta have an undertone.
Yeah.
That's it. I do wonder if there's any lane interaction here.
Was medicating the whole time, dude? That's crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable, as a matter of fact. For the third time, I'll try to make the joke about how PBM is playing a bear and he's up against AMC, who likes putting out honey, but the opportunity is passed. Yeah, no point. Pagon dashes out of Lasbra's initiation one more time. Sanford Soccer still level 4. And so just a bit away from capitalizing on potentially an early Ragnarok, which could be there. Lasbra does have CC immunity in the ultimate.
Yes, sir.
Awesome Jake does have River's Rebuke, but neither of those two have opted to pick up beads early on here. Soccer able to get the leap away, though. So now level 5, you got to look out for this Fenrir and where on the map Sam goes.
Yeah, I'm thinking Sam's going for Jake, right? The one guy who's got 0 CC immunity in the kit. That's a pretty easy pickup. You've got decent damage potential. Worth noting, again, undr'able CC from Pandacat, those knockups in oh, God, it starts with a C. It's sequential. Oh, man.
Oh, my God, I remembered it yesterday. No.
You did. You helped me out yesterday. Either way, consequential? No. Consecutive.
Consecutive. Yeah.
Consecutive knockups from PBM and Pandacat will be phenomenal CC to follow up the Ragnarok. So could be that Jake in a lot of pressure, under a lot of threat, as long as Sanford Soccer is nearby. Consecutive.
I forgot it immediately.
Dude, that word is hard.
After you, yeah, why is that such a difficult word to remember? I mean, it's such an obvious word. I mean, concurrent. How hard can that be to remember?
Excuse me?
Okay. Blue buff looked at by the Olympus Bolts and picked up. And same will be said for the Jade Dragons on this side of the map. Not unheard of for game 2s to slow down a little bit after a very back and forth game number 1. Usually it's the set ending game that is the slowest, but between these two teams, want to make sure you iron out your mistakes from game 1 as you head into game number 2. Polar Bear Mike opts for Stone of Binding early. Maybe that gives you some activity on the left side of the map, can open up a door for a kill.
Yeah, maybe PBM decides to rotate out a little bit earlier on. He's going to be dealing a whole lot more damage to anybody he connects just about any of his abilities with. I'm not sure if Intoxicate does apply the passive of Stone of Binding. The exact wording, I'm not sure if it's CC or hard CC, but either way, knock up, burst, both going to do that.
Just
Any
crowd
count control. Yeah, anything that PBM can hit you with besides his auto attacks is going to benefit from the passive of Stone of Binding. So keep your eyes on him. He's essentially just a secondary jungler as of now with this build.
We'll get the belch off on Awesome Jake, but a Riptide that really didn't make any difference. No one from the Jade Dragons was close enough by. Could consider a red buff invade at some point, though seems like both the Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts happy with just farming.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, apparently Pagon!
What?
Oh my goodness, Ven only has beads. And there's a way to ignite this match.
What?
Nothing is happening for 6 minutes and suddenly Pagon hits Ven with everything with just a Spear of Desolation. And Ven will be able to head back to base and spend up some of that gold a little bit easier.
Won't catch me getting disrespected like that ever. Ven allows him to dash onto tower line and doesn't even return damage with the Kraken. Lasbra dances his way out of there. Sanford Soccer puts in some good damage, but Shiva has got great survivability. Should be able to work his way out unless Mike's got something to say.
Belch, yes he does. He has something to say, and it's a burp straight to the backside of Lasbra. Ven, though, can rotate over, but does he have the damage? Mike is going to have belly flop here shortly. Kraken, maybe he's going to have to. Whoa!
No!
You got to use the Kraken. Do you see Mike's player cam? He's laughing and clapping his hands.
He did the 6 God hand on him,
Yeah,
man.
he realized that Ven has to use the Kraken. Now Ven doesn't have a Kraken for a moment like this. Sanford Soccer left running. Ven has to use the beat. Ends up getting a Ragnarok target anyway. But at least a turnaround kill for Venenu, and actually could be another one here. Sanford Soccer had just enough mana, literally just enough mana to get the jump off.
Fine, okay, acting as goaltender will stop Haddix's onslaught. That is legitimately, it's a comical play, but it's a big one. If Ven doesn't have Kraken or have to use Kraken there, he's got it here. He's got it for the kill onto Sanford Soccer. He's doing a lot more for the Olympus Bolts. One auto attack or a Kraken. This time it was the Kraken. Mike comes up big for his team and probably applies a good deal of mental damage, especially considering what the last minute has looked like for Ven. Dove inside of his tower essentially by Pagon soloing him, walks out, has to Kraken after missing 4 auto attacks. That can't feel great.
The good news for the Bolts is, despite the 1 kill advantage, gold effectively even outside of a few hundred. And actually you're in the lead by a few hundred XP as well. The Jade Dragons have been making the plays. The Bolts have followed up on a play or two, but hasn't resulted in too much just yet. As you'd expect, Panda Cat goes Devos into what should be a win demon crit later on in that build. Silver Branch has been very popular, and Barracuda will stick with more of the ability-based mindset. What have you felt, Myth, between these two hunter styles? You look at late game sort of power curves. Would you argue damage looks similar, just a different avenue when you look at sort of the ability-based damage of Barracuda versus what could be full build crit for Panda Cat?
Barracuda slams gods and tanks. Panda Cat slams squishy gods and objectives. That's the difference between these builds. Neutral objective advantage
Mike
always
slams
goes for
Barracuda.
crit. Yeah, maybe.
Barracuda has to use the beads. Actually, airstrike up and over. Mike had Intoxicate and belly flop, I assume, but held off as Barracuda will have to use the beads and the stinger, walk himself away, and at least a purple buff will end up getting dropped off here. As Mike has been on his world tour, falling just about a half level behind Awesome Jake, who's hung around collecting up plenty of farm. And the difference maker in mid right now is the solo kill from Pagon over Venenu. Again, maybe about a half level there in mid, as Final K has done the same up in solo lane. Looks like Lasbra's been able to maintain some good pace here.
way.
Uh-oh, Ragnarok, Final Judgment. Easy kill onto Venenu. Lasbra trying to channel out that heal, but won't end up being enough for his mid laner. Jade Dragons, they combine, and they grab a kill.
Yeah, Ven's getting the streamer treatment this game. He has just not been allowed to play the match whatsoever. I mean, Pagon seems to just have his number. That time, it's set up by Sam for soccer, but even regardless, I think that damage output
he was like 5
from the
seconds away
throw would be pretty tough. Yeah, that feels bad. And this time now, Beads now upgraded. No longer Bead, now Beads.
Yep.
Yeah, he can do some CC if you need a little bit more often.
He's going to need it if the pace of this game continues. Now the opening line for the Jade Dragons has got to be around this mid lane. A 2-level lead for Pagon and double flat pen early in this build. So if you're continuing to fight around Ven, around Barracuda, that's really where Pagon, you'd imagine, can make a difference. You wonder, though, if that gives the Jade Dragon some confidence fighting a little bit more consistently over on the left. Maybe early Gold Fury, something like that. Not sure if that level gap is that wide just yet.
No, not quite. And considering both mid laners have got pretty decent confirmation, Lasbra's still slightly ahead of Sanford Soccer, and at the portion of the game where Shiva is still incredibly strong and is allowed to channel that ultimate 4 damage, might dissuade the Jade Dragons from looking towards the earliest possible objectives. That said, if Pagon continues his pace, continues pushing this lead, the conversation of, hey, both Kraken and the Final Judgment having similar damage output will become a moot point eventually, as Pagon ticks 2 levels up, 13 to Ven's 11, also has about
let's call it a full item between a tier 2 for Ven into a tier 3 plus tier 1 for Pagon. Potentially Jake's life here. Invaded Punish, no good.
Riptide out from Awesome Jake, though, is good. There's some crits from Panda Cat. Why not? Looks like just the Oracles will be under the eye of the Jade Dragons. Thought maybe, I mean, Jake was nowhere near low enough to immediately pull the Gold Fury or anything like that. Just the routing of Panda Cat there made me question it for a brief moment. No, I think, if that said, the Bolts have at least done a good job of, in the last couple of minutes maybe, slowing down the pressure that's all found its way into Venenu. It hasn't gotten worse, right?
That's because he was respawning.
He was respawning, right, waiting for his beats to come back. He's been sitting on this near Soul Gem for what feels like a few minutes now, though. At least feels like it's stabilized. The bleeding has not continued yet and actually closes up the level gap a little bit.
And the gold gap between Ven and Pagon is not so massive at this point. I think it's about 700 gold separating these two as Barracuda forces the beads yet again. Mike, though, he's sticking the fight.
Stun connects. At least Barracuda able to avoid the airstrike in. But I wondered, and that's why I was confused last time, because that's what I assumed was going to happen when Mike jumped in last time, but Barracuda just uses the beads. Or just ends up walking away without even having to use the beads last time. This time, beads used by Bear. It doesn't matter, though. Belly flop in and kill for Panda Cat. So the Jade Dragon's starting to win this game in the carry rolls, and a early tier 1 tower gets knocked down over on left. Polar Bear Mike low here. Takes some damage from draining the obelisk. Pagon reminding us all to take a deep breath as channels the final judgment. Nice Riptide back in from Awesome Jake, but River's Rebuke held on to. And Polar Bear Mike will walk away with red HP.
He will. Also able to steal away a good deal of those flowers, spawning up that obelisk for themselves. The Jade Dragons in a very good position, I think, now to start looking towards objectives. Pre-15 minutes, I call 3,000 gold all right, team fights are now actually legitimately in our favor. The Olympus Bolts trying to limit some of that.
2.8 thousand gold?
Yeah, 2.8, yeah, you're not worried about that at all.
Fine, okay, is in, and who else but Venenu's being jumped on. Bolts get the Pyro, but Ven will die for it. At least secures the objective for his team.
Might be some
but
more.
Fine, okay, on a warpath now. Chasing down Lasbra, double stun. What an initiation from Fine, okay. Simply not enough damage, though. Awesome Jake uses his last bit of Omi to Riptide away. Belly flop up, final judgment through. And Sanford Soccer around the back of this tier 1 tower should be able to finish off the kill, but Pagon will get it done all on his own. And the Jade Dragons are rolling in game 2.
Somebody has got to stop Pagon. Pagon cannot be continually allowed to make plays like this, dashing in aggressively into tier 1 towers at the 14-minute mark. Started at the 2-minute mark. You can remember all the way back then. It's got to be Lasbra. It's got to be Haddix. It's got to be somebody, but there needs to be pressure on this, though. 3-0-0 has not legitimately been forced to use one of his relics defensively just yet this game. The Jade Dragons mid laner has been on a tear with nobody to slow him down. As the team fight phase starts to develop, as we get further and further into this game, sure, 5-on-5 engagements by nature, you'll see more people potentially looking at Pagon, but he is very rapidly becoming an issue. He needs to be addressed sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm not sure who wants to look at Pagon right now, even in a team fight.
It's got to be Haddix, I think.
Considered an Ob Shard, ends up selling that off and going full Charon's coin now. And if the killing continues at this rate, why not? You're going to stack that up plenty quickly if you're the Jade Dragons mid laner. You seem to think it's Haddix who's got to jump in and have something to say about Pagon. I suppose the way his itemization has gone, at least with the Bulwark of Hope, could help stabilize a bit, but still going to take a lot of damage.
It would. As long as you're removing Pagon from the fight, though, you don't necessarily need to kill him. You just need to force him back or force some relics. Lasbra doing a good deal of it.
And good timing on the ultimate from Lasbra. There's a shutdown for the Olympus Bolts. Final judgment doesn't confirm the kill. Polar Bear Mike has already gone over a wall once. Won't do it again. Belch gets used, and there's a stun on the Fine OK as well. Venenu rotating out of mid lane. He would love to get some revenge for the way that the early game has gone. Kraken gobbles up Mike. And Mike will fall to Haddix. Now Sam is Ragnaroked one, but the numbers are dwindling for the Jade Dragons as Haddix has got a double. It's a 3-kill swing for the Olympus Bolts. A knock up around the backside at least slows down the reinitiation, but Fine OK caught in place, and Haddix picks up 3 kills.
Yeah, we knew it had to be Haddix all along. Rotates into his first team fight and makes a massive splash. The Olympus Bolts, in removing Pagon, remove the problem. Remove 4 members and potentially the Fire Giant. 16 minutes in, and where did it happen? where does that fight start? It's Pagon walking in aggressively through the back camps of the Olympus Bolts. Before hubris, or before the fall comes hubris. Hubris precedes the fall. Whatever the saying is, doesn't matter. Either way, it's the Olympus Bolts now for the first time in the driver's seat. Game 2.
Wow. The way that this is completely turned around, I thought the Jade Dragons were on the verge of just ending things. But how many times now has this Olympus Bolts team showed us fight back that we might not have expected in Season 8 or even with the Renegades roster in Season 7? A maturing of the minds even after so long with the same roster.
I'm glad you bring up the Renegades because this is exactly what they used to do as under that moniker. It was, hey, we might fall behind in the early, but as long as we hang back, eventually whoever we're playing against will expose their chin. And that's only one punch on the chin is all it takes to knock out. That might have just been it. That is a massive fumble from the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts will completely close up that gold gap without even having to expose themselves to any real danger. Tier 2 towers, maybe a little bit more difficult to take down at this point, but all the Tier 1s, Gold Fury respawning very shortly, as is the Pyromancer. It is going to be a massive gold swing, and it's already been an immense experience swing. Ven has closed up his gap completely, and it's actually gone in favor now of the Bolts.
If you're the Jade Dragon, I mean, it's hard to nitpick now without fully watching that fight back. Maybe in an ideal world, you just let Pagon die. You say, all right, he's dead. Because then you're fighting at an odd-numbered fight time and time and time again from that point on. The Olympus Bolt's able to capitalize. Now with Fire Giant still for another 2.5 minutes. Towers won't shred as quickly as they will in the late game, but still shredding nonetheless. All 3 Tier 1 towers on the map have gone. Still behind, though, in gold technically. Though the Jade Dragons, Myth, look like could be considering a Tier 2 tower defense. Maybe just to keep the Bolts at bay.
Pagon on Thoth is one of the best mages you could have on defense. He still is equivalent strength to Ven, so I think right in the decision to put up a defense on the Tier 2, but you need everybody here. You don't want to take a 5 versus 4 or a 4 versus 3. So now with the Jade Dragons rotating in, we'll get a good heat check on how confident the Olympus Bolts are feeling. Worth noting, a lot of the gold that they've acquired to close up that gap is still in their pockets.
Haddix finds the backline, riptide back from Jake. Actually catches out onto his solo laner, double knockup on the other end of the bead zone. Haddix will transform, dash away. Ven in the back has taken a whole mountain of damage from Polar Bear Mike. But the Jade Dragons have as well. It's really only PBM that's super low. Nobody from the Bolts equivalently low to Mike, but team across the board are going to need to make use of some of the healing from Awesome Jake. Tier 2 tower is going to go down, and the Jade Dragons positioning shows you they're okay to let this one go.
Lazarus still has ultimate available as well. He was essentially not in that fight, so could get involved, still has beads and blink, could utilize that ultimate to just resustain, but Jake's already done such a good job of it himself. The Olympus Bolts pull out the Oni Fury. Final K and Sam for Soccer nearby. That's a reset.
Oh, Sam doesn't get any stuns, and it looks like at least the ultimate from Lasbra forced out. Could have been a big opportunity for a stun, for a team-wide stun there from Sanford Soccer, but does not end up connecting. Bolts kind of pump fake a back here, stick around on the Oni Fury, but the Jade Dragon's in as well. Lasbra not having his ultimate. It's pretty impactful, but neither do a few of the other members of the Olympus Bolts. Nobody's ult on the Bolts is ready to go, whereas the Jade Dragons have a few. Pagon from over the wall will be able to find plenty of damage from where he's at. This tense positioning just feels like the Dragons are corralling the Olympus Bolts forward here.
There it is.
Okay, happy with it. Final Judgment flies through, and it's found the back line. And the jumps in from the Dragons are absurd. And the damage is there to follow up as well. The Olympus Bolts being shredded now by the Jade Dragons, who are unhappy with how the last few minutes of this game has gone. It'll be a 4-kill swing to the Dragons in one fell swoop.
Generally 20 minutes in, if you take 4 around the Gold Fury, you're going to the Fire Giant. Fortunately for the Olympus Bolts, they had taken it moments before, so the Jade Dragons will have to contend themselves with the Oni Fury, and only the Oni Fury this time around. 20 or so seconds left on the respawn. You gotta think the Jade Dragons might have a position where they can start looking towards the Pyromancer as well, but that is the Olympus Bolts posturing too aggressively, stacked up too heavily. They allowed the Jade Dragons to find multi-man knockups, to get a 2-man Unchained, a 3-man stun from PBM. Panda Cat finds a couple with his own knockup as well. When CC is landing like that, when the Olympus Bolts are that heavily stacked, considering all the resources they had already expended in the team fight prior, No wonder the Jade Dragons able to take the fight.
You can just kind of tell. The Dragons were almost just corralling the Bolts into one big group, and then all of the AoE that was there, and even the airstrike from Panda Cat was effective. Final Judgment clipped some targets, a couple targets. That just felt like a fight that the Jade Dragons were choosing, picking and choosing where the Olympus Bolts were allowed to stand. Now, it's not disastrous, but that gold lead that was even, yeah, now back in the other direction by about 3,000 or so gold. Unfortunately for the Bolts, they're the ones trying to come back. Otherwise, you might be in an even state now, but after having made a comeback, now find yourself a little bit further behind after a sweeping defeat in a team fight. That must give the Jade Dragons a little bit more confidence in pulling out this FG. Panda Cat with crit, able to work it down effectively, and it's going to be on the Bolts to find an answer.
Yeah, not quite anybody willing to step up so far. Awesome Jake takes a little bit of damage from Fine OK, but the Olympus Bolts have got vision on the Fire Giant, which has now been reset by the Jade Dragons. The Bolts will not walk in, I don't believe, unless the Fire Giant is dropped low. If the Jade Dragons want a team fight now, they are going to have to force it, and the only way to force the Olympus Bolts out of this defensive positioning is to pull the fire and create a threat on the map. As of now, Fire Giant still full HP, finally pulled by PBM. Panda Cat starts his slow trudge through the HP bar again.
Dash away, though, as there's an initiation from Fine OK on the backline. Have to keep your eyes on Pagon. Watch out for the Thoth in this fight. That's exactly what Lasbra has in mind, who's got a knock-up, and Pagon won't win that fight. Haddix has got the last bit of damage. A Kraken is great. This one's on to Sam for Soccer.
Wow.
A double kill from the Cullen, and Haddix is doing it again. 5-0-1 from the Bolt solo laner, who found the priority targets and wants to reinitiate yet again.
Panda Cat forced to use the beads just to immune the root from Haddix. Fine OK, still healthy. He's used his ability to rotate back into the
pulling
fight.
FG here?
I think you have to. The Olympus Bolts, though, they've got time to play with. 30 seconds left on Sam for Soccer, 20 on Pagon. Haddix low HP, doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to walk back the old-fashioned way. Surprised the Olympus Bolts are showing so much respect here.
Yeah.
I think Fire Giant, you definitely want to pull it soon, and that fight goes the Olympus Bolts' way because the Jade Dragons get impatient in their initiation. It's Sam for Soccer going very deep into the backline on his own. Pagon left high and dry once the fight starts. Both PBM and Fine OK try to peel for Sam's. That just leaves Pagon alone in the back. The Olympus Bolts, they baited out the Dragons.
Mike, Fino, Panda Cat, the only 3 Jade Dragons around the fire. Lasbra forced the dash away. FG is low, and the FG goes to the Bolts. Mike was well-timed on his belly flop in, but just short of stealing it away. Barracuda sends his regards with the Stinger, and the Bolts will back away after securing the second FG for the team. Now in game number 2. And yet again, Myth, the gold swings back. This time the Olympus Bolts are the ones evening things back up. And 24 minutes in, we are back to even, at least as far as gold charts go, yet again.
Yeah, gold may be one thing, but Fire Giant on 5 belts, I think, spells an advantage to one team. The Olympus Bolts now can start to continue what they had started earlier, which was the siege. Left side Tier 2 tower falls on the initial Fire Giant siege. 2 Tier 2 towers still standing, and this time around should be a little bit easier to finish off some of these structures. A lot more items finished up. Titan's Bane now for Barracuda. He's going to be doing a whole lot of damage to these structures. That said, Pagon has not become any weaker since then, and this Thoth is very adept at keeping minion waves out as well as gods out of these structures. So the Olympus Bolts likely will try and dive him before looking towards the objective proper, and we've seen what that dive consists of. A blink from Lasbra, a blink from Haddix. When those two are able to close gap as efficiently as they have been, it's going to be very difficult for Pagon to survive some of these fights. So where will the Jade Dragons decide to dig in their heels? Where will they decide to put up that defense? Seems to me the Phoenix is the name of the game for both of these teams. I had expected the Olympus Bolts to strip Tier 2s first. They want to play with as much time as possible on these Phoenixes.
Yeah, for real. Not much time to play with if the Jade Dragons have their way. Initiation into the back.
It's really good damage.
Judgment goes. Haddix is low, but the Phoenix kind of gone before my eyes.
Great
what a
ults.
Rivers rebuke from Awesome Jake. That gives the Bolts an opening, and the Riptide on the other end. What can't Jake do in this team fight? Belly flop just finds its way out. The Bolts desperately searching for that opening kill, but it will just escape back into the fountain. The Jade Dragons lucky to stay as 5.
Man, the Olympus Bolts. Jake has been having himself just a phenomenal day today. The Nox gameplay, stopping every bit of aggression from the Jade Dragons. Now this Yamoja, re-sustaining in the team fight, making sure that everybody is capable of getting out alive and even saving his own life with the River's Rebuke. But the Jade Dragons are still strong. Ultimate still on 3 of them. So they might be able to stop the Olympus Bolts here. Neutral objectives have spawned, Pyromancer and Primal Fury. And the Olympus Bolts remain grouped as 5. Maybe seeing if the Jade Dragons are willing to walk all the way into their jungle as they had around the Fire Giant just moments before.
Wow.
Not a natural back. The Jade Dragons, they pulled the objective instead. And the Olympus Bolts, I suppose, just willing to let this one go. Curious with this reset. I wasn't expecting the Olympus Bolts to walk that far away. If they are willing to reset themselves like that, maybe head back to base, spend some gold, but instead a couple members remain in the field, a couple members head back. Still, though, taking the most important Phoenix on the map, still a major win for the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, tier 2 tower in mid and right still there. Only 45 seconds left on the Fire Giant. If you really want to mid-max this, if you're the Bolts, you're hoping you can at least knock down one more tier 2 tower as the Fire Giant wears off. Not much gold in hand, you know, 1,000 here or there between Ven and Lasbra. But outside of that, the Bolts have spent the gold that's there. Still with 30 seconds left. I think the Jade Dragons probably realizing that this tier 2 not worth fighting over. You've got one more big chance at a Fire Giant defense, you'd assume, in just a little bit of time. So we'll let this tower go down quietly. And how about the turnaround in this game from the Olympus Bolts and really Venenu, who still is at 1-4-4 and still is only halfway up the damage charts, even a little bit lower.
Are you praising him or what? What's going on here?
I am about to praise him. I feel like even with the massive damage numbers missing and
all the deaths
that happened early on, the Krakens in the Whirlpool, some of the intangibles, these I don't want to call it a zoning because I'm harshing on him again at times.
Just leave Ven alone, man.
I do feel like Ven has found his impact in his own way later on in this game, despite what was a very rough start.
Agreed. He was not dealt a great hand from the offset. It was a lot of just dive, focused aggression from the Jade Dragons, all centered around Ven. And now, in the late game, everybody only hits 20 once, has evened up the match, has started to pick up some items that'll make him very, very strong. I don't know if you saw that. That was upwards of 1,000 damage per auto attack on these jungle bosses. Seer of the Jungle plus Nimble Rod means that he is shredding objectives. If we're lucky, he'll do it again to this one. Nope. He will not. He's going to go look for a kill instead.
So unlucky. Fire Giant 10 seconds away from respawning. This one will be a minute off from enhanced. So if the Fire Giant dance lasts about a minute, it will be an enhanced Fire Giant. At that point, the Jade Dragons will likely feel a little bit more pressure to step up. Difficult to defend against a standard FG with the state of the map being the way it is. But an enhanced Fire Giant might effectively just close it.
Lazaro playing very far to the side here. Was not spotted out, didn't walk on a minion wave. So
if you're the Bolts, do you wait for it to be enhanced?
I don't think you
pull it. Maybe you don't pull it anyway if the Jade Dragons are here. Maybe you look for a fight first anyway.
I think it's just going to happen. It's just going to be enhanced. Look, 30 seconds left. Yeah, you might as well wait it out. It's not as if they're in a position where if they pull it now, it's so much better. Whereas if they do get Fire Giant, and now what is 15 seconds, it is so much better. The Jade Dragons, left side Phoenix has respawned. FineOK off to defense.
FineOK has teleport. Maybe that's the difference, is that FineOK had to go back to base. Fire Giant melting through, and Fire Giant goes down. It's not enhanced, Smith. It's the standard one, but the Olympus Bolts get it nonetheless. But the fight after the fact, actually looking okay for the Jade Dragons, but Haddix still has something to say about it. Barracuda backpedaling. Aegis well timed. Up down from Sanford Soccer. In the follow-up from Mike is effective as well. The Olympus Bolts grab themselves the objective, but they might lose 3-4 members of their team in the meantime. Lasbra reinitiates as Awesome Jake forced to dash away. The Jade Dragons have bought their time. And Miff, I think they might just end the game on an FG fight gone wrong for the Bolts. Down the right side go the Jade Dragons on the back of a deicide.
Heart's got to go out to the Olympus Bolts. I think they were waiting on that left side minion wave to start approaching the Phoenix. They were concerned, and they knew somebody was going to go and defend it. FineOK does, but TP's back in immediately. Makes a massive splash in the team fight.
They're not doing enough damage.
No, Panic.
And they don't have a minion wave, and Venenu's
Hold on,
15 seconds away.
Lazarus coming. Hold on. Or Sanford Soccer, rather. Well, Lazarus is
They got
30
10 seconds. No, they can't end. No chance.
No. Yeah, no, you're right.
All right. Those were
sit back down.
Those were long death timers. I was for sure that this game was over, but anything but. That's 30 minutes in. The back and forth, the ebb and flow, whatever you want to call it, of this game continues on.
These are the wildest charts I've ever seen.
Absurd. The ups and downs, and they're all like one big team fight. Now back to even in gold, as much as it matters 31 minutes in.
It's the less valuable Phoenix.
Right, the good news for the Bolts is that the Fire Minions got the Phoenix down anyway at the beginning of that team fight. And so the Bolts effectively get a Phoenix, but so do the Jade Dragons. And now we're even once again, Myth, at 31 minutes, near full build for everyone.
Yeah, gold is separated by about 100. Experience straight up doesn't matter. I mean, one level until PBM ticks over to level 20. Relics, slight advantage over to the Jade Dragons maybe, whose relics are going to be coming up very shortly. The majority of the Olympus Bolts have not got anything available to themselves as of now. I think this game extends. 250 on the Fire Giant respawn. That's where the next team fight's going to happen.
You tell me I should pull out my Maxnomic and
I think so.
Sit my butt back down.
Look, I'm just saying, if your lumbar needs some support, it's right there.
It does. And there, I got the nice back seat pillow here for the lumbar support. What's that, lower back?
Well, the Jade Dragons are actually grouped up pretty heavily. Maybe they're willing to take a fight without Fire Giant in a siege situation? They're strong,
They're
to be
counter-pushing
sure.
the Fire Minions.
They're strong, to be sure. Oni minion waves as well should help out a fair deal. Pagon's got great poke potential, but that should be mitigated by the healing of Awesome Jake. Yeah, no way the Jade Dragons want to just straight up walk in a true 5-on-5 in a scenario like that. But even in posturing there, heat check, maybe just seeing whether or not the Olympus Bolts were going to respond in kind. They do so. 3 back and get ready for the defense. The Jade Dragons reset themselves as well. This is an even game. One team fight. Everything up until this point has lost value. Nothing matters that has happened in the last 33 minutes. Well, all that matters from here on out is the next 5. If there are even.
And it's been so back and forth, you have to imagine the Bolts have the edge now, right? Because the Jade Dragons won the last big fight, which means it's time for the Bolts to come back and win the next big fight. It's just how things have been going this game, but I don't know, Miff. It feels like the ebbs and flow, like which mid laner gets picked off early. Pagon did. Venenu's been getting sat on a good bit as well.
Look how ugly the Bolt slash lines are, except for Haddix, who's having himself a phenomenal
You're telling
game.
me I'm being mean?
1-3, 1-5, 0-3, 0-3.
I'm not saying they're good.
If we remove Haddix, the Bolts are combined like 2 and
15.
15, yeah, 14.
2 and 14 if you remove Haddix. Yeah, it's bad. But Haddix has had something to say in all of these fights. Now
Thanks
it's
for helping
6 and
with the
1.
math.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, I mean, 8 minus 6, 2. It's pretty clean there, Myth. But I had to think about it for a moment or two. Spectral Armor picked up for 3 members of the Bolts. That's been there for a little while. But just now get the opportunity to point it out. And Panda Cat, who had gone into crit, now has it limited by the members of the Bolts that want to be jumping onto Panda Cat. And so you have to look at the map state here over the next couple of minutes. 30 seconds left on the Fire Giant respawn. Oni minions have been dealt with. You bring up a good point in that the worst Phoenix to have down in a moment like this is the far left, and that's what the Jade Dragons have missing. But it just respawns. And the Olympus Bolts will have theirs respawning a couple of waves later on. And so at least the Jade Dragons only have another 1 Fire Minion wave to deal with. And then wouldn't you guess it, the Bolts are only going to have another couple to deal with. And the game truly will be even. But if the Bolts can pull it quicker, or if Mike gets caught out, might be simplified.
This Fire Giant's going to burn incredibly quickly. Could be another TP from the King Arthur. Final K should be able to join the fight very shortly.
Oh, Fino.
And Final K has been the issue, Ven.
Oh, no. Ven walked at, and now Fino K, are you the one on the wrong side of the fight? Lasbra jumped on by Sanford Soccer over on the left of the fight. Lasbra's going to rejoin the rest of his team. Stunned down from Awesome Jake onto Polar Bear Mike. The backpedaling from the Olympus Bolts, desperately escaping from the onslaught of damage that the Jade Dragons have. Awesome Jake might be the first to go down. Airstrike puts Panda Cat
not looking
right
good.
in the front of the fight. Panda Cat's got one onto Barracuda. Mike has added one as well. Pagon rips through Venenu. And the Jade Dragons break history. They will win 2 big fights in a row. And they'll send us on to a Game 3 all tied up.
Man, the Jade Dragons front line is the difference maker in this one. It is always Final K initiating the fight. It is always PBN, always in there. The Olympus Bolts front line has had great performances throughout the early team fights. Haddix, of course, does a whole lot of damage, 6-1. Hard to say anything bad about his performance, but this one was just always dictated by the Jade Dragons initiating and getting in towards these priority targets. Ven was just not allowed to play, whereas look at the end of that team fight, I don't think Pagon took any damage.
Wow, what a game we just had. Hard to think back 35 minutes ago, but the Dragons rolling all over Venenu early in the game. And then some great team fighting brings it back, gives an early Fire Giant to the Bolts, and then the Jade Dragons wipe the Bolts. And then the Bolts get an FG and wipe the Dragons. But then the Dragons beat back the Bolts, but they can't end the game. And then they do win a second fight in a row for the first time in game number 2. We are all tied up, game 3, between the Bolts and the Dragons, coming up next.
3, 2, 1.
That's right, it's a tie set here. The Dragons make things interesting in game number 2. And it bounces back and forth. We'll break that one down. For now, I want to talk about what you just saw. And that, of course, is being a Prime Gaming subscriber. You saw a ton of games there, all of which that at any given time you could potentially get for free. Free games, as well as a ton of exclusive content, as well as seasonal discounts and other surprise perks. And, of course, your free monthly Twitch Prime sub that you can use anywhere, plus all of the other things that you already get, like the free delivery, the music, the movies, etc. that come with being a Prime subscriber. So if you're not a Prime Gaming subscriber, you're missing out on so much stuff. If you are, well, first off, a great place to use your sub. There's a button right down there. Second off, make sure you use all of your perks, not just the sub, and get in on all of those other fantastic deals, games, and all of that. And of course, thanks to Prime Gaming for powering Season 9 of the SPL. But I'm Gore, that's Trelly, and we got an interesting game number 2, Trelly. I think it starts a lot with the Dragons winning.
Right.
And then it gets interesting because of Haddix. And then the Dragons start winning again, and then it gets interesting because of Haddix.
You're going to do this a few more times, aren't you?
Yeah, you gotta like bounce back and forth. Very similar to like the ping pong game you and Mifflin quickly played to what, 3?
Yeah, we played to 3.
Right before we came up here. It was back and forth. It went, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. And then finally someone wins. In this case, it was the Dragons.
And in this case, it was Trelly who won the ping pong game.
Yeah, Trelly did win the ping pong game.
Just so we're clear. But yeah, so Pagon looked really good. And obviously, it's very nice to look good on Thoth, but I think Miff was right to highlight the fact that the front line of the Jade Dragons were also looking good, which in turn makes it so Thoth can survive in the back line and do this pretty much all game. PBM, a world of difference on the Bacchus as opposed to the Geb. A very CC-oriented sit in the back line sort of style pick where this was not what Bacchus was doing. Bacchus was always on the forefront of these fights. Final K right there with him on the King Arthur. They wanted to be as dominant in the front lane as possible, and then the carries were able to just sort of, free cast once they're up there.
It just made things look very easy. You can see Pagon into Panda Cat here having a good time. And who's at the forefront of each of these fights? Yeah, that's right. You've got either one of the two frontliners or Sam in there with the Ragnarok occasionally. A lot of low health bars for that kind of last fight over on the right-hand side. And it was just a matter of finding the right kills, and in the right moments, you get to go 4-0 if you're Panda Cat, 4-2 for Sam, and 5-3 there for Pagon. Maybe not the most beautiful slash lines. I think Miff did call most of the bolts. Again, cover up Haddix, and he described them as ugly for the slash lines for the bottom. So they were not very good looking. When you look at the GPM, also not very good looking for the bolts there. A lot of under 500s, which is going to be massively devastating. And then Haddix was 6-1 and able to get about normal farm that game. So it was like one normal, balanced farming game and one really good KDA. And then the rest of the bolts.
Okay, well, we saw the stat lines, but at least we get to see the camera, the player cams, which are very good looking.
It's nothing but 10 handsome lads out there.
Exactly. I see 120 cents. Wait, 110 cents. 100 cents. 10? 5? Yeah, it's 5. I knew that.
10,
I thought maybe the coaches were there. That's why I said 120.
We're going dimes.
Yeah.
That's what we got across the board. Nothing but 10s that are locked in there.
Right.
And there's 10 of them. So that's where we get the 100. So a full dollar, dude. We got a full dollar out there playing. Let's go, baby. Maybe it works out. Bolts, hey, they're going to be first pick this time around. We'll see what exactly they have going for them here. Up to this point, Kleena, Artio, Athena. That's been their 3 bans. Eset, Daji locked away by the Dragons 2 times in a row. And then once it was Horus, and then a little bit later it was Horus again. And then the second time it was Nox in the top 3. So we'll see if the Dragons maybe continue on that. Immediately shifting things up, though. The Bolts go for the Athena first.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the Athena jungle from Sanford Soccer. We know that much. I can't imagine the Jade Dragons let through the Nox. I still think that's going to be something they want to not deal with. And this time around, Uller Still not going to be, I mean, not still. They already saw how much the Uller was able to do. They don't want to deal with that. So now a lot of different adjustments here. Again, the Jade Dragons probably still want to take away that Nox. Awesome, Jake. I believe you confirmed 100% win rate on the Nox?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky. Has a lot of lockdown. Does too much and is just a little bit too annoying for them. So I imagine that will be the option here. Barracuda had a lot of picks taken away from him last time around, but usually the Bolts sort of save his pick for last anyways. So we'll have to see if they try to prioritize it because the AMC sort of got dove a lot that game, as well as this Poseidon. Then it did not have too much success on the Poseidon. The damage numbers weren't that great, and the survivability just wasn't there. So I imagine a few different adaptations here for the Bolts, depending on what this band is going to be. They have to think about it for a bit. The Fenrir was obviously pretty annoying, but the Thoth is going to be the option here. They don't want to deal with that extended range. Pagon was a little too free on that pick last game.
Well, Thoth gets banned off, yeah, like you said. Maybe just a little worried because it did too much, too well. Not just that game, but yesterday as well. So the Dragons a little more limited. Notable, Nox still available. Yemoja, RDO. A lot of picks, actually, when you go from top to bottom. Things that have been very powerful. The E-set, notably, still up. And so those are just a few of the many that the Dragons could ban here. And a few of the many that could impact the game. I mean, you also have to look at some of the later bans that we've experienced, the Horus things that were banned against the Bolts that realistically maybe aren't the top priority to get rid of them, but are also something that could be worrisome if the Bolts get them, and they are going to go for the Nox. So we're kind of riding onto, well, I don't want to say ride that lightning because that's not what the Dragons want to do. That's what the Bolts would like to be able to keep up. Unfortunately, it does mean that the Bolts are going to get a top priority pick. It's just which do they value more, and it seems Artio is what they see as the top pick of them all.
Yeah, it's wild that we live in a world where Cthulhu and Nox, all these picks that are being prioritized, and RDO is the one that is being let through, but Nox is the one they had to ban away. They had a few different options to ban away there. ESET does make it through, as you mentioned, so will be the first option here for the Jade Dragons. And another quick answer, the Fenrir. So that's going to be a lot of CC, again, locked in. This time around for the Jade Dragons. Remember, the Bolts won with that complete lockdown comp the one time where they had so much CC and they wanted to deal with that. This time around, though, RDO deals with the Fenrir pretty well. Again, you have you're probably wanting to get a beat because you don't want to deal with Ragnarok, but you can cripple out the Brutalize from Fenrir and you can stun it out. There's two different ways to deal with that Brutalize, so not going to eat too much damage there, but the displacement, that's what's going to be a bit annoying. But Oleron is going to be the choice here. More often than not, we see that go into the duo lane, so Barracuda. And it looks like Chiron, so double ADC comp once again for the Bolts with an RDO. Looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, feels solid. I'm surprised. I was expecting, I saw ESET locked in. I was thinking, okay, cool, ESET Yemoja. That's going to be what they lock in. Then, oh, well, there was no Yemoja. And then I see Oleron. I'm like, all right, Oleron, Yemoja, whatever. And then there's no Yemoja. And still, we've made it now to the point where supports are going to get banned. And you have to imagine that is going to potentially be on the list. Although the ESET, despite the fact that we've seen it go, mid way more often, you're not sure just yet if that is a Pagon pick or if it's going to go over to Mike.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago we'd be saying, we see ESET in support more often than not, but it still could go mid. And then we've seen it mid so much, now we're like, yeah, it's probably going to go mid, but it could go support. I feel like right now, probably more leaning towards the PVM ESET until we see what this draft continues to be, because Nox has been banned away, and ESET, that's the one matchup you really don't want to deal with. ESET always very strong in Atlas, so they don't really have to ban something like that away because you already have that pick for it. I'm not even sure the Jade Dragons are too confident where it's going just yet. Probably right now, banking on it going to that support role, but they still have the option based on what gets banned away. This time around, Jingwei, Uller, and Hou-Yi. So a few hunters the Bolts are taking away. That's a lot of Panda Cat shots, but also Pagon has the Uller, so we're going to group that one in as well. But remember, the Bolts already have their ADC. They already have the Chiron and the Oleron. They can take away as much as they want. Now, the Jade Dragons, what do you answer back with? Do you go for something that you want to get like upstanding pressure? You already have a lot of CC, as we mentioned. We'll have to see. Their ADC, they don't have to pick right now because they know no more ADCs will be coming through.
Oh, yeah, they're lucky in that regard. I think the Bolts play it safe with their bans as well, where it's just like, okay, so if we ban Guardians and that ESET goes mid, then we look foolish. If we ban a bunch of mages and then that ESET goes support or ends up going mid, then, okay, wow, we're nowhere with it. And so instead of trying to lock down everything, they tried to limit Panda Cat. And Panda Cat still somehow gets on her, so still feels really good, I think, for the Dragons. Does leave a little bit more flexibility in their draft and forces the Bolts to maybe play that waiting game, looking for something presumably over there for Jake, as well as a pick for Lasbra. And this is where, I think we've been talking a little bit more about Gilgamesh the last couple of days. Has not necessarily been doing too well overall. In fact, every just quick eye glance at him has not won any of the games that I just saw him in. So it is not maybe the time to go back, despite that being one of the better picks that we've seen for Lasbra. So what do you think? I mean, like jungle-wise, as well as like just Jake-wise, like there seems like there's a lot of options still available.
There are still a lot of options still available. You have to consider, number one, the fact that ESET is going to always be a lurking presence, so to speak. And Fenrir, you always have to worry about that Ragnarok. Right now, Sobek, a solid answer back. You have that pressure in the duo lane. You're able to cancel out that wing gust. Again, this is if ESET is going to support. They still are holding on to the mid lane pick possibly, or the support pick, so we'll have to figure out where that does end up going. Shiva, though, that's going to answer back some of the early pressure. That was the one issue I had with the Bolts draft thus far, is you have double ADC, and you have no real form of early aggression. Now, sort of answers your problem. If you want to get to the late game form of the draft, that's what you're looking for. Now they've answered it.
And interesting because, from earlier today, the Warriors-Titans set, as well as even yesterday, the Titans playing, the Shiva has been highly prioritized by a lot of teams. And yet, it made it so far down the list this time around, not even looked at or banned out in a majority of these games. Last game picked up by the Bolts. We'll see if they can translate it into a better Game 3 for themselves. Morrigan locked in. And there's some interesting Morrigan transformations with the one that always stands out when it's this kind of combo. It's the Cthulhu, right, that stands beside you. You get two of them. And it feels like that's going to work out pretty well, especially with an ESET Circle of Protection. I think team fights for the Dragons here seem a little nightmarish.
Yeah, especially if you figure out whose beads are down. You could do a double Ragnarok pull. You could bring someone pretty much to the Phoenix at that point if you do it in the mid lane. So looks like Pagon's going to have a lot of different options here. And an on her ESET duo lane as well is going to have a fair bit of pressure into Sobek Oleron. As long as these plucks aren't consistently displacing you, you should be just fine. Obviously, Panda Cat likes to go to this pick when he wants to find 1v1s. He wants to fight. This is the only reason you pick on her, essentially, to win lane and win it handedly. Desert Fury, a great tool to try to immune Sanctified Field. So I imagine Barracuda is going to be sitting pretty far back in this lane, not really wanting to take the fights against on her. About after level 9, that's when the real power spike of Honor starts to trickle down and he just turns into another one of those ADCs. But level 9, that's when he's as strongest. His ult can essentially 100-0 you.
Something you got to be worried about, especially Oleron. Miffet said earlier, level 3, there's like an interesting power curve for Oleron, and then you're just kind of waiting for a little while before you become as relevant as you could be on her. Might be able to capitalize on that. It's also something that we like to talk about a lot with Sobek, but like you said, if that pluck displaces you, or in this case, if there's a Dispel magic that's just really well timed and it ruins you, then all of a sudden you're CC'd, you're killed off, and maybe there's some potential there for the Dragons. A lot of fun plays, I think, that can happen all across this, and after the way Game 1 went, but specifically how back and forth Game 2 was. Admittedly, the Bolts maybe need a little more of that back and forth to come from not just the solo lane, but being able to bounce back, I think, makes things very interesting here. And Trelly, for Game 3, I think we're in for just as fun of a bout.
Yeah, I like how you use the word fun, because when I think of dealing with two Cthulhus, that doesn't sound very fun. It depends on which side of the Cthulhus you're on.
For me, this will be fun, because I get to watch, and I don't have to play either of these squads.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Bolts, if you're trying to deal with that early game, you're just going to say, this isn't fun at all. How do we shred through these HP bars? Obviously, with the draft we see, more often than not, there's not going to be a chin size at all in this build, because Chiron goes full ability damage with the Heartseeker, which is still going to take a lot of HP. And then the Oleron is just going to build, magical items. So no sort of HP shred for these two Cthulhus. You're going to have to deal with just the base Heartseeker and things like that.
Well, we'll see. Will the Bolts bounce back after game number 2? Where the Dragons find themselves a lead here in game 3? Let's find out with Dave and Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Gore. I have a feeling after game 3 we'll find out, though, because the Bolts and the Dragons, for at least 2 more games, will be going toe-to-toe. And it feels like, Miff, the Jade Dragons have had the early game leads now in both games, kind of let game 1 slip through their fingers. We're able to bounce back to their own comeback almost in game 2. And actually have a pretty good composition, I think, against what the Bolts have going into game 3.
Yeah, if this game goes to late from an even state, it is going to be so difficult for the Olympus Bolts to take these team fights One Cthulhu ignores Sanctified Fields. Two Cthulhus both ignoring Sanctified Fields or even just peeling for each other while simultaneously attacking Barracuda means that this Ola run, I don't care what you build around it, unless it's a Khepri, you're probably going to fall down if you want to get into a range where you're able to get involved in the team fights. So the Olympus Bolt's going to be leaning heavily on Ven in mid on this very aggressive Chiron pick to establish a lead, and Lasbra out of the jungle so that they can maybe limit some of the potential of the Jade Dragons, and specifically this E set, to look at neutral objectives, limit their ability in some of these late game team fights. If this game goes even and we get to 20, I think it's like a 9-1 Jade Dragons.
Haddix has to back away, but so does Sanford Soccer. We have seen the Jade Dragons combine over in the solo lane, but Lasbra's been a little bit more apt to rotate around standard jungle starts. It looks like he'll hang out with Haddix for a little bit longer in the early part of this game, or Sanford Soccer, the one rotating out of lane. Ven pulling out something a little bit different, has played somewhat of mobile mages in the first couple of games, and now we get a look at the Chiron. I imagine this just goes full ability damage, and for good reason, Myth. When you pair, I mean, what do you end up going? What, Heartseeker at some point, Titan's Bane at some point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All, you know, you'll potentially Transcendence.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, there's no, but that, yes, potential, but it's like 100%.
Right, but it's still potential. At some point, right? Could be first, maybe.
Probably first, I'm thinking. If it were going to be somewhere.
Right, the potential would be first. By the time you get all those items online, then connecting with the proper target feels like baby Thothel sometimes, doesn't it? Where the Centaurus just melts down health bars.
It can, but some of those health bars are pretty massive.
Okay, right.
Like two Cthulhus.
All right, oh yeah, I guess. I'm thinking Pagon on his own, just like as the Morrigan. Okay, maybe Panda Cat's health bar.
Panda Cat's going to struggle, but Panda Cat's he's not your win condition. Like, Panda Cat's there to hit towers and hit
You are not
objectives.
buying in on the Bolts draft at all.
I think the Bolts, where they win is the next 13 minutes. It is whatever Lasbra is capable of doing in the next couple of minutes. It's what Ven can do before the Jade Dragons group up as 5. Are there scenarios in which the Olympus Bolts could win? Yes, of course. In SMITE, it's always play on field. There's always, what was it, the quote? It's always player diff. That's coming straight from Sanford Soccer.
Right.
But that's not to say that your composition can't do a whole lot of the heavy lifting for you. And I really am just a fan of this Jade Dragons draft.
Let's see if the Jade Dragons can stabilize then for a little while, and if the Olympus Bolts can get out to an early and active lead. Blue buff invade is good for the Olympus Bolts, so at least take a little early pressure away from Fine OK. Sanford Soccer has the blink, but so does Lasbra. And we did see Lasbra, at least in game 2, get a little bit more active up against Pagon. Didn't seem to matter, though. Pagon found the damage anyway. Pagon in Desert's Fury.
Are you serious?
He goes for the 1v1 and gets it. Centaurus needs to hit the target, but it won't. Pagon in a 2v1. Grabs the kill onto Venenu, and Lasbra forced to run away as well. He is a madman, the newcomer, making it happen against Ven.
Dude, Pagon has got Ven's number. He's got the download complete. He knows everything about this guy. The last 3 digits on the back of his cards, the expiration date. Pagon's got it all, and he's got it in a little notebook because Ven has been getting dominated so far in this set. And we do not often see solo kills. We do not often see the laning phase come
in one set.
In one set. It's happened like every game so far. The Thoth dashing in and finding the kill the second to go to level 5.
Uller in game 1.
Uller in game 1. Now Pagon transforming into Panic. Pagon's dipping this dude mid-chasm in the early portions, and then we get to the team fight, and all of a sudden Ven is able to still play to the level that we expect. But as of now, Pagon on the Morrigan, who should not be winning the early game, by the way, against a Chiron, is doing exactly
What
that.
a dynamic player Pagon has turned out to be for this Jade Dragons team. Wasn't all of the answers in game 1, at least. Yeah, it actually is nuts. It's one thing to say, you know, every once in a while we see it. When you really think about it, every single game, we've seen at least one from Pagon over Venenu. And this one is a much more mobile character for Ven, something that could get out of moments like that, but Pagon able to close the gap. And it's under pressure from Lasbra as well at the same time. Just makes that moment all that much more impressive. But, Myth, as you so often like to say, 1 kill does not a lead make, right?
Oh my God.
And
Don't quote me at me, man.
Trelly's doing it on the desk. Now I'm doing it on the cast. You can't escape it. And it's now the next few minutes if Pagon can keep that ball rolling, if Sanford Soccer can make something happen over towards mid.
To play devil's advocate
Okay.
and continue with my point earlier, Pagon doesn't need to keep doing anything besides farming.
Yeah, sure.
The Jade Dragons just want to look for that team fight. Anything that they are able to establish throughout the early game, icing. Sure, you have an E-set, but E-set support doesn't fall off like E-set mid does. You're always going to be a pretty decent initiator, always able to apply a whole lot of CC, give your team that HP shield, damage mitigation from circle protection. You're not necessarily who you're looking towards in support to confirm some of these objectives. So if Pagon just spends the rest of the match just farming up, waiting to group up his 5, no complaints from me. But seeing how Pagon has been playing,
Whoa.
he's not going to stop.
Lasbra's blinked forward. Centaurus out, but doesn't find much.
Oh my
Double
God.
stun from Sanford Soccer. Brutalizes got the damage. And it happens in mid lane again. Venenu falls to 0-2 in the first 6 minutes. And that's just a counter gank from Sam. Pagon baits in Lasbra. Blink no good. And Sam makes it look easy with the Brawler's beat stick is all he's got, and that's all he needs. Ven falls for the second time.
Yeah, already mitigating some of that healing that Ven will get from the passive. Awesome Jake, healing in the kit, healing from Haddix. All of them. Every single Olympus Bolt. I was going to run through them individually as I was breaking it down, but every single one of those guys has got some form of self-healing or team healing. What about him? Sickening Strike, heals himself.
Yeah, what about Bear, though?
Barracuda's got the third ability, heals himself as well as his allies.
There you go. We went through all of it.
Well, Haddix and Laz, yeah.
We already listed those guys.
They all got healing. Brawler's beat stick goes nuts.
Right, there you go. I don't want Jake and Bear to be left out by the end of it.
I'm sure they'd love to be left out of it.
At this point, they want to be left out of anything that has to do with what's going on over in the mid lane. And that is something to be said. Is the problem is, I was going to say, there is some scaling involved with these.
Oh, they got the dash.
ADCs. That's awesome. Jake slowed down.
That's tough.
Here's the good news for the Bolts is passive farm has given them like a hefty gold lead that is now just shrinking. It was over 1,000, and all of these individual kills for the Jade Dragons are simply closing up that gold lead and closing up the experience lead. So it is actually even now because the Bolts have done such a good job at finding the neutral farm up to this point. But the Jade Dragons still much more active in the kills department in the first 7.5 minutes.
They have been. No large disparities established as of yet. Actually a level lead for Barracuda in the lane, who's been left alone for the most part. Jake now 1 level down on PBM, but E-set support, you're not really reliant on a lead there. I suppose in pulling a lead, you don't have to look towards Lono's mask, which is so often the answer in second slot, because E-set being an immobile mage also in support means that you're initiating the fight. Panic Cat having some fun, throws out the Salt Shaker.
Of course he has the Salt one on, right?
Of course. I mean, it's the most toxic global emote in Smite.
Right, and Panic Cat's not one to shy away from...
Toxicity?
Well, no, I was going to say like dancing on like 1v1s, things like that.
Is that not toxicity?
I think there's degrees to it, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's like friendly toxicity. Banter myth.
Yeah, ribbon your boys, I got it.
Right, at that point it is, but Panic Cat strikes me as one who would love to use a Salt Shaker in like if Panda's in mid.
If he hits you again, you let me know.
No, I'm speaking out against it. What do you mean? Sanford Soccer has brutalized for Lasbra, and my goodness, it's now not only being done to Ven, but anyone that goes around Sanford Soccer apparently is going to have a bad time, as Sam is on a killing spree here. Double stun from Haddix, but a blue buff invade god right. Sam already used Ragnarok. That means Haddix won't have to use the beads on his dash away. And again, though, it's the Jade Dragons closing up the gold gap that the Olympus Bolts are passively building up. But if we're going back to your point, Myth, that's something the Jade Dragons are fine with. Just keeping the gold stable for a little while.
Yeah, I think experience the more important of the two stats as of now, because the gold difference is 1 and the experience is about 1,000. So the Jade Dragons, slight lead there. The Olympus Bolts would love to get something started up soon, man. Lasbra on Shiva is only going to continually fall off as the game goes on, so you really want him to be able to make plays while he's in that power spike. That said, it's 3-0 for Sanford Soccer, means that he's not really, Lasbra that is, matching that level of pressure.
There you go.
As Jake gets involved, Lasbra's here too.
Pluck onto Mike, who does have Circle of Protection and Silence and Spirit Ball. Panda Cat lets Desert Fury fly. Circle of Protection up and down. And 3 versus 2, no good. Olympus Bolts come up empty-handed. Do force out a couple of ultimates from the Jade Dragons, but Jake had to use his as well. And wherever Sanford Soccer is hovering right now, needs to be a place that the Olympus Bolts are wary of at 3-0. The Fenrir has made a lot work so far. And a nice ward over in mid. We'll have Ven spotted out.
Uh-oh.
Considering a tower dive here, Ven does have beads, he uses them, but there is too much damage. Centaurus could have made things interesting there, but Ven for the 3rd time this game dove on. And for the 4th time this game, it's Sam who's got a kill.
Man, Sanford Soccer just having a field day right now. Nobody wants to line up in the 1v1 except for maybe Haddix, and Haddix will never be given the opportunity to take a 1v1 as Fine OK will always be nearby. The Jade Dragons just dominant across the board. As long as you said, Sanford Soccer is there, the fight probably going to favor the Jade Dragons. Lasbra has just not had that same impact so far. Would love to. I said it earlier, it remains true. Would love to be able to start rotating in towards these fights. Would love to close gap on the Pagon and make sure that he isn't allowed to establish enough of a lead, but now an entire level over Ven.
Where are you
just
going,
now
though?
takes over to level 11. As Lasbra?
Yeah. I mean, if Pagon doesn't have ult, I guess that makes
It's
mid
Pagon.
without ult, though, right?
Even with ult, I think you got to force the ult. It's the most valuable thing you can force
I guess
out.
if we're talking about finding kills, that's a different conversation, right? If you're just forcing utility off the map, it's got to be Pagon.
Yeah, Ven's not even that far behind, really, so even from a range, if Lazar decides to engage with Ven pretty far away, Centaurus, as you said, 3 mini Thoth ultimates, should be able to connect from a distance. I think it's got to be somewhere. The answer is not nowhere, which is what we've seen so far.
It's got to be somewhere.
It's got to be somewhere.
Right now, Sanford Soccer on left. Ultimate onto Barracuda, and that has resulted in another kill. It's getting tedious at this point, fellas. Sam, do something different. The Olympus Bolts want him to, at least. Awesome Jake has to dash away from this.
It's good damage.
Sam, considering a jump back in. There's some good damage from... What was that?
Impale.
Was that impale?
Impale and brutalized.
That was a third of his health bar in one instant.
Dude, Lasbra thought about disengaging, was like, yo, okay, hold on. They're
wait a
actually
second.
low. Let me get in there. Oh, no.
All right, so now the gold is in favor of the Jade Dragons by about 1,000, and it's going to get worse because of this Gold Fury. This is the Jade Dragons style of play that they have diversified away from in recent years. Not like by choice necessarily. They've just gotten better at different aspects of the game. But it's always a team that's been rooted in the ability to just do this in the first 12 or 13 minutes, which is just run you over. Every once in a while, Sanford Soccer just has that game. And it looks like game 3 of this set is that game for Sam.
Hey, don't get it twisted either. Remember how the whole snowball
But he gets
starts
weaker
up.
with the Hydra Star, somehow makes himself less good with
we can't keep spreading that misinformation. The joke is Hydra Star looks goofy, and then it turns into Hydra's Lament.
Yeah.
The Hydra Star actually a very strong item.
Yes, you're right. Okay.
But it's Pagon who starts off this game by soloing out Ven. You did not just guffaw at the sight of Hydra Star
I did.
again.
All right, all right. People are building it too much for me to run this bit every time it happens. So this is the last one. I've retired the Hydra Star.
It's not a bit. That was a real laugh. You had genuine joy in your eyes.
Yes. But this is the last time I'll have joy as a result of that bit, I promise. The light has
take
left
your
my
joy.
eyes. Barracuda, luckily, has been able to stay stable with Panicat here in this lane, though doesn't knock down the tier 1 tower. Oh, hello. This is fine. Okay, all the way over from solo lane. Barracuda sanctified field. Yeah. Not doing much up against Fine OK, but the damage has turned around.
Okay.
Finally, Ven getting something done. Panicat, though, has the last bit of damage onto Barracuda. Impale sends Lasbra running the other direction, but watch out. 3-man knockup. What's the follow-up? Sanford Soccer and PBM on the backside of this fight. The Bolts have turned around some damage.
It's Sam.
The CC immunity, fantastic. Sanford Soccer jumps in, brutalized right into the circle of protection. Somebody's got to finish off these kills. And it might be Sam. Dash back in from Fine OK. Fine OK's got the second. Sanford Soccer getting low, though, as Haddix has the shutdown, and it looks like the Bolts will end themselves on a 3-for-3 fight.
3-for-3 favors the Olympus Bolts, considering how large the bounties are on the Jade Dragons. That's a massive swing back to the Order team. Great rotation from Sanford Soccer to at least find something for his squad, but the Olympus Bolts may have chased a little bit further forward than I would have liked. A 3-for-3 may have less value than a 2-for-0 or something along those lines, so the Olympus Bolts may be overzealous in their aggression, are at least able to strike back, but that's not before Ven immediately falls down again. So resets his own bounty, gives over a little bit of additional gold to the Jade Dragons. Barracuda dies first, says, I'm not walking back to that bloodbath, heads to the opposite side of the map to look at the Pyromancer.
Yeah.
Pagon's there.
This is close. Barra's low. Yeah, he's got to leave. Pyromancer's low as well. Olympus Bolts don't fully drop it. The Jade Dragons can just do it, but Haddix is here. Both solo laners pretty strong at this point in the game. The Mire goes down. And watch, the Pyro's just not going to get done at some point here, unless the fight happens and the Jade Dragons or the Olympus Bolts come out ahead. Centaurus flies and doesn't find the value Ven maybe was hoping for. Pyromancer repulled by the Jade Dragons, and Awesome Jake dashing away will secure the objective for the Jade Dragons. And simply the presence of the Dragons enough to keep the Olympus Bolts at bay. We've crossed that 15-minute threshold, Myth, and the Olympus Bolts are 3K behind.
3K down, experience down as well. The Jade Dragons, pretty soon, I'm thinking in the next 4 or so minutes, we'll be able to group up as 5 and never ungroup. We're going to see them reset back to laning phase a couple more times, but we're very rapidly approaching the point where it's going to be a conversation about double Cthulhu. It's going to be a conversation about Pagon turning into Lasbra and being that initiator for his team. This Morgan is starting to get a lot more value as the game goes on. You can just start to see that Pagon is confident in his damage already, doesn't even look to build a whole lot more early. It's Magi's Blessing in the 3rd slot, contending with the Pluck from Awesome Jake or the Displacement from Lasbra, even maybe the Giddy Up from Ven, going to make it even harder now to shut down this Morgan, who has not used her relics as of yet. I think Beads and Aegis have been up for the entirety of this game. Now Magi's on top of it, means that there is just a whole lot of CC immunity. And considering Cthulhu is the transformation, that's just a whole lot of survivability available to Pagon. It's going to be very difficult. That one death, that could be the only death.
It might be. Jade Dragons would love it that way. Luckily for Ven, the pacing of the mid lane action has slowed down just a little bit, but Mike and Pagon send some damage towards the Tier 1. Already Tier 1 missing over on left, actually. All the remaining Tier 1s outside of the Jade Dragons mid, relatively low, and the Olympus Bolt solo lane. Lasbra has some climbing to do here. 3 levels behind Sam for Soccer, who on the Fenrir finally was shut down. I wonder if there's enough damage here. Haddix pretty tanky. And I think that's a good line for the Olympus Bolts to follow as well. And it's that Haddix has a slight lead over Fine OK. This Ardio still feels like she's pretty strong.
Yeah, she's the one that gets the bounty as well for Sam for Soccer, who's probably worth about 700 gold. So a massive infusion over to Haddix, which is the bulk of his lead, I believe. As PBM lines up against 2, should have some peel from Panda soon.
Could be a bait, though, here from Polar Bear Mike if the Jade Dragons are able to rotate through Circle of Protection, rather. Delays out Mike, but slow on the rotation are the Jade Dragons, though. Awesome Jake has used his ultimate to confirm the kill. Here's the first Cthulhu. There's the second Cthulhu, and they are running down the back line, as you would expect. It's a disengaged pluck from Awesome Jake. But what are you supposed to do against this? Run, I suppose, is the best you can do.
It's working.
But the Jade Dragons don't have enough follow-up damage, and somehow the Olympus Bolts will keep themselves alive with half health on everyone.
Yeah, they go back to base. The Jade Dragons don't pull out the objective either. Panda Cat's alive. Your ADC's there. Sam for Soccer has got a whole lot of damage with Seething House. Surprised that the objective isn't on the minds of the Jade Dragons. And I think that fight goes so poorly for the Dragons, again, because of the slow rotation over to help out PBM. Panda Cat actually uses his leap to close gap into red buff, then the pluck happens to PBM, so he's got to turn around and head the other way, lost that mobility. Sam for Soccer essentially not even in that team fight whatsoever. And speaking of Sam, take a peek at his build. He's moving in towards a good deal of defense, I suppose relying on the additional power of Seething Howl to make up for that in the build. The Jade Dragons, though, may not have had eyes for the objective initially after that team fight, but now grouped up yet again will look towards the Oni. And, well, who's around to defend it? Nobody. It's Primal, by the way. It's not Oni.
Awesome Jake is close by. I'll let that one go by.
Thanks, man.
But then we're going to circle back to it. The Primal Fury.
Okay.
Jade Dragons goes over somewhat quietly after it is all said and done. That next rotation of ultimates is through. I mean, that was your team fight, right? That's what you expect from the Jade Dragons on cooldown for the rest of this game. Double Cthulhu walking through a sanctified field and the rest of the bolts running and hopefully having enough health to then turn around the fight on the other end of it. So that's what the Jade Dragons are hoping to continue doing, but with some more damage sticking as the game gets a little bit later on. Panda Cat, of course, going to have to supply a good bit of that. There's a nice gold lead for the Jade Dragons that is built up. Pyromancer will be up now in about a minute or so. And this is such unique territory where the bolts are, again, about 4,000 gold behind.
Let's call it 5.
We'll call it 5,000 gold behind, but you can't just like quietly let all of these objectives keep going down and down and down. It's such a unique spot where it might feel like you have to fight for something here, or else the Jade Dragons will simply continue running away with this game.
And again, the Jade Dragons composition is only continually getting stronger as time goes on. As we're starting to approach those 5th tier items, 6th items as well, they're going to hit very significant power spikes. And that's not to say the Olympus Bolts won't get stronger, but individual pieces start to fall off. Barracuda on this Oleron, that's your late game win condition. He's got 2 Cthulhus walking him down, which is possibly the worst counter matchup for Oleron in the game. Lasber on the Shiva loses out on relative strength as the game goes on because his ultimate will no longer be allowed to be channeled for damage. It's mostly about the healing and survivability. Displacement, to be sure, still a valuable asset to bring to your team, but disruption, I think, not quite enough from Shiva to make up for that lack of damage come late, as opposed to Sanford Soccer on this Fenrir, who has decided to move in towards a little bit of that utility. Genji's guard in that last pickup now also has a good deal of survivability thanks to the lifesteal in his kit, simultaneously maintaining a whole lot of damage and a phenomenal KD at 6, 1, and 2. The Jade Dragons in a very good position and take the Pyromancer with 0 opposition from the Olympus Bolts. I think you're right that you can't allow these neutral objectives to go down for free. Pyromancer, I'm sure they're fine letting that one go, but 21 minutes in, it's time to start getting some eyes on that Fire Giant.
Now, Myth, a Cthulhu is normally dealt with by, Shred, right? Chin Side's a fantastic item. That's not something Ven necessarily wants to build into.
Kind of has to.
But you have to. Look, he has abandoned whatever that next Morning Star tree item is.
Heartseeker.
And has immediately gone into the Chin Sides, realizing that 1 Cthulhu probably needs it anyway. But double Cthulhu, absolutely. So Ven has had to pivot what otherwise is just a straight ability build in order to get some health shred, and it is necessary. We'll see if Ven can make use of that and tilt some of these team fights back towards the Olympus Bolts. Fire Giant pulled by the Dragons, but dropped. Imagine we'll see a little bit of this style of dancing where there's enough tankiness in the front line of the Jade Dragons where you can open up some space.
Yeah, the Olympus Bolts, Barracuda specifically, also picks up his own equivalent of kin size. Telkine's ring now finished, so HP shred is there for the Olympus Bolts, but how often is Oleron standing his ground against Cthulhu? It's going to be difficult to apply it.
We'll have to find out. Pagon transforms. Awesome Jake lurking in the water. Sam for Soccer brutalizes forward Ragnarok onto Bera. But Sam, being body blocked on his disengage, is able to get out. Eyes on Panda Cat. Desert Fury flies, but simply not enough damage from the Jade Dragons to finish off any of these kills. Now look at the Bolts. They realize this fight could turn once the D-transformations are out. Circle protection. That'll heal up Final K and Panda Cat on the front of the fight. Meyer from the True Cthulhu traps down a couple members of the Bolts, and somehow everyone on the map remains on the map.
PBM pretty low, has now been zoned out. Good stun from Haddix, will keep it around. Dispel Magic though. That HP shield should be enough to peel out the rest of the way. That's an early transformation from Pagon that might go punish now, as Pancat uses Impale just to peel for himself. It's the Olympus Bolts in great position, but pincered by the Jade Dragons.
What happened here? A teleport from Final Case. The answer dashes through everyone on the Olympus Bolts. And this is the initiation the Dragons are dreaming of. But is the damage there this time? Barracuda brought to the back line as Pagon wraps forward to the front of this fight. 3 members of the Bolts left running. Sam for Soccer will stay alive. Haddix desperately clinging to life, and life will drain. Pagon adds another, and the Jade Dragons snag 4 kills.
Idyllic situation for the Olympus Bolts to survive the initiation from the Jade Dragons. Double transformation from Cthulhu does not matter if you can't get a single kill. Does matter, though, if the Olympus Bolts chase out too far into the Jade Dragon side of the map. A phenomenal flank from the Dragons. Pincer's 5-man push from Cthulhu stops them in their tracks, and the Olympus Bolts have 20 seconds on the grayscale.
Let's see how fast this Phoenix goes.
If this goes down in the next 2 seconds, 1, 2.
Oh, it's right on the edge.
Oh, they're going for it.
They're going for it. Final K is tanky enough. Barracuda will have
Barrett's
Sanctified Field. There's a Descent into Madness out, and Barracuda is no time. There is no time. No time has run out, and Barracuda is deleted. The Jade Dragons have run over the Bolts from minute 1, and they will finalize it in minute 24. Jade Dragons take a 2-1 lead.
The Olympus Bolts, I think, can look towards that match and say, look, we lost in the early. We started at, 0-7? That's not going to happen every single time. Then just not allowed to play inside of his own tower. But credit all belongs to the Jade Dragons. Pagon gets the ball rolling early,
and then Sam for Soccer picks it up and runs with it.
I'll admit, Myth, there were moments where in the double Cthulhu fights, I was worried.
Yo, why isn't anybody dying?
Yeah, well, everyone's surviving.
What's going
Where's the
on?
damage? And then it just takes a good wrap around on the end there, and the Jade Dragon's able to push back everyone but Haddix by the end. That was the story all game long. Haddix.
Better get that in the replays.
Yeah, close to being. Actually,
We
no,
better.
Haddix dies earlier in that fight. What a fight from the Jade Dragons to take a 2-1 lead here in this set. Time to bounce back for the Bolts in game number 4, coming up after this break.
Dragons win game number 2. Convincing start, like a couple of speed bumps in the middle, and then they just kept going after that point. They slowed down. They pumped the brakes when necessary, but unfortunately for the Bolts, it was not enough to stop them entirely. Again, Gore, Trelly on the desk to break that one down, and Trelly, Vin wasn't allowed to play a majority of that game, and then when he was allowed to play, didn't make a big enough difference because of how ahead the Dragons were.
Yeah, let me walk you through a little bit of my mindset when I was drafting my fantasy team. I thought about Pagon, and I was like, you know what, this is a new rookie coming to the league, but I was like, I already know because I've seen him play. He has a lot of confidence. He is not scared to take those 1v1 engagements in mid, which not many mid laners go for. And he was able to put down Ven very early, just soloing him at level 5 because that's what the Morgan can do. And after that, it's hard to exist in the lane Sam for soccer on this Fenrir. You can't cancel out the Brutalize as a Chiron. You pretty much just have to eat the full brunt of that damage. And they were able to just pretty much run away. I mean, as you said, a few speed bumps, but besides that, just a farm fest, essentially.
Yeah, good stuns. And again, you get the lockdown, whether it's between Pagon or Sam. They did just make sure that Chiron was not very effective. And then you get the other portion of that. We just saw Pagon transform into the On Her, but we got to see it from the actual On Her as well. Just several plays where Panda Cat gets aggressive and ends up getting a lot of benefits from it, whether it's a kill or even a little bit more between the two of them. I think it was just a lot to handle for the Bolts. You can see there a couple of kills did end up eventually going the other way, but look at how convincing the team fight is, and more specifically, look at Panda's health bar. He took a third there and was still free casting from the back, so feels really solid. 7-1 there for the Fenrir, 4-1-7 for Panda Cat. So a lot of good plays, and of course we have to mention, I think it must be just because of how this works, but Bara, if you threw out the Sanctified Fields, then Pagon or Fine OK or both could just become Pagon become Cthulhu, and then both of them just walk through the ability anyway. And so I think there was a lot that the Dragons did that just handled the draft from the Bolts really well.
Yeah, I would say game 1, we figured out pretty much immediately that Nox need to be taken away. Now that we're going on to game 4, it's got to be the Fenrir, right? I mean, the Fenrir has been so impactful. If the Bolts don't have first pick, I have to imagine they want to take that away. Sam for Soccer obviously has been having the hot hand, and you want to feed the hot hand no matter what. But right now, you try to throw off his groove or something because he has been looking so on point whenever he is able to come out with a lead. Obviously, Pagon on the Thoth, that was taken away as well. So we're adapting as the draft goes on, but right now it's do or die time for the Bolts. Fenrir and Thoth have to be on the forefront of their minds.
Yeah, something that they need to be just worried about, I think, immediately going into this. But that's where things get so muddied in the middle, is when you look towards picks and bans and you go, okay, so we need to be worried about the Fenrir. We need to be worried about the Thoth. Oh, man, that Athena jungle, that's definitely going to be devastating. Man, that Uller in the mid, that's 5 bans right there, and only 3 of them happen at the very beginning, even if you get the other 2. Then I would argue maybe the Dragons have goofed up, although that doesn't seem like it's affecting Bara too much. We go over there, and you would not believe that they had just lost, and Jake's just snacking.
Jake's fueling.
And the other 2 are at least 2, I can assume, maybe 3, are just joking and having fun. So the Bolts feeling fine.
I imagine this is sort of like when you were a kid in school and your teachers would bring out snacks before a big test. This is Jake trying to get some brain fuel, saying, "Hey, we're about to siege the comeback here. Let's think about picks and bans. I need some form of snack to get my creative juices flowing, and then we're gonna formulate some sort of draft to put a stop to this." So right away, trying to get Mike on something that lacks pressure. He's not even reaching in. He doesn't want to touch the snacks at all.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a huge fan of that technique of snack eating. It keeps your fingers mostly clean, and by mostly I mean they should just stay clean because you're not touching any of the I guess those were goldfish, so probably salt. I guess generic goldfish residue.
Now we gotta know if they're flavor blasted because that'll just add another level.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? If you're eating something akin to anything that has a powder on it. It's much easier to dump into the mouth as opposed to reach in and grab just because of the mess factor. And look, he's about to be touching a keyboard. Yeah, this is good tech from Jake here. We'll see if it remains good tech in the picks and bans. Athena banned out by the Bolts there. They first pick team one more time. And it could be the last time if the Dragons get their way. They have been on a tear the last 2 games. And that Athena gets answered with a Kleena. It does not necessarily get us any step closer to maybe what we were wondering earlier.
Well, I'm assuming the J Dragons take away Daji and Nox, and then the Bolts have a few different options because last time they first picked the Ardio, and I think Haddix is going to look good no matter what you put him on. So maybe prioritize this Fenrir because it's got to get through. There's no way the Jade Dragons ban it. They have to ban the Nox here. And the Bolts can say, hey, we picked the Fenrir. You can answer back. You can have the Ardio if you want. We still get Cthulhu. But it looks like the Bolts are going to ban Ardio, which throws a little bit of a different wrench in the plans because now, again, the Dragons, I have to assume it's Nox. They've already shown that they do not want to put Awesome Jake on this pick. But seeing as how good this Fenrir has been this set, do the Bolts first pick it? Ardio's not available anymore. I certainly think that's the play.
We have to imagine and act under the assumption that this is going to be a Nox ban because otherwise I know exactly what's going to happen. It's a Fenrir.
I was going to say they can't ban away
so
Fenrir
we have
because
to
of the
act
Nox.
and operate under the assumption that this is a Nox first pick for the Bolts. Right? Like, it feels like that just ends up, I think, shifting its priority. Fenrir, despite how well the Dragons just played it. And now here's a question for you.
Lay it on.
In a world where you have to ban Nox or Fenrir to feel confident, do you instead arbitrarily ban some other god, let both through, and then force the Bolts to decide? I guess at that point, I don't know if I've seen a lot of Nox from the Dragons, so if I'm the Bolts there, I'd grab the Fenrir, dare them to grab Nox, and if they don't, then you still get Nox, so maybe that's not worth it.
Well, the Bolts, the Bolts did their homework, and they did their brain fueling because Fenrir is not that great into Nox specifically. You're not going to find this level of success on Fenrir when Nox is still on the board, so as long as they banned accordingly, and the Jade Dragons recognize this, I'm guessing as well, because if you ban the Nox, they get the Fenrir, and there's no sort of counter. If you ban the Fenrir, they get the Nox, and now you get the Thoth pick, and it looks like also Gilgamesh. They sort of hovered Thoth and then switched to Gilgamesh. I have to imagine the Thoth goes through here as well, because Fenrir and Daji are great answers to Thoth, both taken away, but they're going to prioritize that E set, and now the Bolts get to answer back.
Now here's a fun conversation to have for both of these picks.
Okay.
Gilgamesh.
Right.
0% win rate this weekend.
Yeah.
Not too great. 20% pick rate, so it's not in every game.
Right.
But he hadn't been doing well when he is there. ESET, either support or mid, but Nox has been acclaimed as the counter to her, notably by the Leviathans during the World Championship, because the Bolts were playing a lot of ESET. Jake locked it in, and then Rongyu played Nox and put them down in the dirt. Now they have the counter on their favor and the 100% win rate on it. So where are we going from here, Trelly? It feels like we're looking at Game 5 already, and there's only 3 picks here for Game number 4.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter where we go from here as long as they pick something that does damage, something that has peel, something that, like the quintessential. You could just say, hey, they picked a Hunter here, they could pick that, and I'd be pretty much on board. I will say you still have to pilot the Nox well, which Jake always has from what we've seen. So I'm not ready to just cross that one out. And we are going to see this Horus that has been banned away a few times now locked in as well. So in my head, this is the Jade Dragon's worst nightmare, right? Like this is what they've been trying to take away. But given how good they've been looking, they had to have known this was coming, and they've got answers this time. Not going to be the Thoth that Pagon has looked so solid on. It's going to be the Hebo. Has a great matchup in a Nemesis. You can knock up that shield in pretty much just one shot. But if you are going to go for that blink, which a lot of these Hebos like to go, and again, this isn't just a Pagon pick. We've seen Sanford Soccer on the Hebo multiple times as well. So we don't exactly know where this is going. The Gilgamesh still could be solo. There's a few different, picks that they're holding on to here, not exactly showing where it's going to go, but they have some avenues to fight back, despite the fact that the Bolts have gotten what looks like a dream draft.
Well, the Artemis gets stripped away, so some of the CC that we've gotten used to seeing from the Bolts, they're not going to have that banned out as well. Way back when, in Game number 2. Played in Game number 1. I'd say if you can remember that far back. For most people, that's not too difficult. But for me, for some reason, I have to have my notes in front of me in order to list it out there. Cthulhu is a ban by the Bolts. Olarun as well. So Barra taking a couple of shots, even though it maybe hadn't been as great last time, especially with the Cthulhu off the board. That Sanctified Fields feels like it might do a little too much work, so the Dragons are cutting it.
Yeah, it seems like banning out Barra better option than banning out Ven here, because you don't really know what the matchup is going to be. Barracuda always has that safety, and Jingwei could very easily be picked for the Jade Dragons here, so they're able to answer back pretty much immediately if that's going to be the option. They don't really have to take that one away. The Bolts are going to ban away Odin, and I mean, Panicat looked good on the on her, but you're giving Barra Jingwei if you don't lock it in right here.
That'll be a fun twist if we do get to see it. Yeah, the Jingwei, because it was banned last time.
Yeah, you got to take it.
I believe picked earlier on. So yeah, take it away, strip it down, and make it so that Barra can't play this god for the 104th, 5th, 6th time. Let's see. 105th time. So that's a lot. That's a lot of Jingwei. You have to imagine. So imagine a regular, like, blanket statement, like 28-minute game to factor in some of the late ones and some of the early ones. That's a lot of Jingwei over 100 times. It's 2,800 minutes, which comes out to insert in post. We can video edit this live, right? Yeah, put that. Make sure that the right number is right there. That's a lot of Jingwei for Barracuda. So. Luckily, we don't even have to fare with that. Instead, it's Panda Cat on that pick. Thoth and Izanami locked in for the Bolts. A fresh look for both of these. Iza hasn't been picked up at all this weekend.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Iza, but given the fact that we've strayed away from the Crusher meta, Iza looks very solid, right? It's just one of those items that completely shuts down her stealth. Crusher into like a Medusa, for example, just there's no way you're ever escaping. You don't win that trade until late game, and the Shred just benefits you so much. And I see... You're
doing the myth.
Yeah, you're locked in here because you're starting to see where this draft is probably going. Because to me, that says Hebo in the jungle, Susanoo mid, Jingwei ADC, ESET support, and Fine OK on the Gilgamesh solo.
Yeah.
But there's a few different ways it could go as well.
There's a lot of different ways this could go.
But it's the Jade Dragons. I don't like to hedge my bets. I'm saying we know that Pagon likes the Susanoo mid, and he likes to solo Ven. He likes to attempt to fight Ven, I should say.
Well, here's where they lose me. And this is something we've seen Gilgamesh solo.
Right.
We've also had a ton of conversations about how it feels best in jungle.
Right.
But I don't see anything else that I want going solo up on that list outside. I mean, I guess technically there's some flexibility in maybe the ESET, but then you're talking about who's going support. It feels like a fun shuffle. But it feels like Fine OK is going to get that pick, which is a different look to the solo line.
I think because you're against the Horus, who is going to probably build the Golden Blade and just try to auto attack the wave. You're almost always going to out trade with the auto attacks. There's just a fair bit of CC you have to deal with because that's all really Horus is. It's great amount of movement, small bit of sustain, and then lockdown. That's pretty much what the kit provides. So you're going to have to worry out for that, but I was trying to say that right now, Pagon has a dream matchup because one thing Thoth does really well is outrange you. One thing Susanoo does really well is get to those mages that can't really escape, put the jet stream on them and say, go ahead, dash. I'm coming with you. And so I imagine that's probably what the thought process was here. Let's bait this Thoth pick out. We're not going to take it. You're not going to ban it clearly because you haven't banned it yet. And now Pagon gets to say, I'm going to try to deal with that. Now, there's a few avenues to juke out those abilities, of course, and Ven can just say, I'm going to keep you in combat so you never can blink, but the mid lane matchup is what I'm paying attention to.
Yeah, it should be a really fun one to watch just because, again, this Thoth is something I think we didn't see out of the Bolts at all yesterday and haven't seen for a little bit. So it'll be interesting to just see how that shakes out. But the Susanoo, we did see. Unfortunately for the Dragons, yesterday the Susanoo was a loss. In fact, now all I've done every time I've talked about where these picks are and what they have done in the past couple of weeks for either of these squads, outside of, well, maybe the Susanoo a couple of weeks, comes out even. At least this weekend, not quite so much. We'll see. Can the Dragons close things out right here, right now, or will the Bolts push us to game number 5? We have to stop it here.
Jade Dragons have drafted a composition that can push the envelope here. In game number 4, in the read of the desk is correct. Fine OK on Gilg solo, Sam on Hebo jungle, Pagon, Susanoo mid, and then PBM, of course, on the ESET support. Panda Cat will be playing the Jingwei. Myth, this is a composition that wants to get active.
It is. I'm keeping my eyes, and God, I hate how much I've been agreeing with Trelly today on the mid lane.
Why?
Because I
that means he's doing his job well, and you're doing your job well.
Well, no, he's doing his job well, and I'm copying him.
Oh, so you're worried about the copying aspect, not the fact that it's Trelly that you're agreeing with. You just hate copying. It could be anyone that you're copying. You would hate it.
No.
Oh, specifically.
Yeah, specifically Trelly and Aggro and Hindu Man. Okay. All my coworkers, really. I'll copy anybody else, though.
I'm a coworker.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Myth. Sorry, I derailed you. You were making a very good point about agreeing with Trelly on something.
Yeah, if action is going to happen in this game, I think it is going to be in mid. Specifically, Pagon has had some experience in the Susanoo versus Thoth matchup in mid this year and has gotten first blood. The majority of the times he's been able to line that up, has gotten first blood or at least gotten a solo kill up against Ven every single game so far this set. So it feels almost inevitable that it could happen again, or maybe a return the other way. Ven's going to be expecting it. No way it happens to him 4 times in a row.
Oh, you've doomed him now, man. Well, how's your caster curse feeling today? You feeling strong on your caster curse or no?
I don't think that I have a caster's curse. I think it's more so that I predict.
Right, okay, so...
I'm like a Nostradamus figure.
So you don't think that... You're like an MC Hammer style guy.
What?
You're an MC Escher. You can't touch this.
Paintings? Oh, I see.
Right.
I see.
They were calling back to that one again. Uh-oh, is it going to happen to Pagon here, though, in Game 4? Damage will. But Venenu will be able to dash away and receive some assistance from the jungler on some early pressure there. Sanford Soccer on the Hebo. I think it's going to be a fun thread to follow this game, Myth. A very Sanford Soccer-esque pick, right? Where it's a jungle-style pick that not many are playing. Oh,
no way, bro!
Come on! It's unbelievable! It's happened 4 games in a row! The taunts! It's 4 games in a row, and you know why? I told him out in the lobby, you gotta start taunting, man. You gotta start throwing some down. I told him to.
He did it for you!
And he said, Dave, I did it in Game 3. We missed it. We didn't miss it this time. Pagon is relentless. That is absurd. That is unheard of.
Imagine the mental damage as well. Like, if you're Ven, you have to come to terms with the fact that you got soloed every single game in the finals.
Do you think...
That was a 2v1. It was a 2v1 last time, too.
And it happened last time also. And he lives again.
God.
Do you think Mike meant it when he said Pagon's the best player on this team?
All right, to peel back the veil a little bit, we got the chance to sit down with Mike for a moment as he was rehydrating, flexing as he does. Those are the only 2 things he does do: flex
Sounds
and
a lot
hydrate.
like me.
And he said Pagon is the best Smite player on the Jade Dragons. And I asked him, do you mean mechanically? And he's like, yeah, I suppose so. He'll probably get there competitively one of these days, but he's so new to it. He's such a young guy.
You're not sensing any of that Mike level of like sarcasm. Like you're sensing this is a serious answer.
I think he's being legitimate.
Yeah. Look, Pagon has been playing like it this set, right? I mean, when you
4 solo kills, 2v1.
Yeah, 4 solo kills, 2 of them in a 2 versus 1 in mid. Though now, and I'm not taking an ounce away from Pagon here.
Please don't.
I would argue expected that there could be an opportunity when you're playing Susano into Thoth. If we're going to agree with Trelly a little bit more.
Yeah, I was thinking like at level 5 though.
Okay, sure. He struck gold before we expected Pagon to be able to do so. However, we expected this lane to be threatening for Ven maybe from level 5 onward. Pagon just got super aggressive maybe before Ven was prepared for it.
Yeah, that is exactly what happens, and if you're not prepared, you get caught out. Ven falls down for first blood yet again, and the Jade Dragons this time have established a lead on the map without having to kill 9 people first. It's 1-0, Jade Dragons up. 1,000 gold, experience starting to be reflected there as well. Sanford Soccer hasn't had to rotate in as much as we've seen from Lasbra, spend a little bit more time in the jungle farming, has ticked over to level 5 first.
Venenu. Look, yeah, you're hanging out underneath your tier 1 tower, right?
Really, surely I'm safe.
Surely you're safe, but there's a blink on Sam and a blink on Pagon. Think about that as this game goes on. The sheer amounts of damage that 1-2 punch is going to be able to do, if not Aegis out, and nobody's got Aegis right now. The crushing wave, Typhoon, all of the damage connecting. You shouldn't lose any objectives this game. If you're looking at ultimates, if you're the Jade Dragons. I suppose Dark Portal, although Dark Portal and Final Judgment could keep things interesting. But when you got Crushing Wave and Circle Protection.
Mitigated success from Circle Protection because of Lono's mass, 15% less damage.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
Thoth ultimate, so long range.
Because we haven't really analyzed the Bolt draft yet. Haddix has really enjoyed
You have
this.
to call me out.
No, we. Okay, fine. I haven't brought up the Bolts draft yet. That's entirely my fault. None of it's on Myth. You're a perfect angel and have done nothing wrong.
Do you mean that?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow.
And the Olympus Bolts have given Haddix back his Horus solo. Always have to go Golden Blade or else you're going to get out cleared, as maybe he is anyway. And so maybe you're looking towards later game, team fighty style rotations from Haddix when he can start to make an impact on this game.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in this laning phase, I'll tell you that much. He doesn't want to line up against Finoke. And, you know, we've had a lot of time to discuss the merits of Gilgamesh in solo as opposed to Gilgamesh in the jungle. I've made a broad sweeping statement, as I'm so apt to do. I think Gilgamesh, by and large, always better in the jungle because he lacks in wave clear. But up against a Horus, even with Golden Blade, Finoke might have as good, if not better, clear.
Mike. under a little threat here. Final Judgment doesn't connect to Lasbra though, in range. Circle protection down. I wondered if Pagon was going to go in on that. Polar Bear Mike takes a few ultimates, and a couple ultimates return from the Jade Dragon. So neither here nor there, though I suppose the Obelisk now in favor of the Jade Dragons. How about this build path from Sanford Soccer? He has gone Book of Thoth.
He's playing it slow.
First item out of the jungle. And you get the idea, Miff, that that's maybe a slow play style of itemization, though Polar Bear Mike is going to have to speed things up to get away from Barracuda, which he will be able to do so.
Yeah, Dark Portal not expended. Barracuda doesn't love his odds in the fight.
Oh,
Pagon, not great odds here either.
No, can we make reparations for our mid laner? No, we can't. Pagon will
Still
live
alive?
and backsteps the Dark Portal and takes some autos from Barracuda to get it done. But Barracuda will pay for it with his life. Awesome Jake avoids the stun. And the Jade Dragons able to escape a 1-for-2 trade for the Jade Dragons. Though Haddock's around the back on Horus. Snags a stun onto Polar Bear Mike, and now Awesome Jake has grabbed a kill, but Final K is rotated through as well. Up, down, won't connect onto Ven, and actually might turn around to kill onto Final K if he's not able to get out of this one. There will be a knock-up and some water hands from Sanford Soccer, and this one ends at a 2-for-2.
That's great for the Olympus Bolts. Anything they can pull back in their favor, anytime they could shut down Pagon and slow down his farm, that is massive for the Olympus Bolts. Ven now only 1 level down. Pagon soloing out the jungler's farm. If I'm Sanford Soccer, I'm throwing a massive fit. Luckily, though, Sanford Soccer about an entire level up. Lasbra just now ticking to 8. Sanford Soccer ticking to 9, so I suppose just fine in splitting some of that farm. Pagon maintains a pretty decent lead. And it's early rotations from the Soul Laners, yet again, that is the difference maker in this fight, maybe favoring Haddox.
Final K drops down the Winds of Shamash. Drop kick is great, and the damage not quite there for the Bolts, though. The kill does roll through.
Sam's on the way.
And effectively traded out aggro. Saves 1 kill. Lasbra, oh no, he gets his back stopped by the minions. Sanford Soccer doesn't have blink, but does have knockup and does have water carpet.
No.
Pagon does it again! Twice in the same game! As Pagon puts down Ven once more.
2v1 again.
And 2v1, I suppose, yet again, and dodges out the ultimate.
And takes the
from
red.
Awesome Jake. Red buff drops down. Mid lane is a graveyard. The Jade Dragons, Pagon, I mean, able to add another one to his highlight reel for this set.
Pagon is just a menace. Like, yes, it's a counter matchup. Yes, Pagon is always drafting for it. Yes, that's how the Jade Dragons decide to approach their compositions, but it is just speaking volumes to the level of play of Pagon that even against these top-tier players, that's Venenu. That's not some random guy in a ranked game.
Then.
That is a world champion MVP who has been soloed, what, 5 times now in 4 games, 3 of which in a 2v1, once now in his own red buff. This is massive from the Jade Dragons, massive from the rookie Pagon.
Look, Pagon, he hates doing post-game interviews. He's not doing himself any favors.
He also hates Ven, it would seem.
Apparently. Anyone he goes up against in the middle, he's not doing himself any favors. Like, if you're going to keep playing like this, we're going to have to talk to you at some point, Pagon.
Yeah, play worse.
Yeah, play worse if you don't want to do post-game interviews. Because right now, it's looking like a pretty obvious choice. If this result holds, it's a 2-level differential in mid. 1 over in ADC for Barracuda, 1 in the jungle. Good news for the Bolts. Just few and far between here in Game 4 is that Haddox is 1 level up over Final K. So there are some avenues back in, but a bit over the horizon to get there. And unfortunately right now, Miff, it is the artillery mage that at this point in the game, you want maybe a couple items in to sit back and just slam damage that's just been kept back from minute 1.
Yeah, no matter how far away you are, it seems Pagon will find you in the back line.
Man, Trelly said that.
We're starting to get to that 10-minute mark where the objective, I'm going to ignore the fact that I'm, again, copying Charlie's homework, where objectives start to be the name of the game. And you said it earlier, great confirmation from the Jade Dragons. Good damage from Ven there on a Pagon, showing that Thoth still has the potential to fight back. Divine Ruin already finished up. But the Jade Dragons, with Crushing Wave, with Circle Protection, with Typhoon, should start looking towards these objectives very shortly, and they can play through either the Pyromancer or the Gold Fury. Final K slightly behind in XP, but still has a whole lot of auto attack damage, which is exactly what you need to burn down these objectives. So even just Sam and Fine together might be able to do Pyro.
Awesome Jake. Call it overextended, but he's just fine with where he's at. Look to the obelisk there for just a moment. You're right, though, Myth. Gold Fury now out, but the Jade Dragons, unlike game number 3, working into this part of the game with a slight gold lead. Remember, it was constant fighting back, despite how snowbally game 3 ended up getting. The Bolts consistently were holding a 1,000 or so gold lead and then would build it back up.
Sick blink.
That was nuts from Sanford Soccer. Exchanges sides with Haddix, who also blinked. And Sam will live. A small moment that ultimately is pretty cool. But the Jade Dragons this time, they're not far and away, but pretty comfortably ahead of the Olympus Bolts and show no signs of slowing things down, though. This could be rough for Fine OK. Lasbro over towards right. Value out of the Nemesis ultimate, and there is a kill for the Olympus Bolts. Needed it. And that's feeding the hot hand, giving Haddix more pressure over on right.
Yeah, Fine OK wishing he hadn't used his leap aggressively there. Now it's the Olympus Bolts looking at the neutral objective, and all that confirmation we had sung the praises of for the Jade Dragons is matched by the Olympus Bolts. As long as Ven's around, it's a coin toss.
Pyromancer taken low, but Jade Dragon, yeah,
What?
they just do it. They just do it. They have the circular protection down, crushing wave out from Sanford Soccer. Pagon sends the Typhoon over the wall, just short. No more kills will happen. See, to me, or to Mike rather, that's simple. Drop the circle of protection, detonate it, walk away. But Myth, you're feeling like maybe the Bolts could have done more.
Yeah, use some abilities, step up, zone, don't let PBM charge up the ultimate. It's not like PBM walked up and instant pop circle protection to steal it away. PBM walked up, pulled Pyromancer, dropped circle protection, charged it up a little bit, had Sanford Soccer throw out some auto attacks, and then confirm it. And that's a Lono's Mask E-set already. That's not unmitigated damage. That's 15% less than what you could expect normally. Just feels like the Olympus Bolts with Final Judgment, or even like a silent slice and dice, should have been able to match what the Jade Dragons brought there. The Bolts do 90% of the work. I'm sorry, I have to pause. Maybe it's a 2v1, but that hasn't stopped him before. Pagon will let this one go.
Yeah, right.
Just feel like the Olympus Bolts could have done a little bit more around that Pyro to dissuade him.
I mean, if I'm giving them being the Bolts some credit, you know, potentially you're assuming a fight from the Dragons is over the horizon. But maybe the moment you see that circle protection go onto the Pyro,
it's like a Pavlovian response.
Right.
You've been conditioned.
Right, to assume that the Dragons want to fight. So maybe you're waiting for the shoe to drop and just see what happens. And unfortunately, the circle protection just detonates around the Pyromancer. I suppose luckily for the Bolts, I mean, Pyromancer always feels great, right? But it's not going to end this game any quicker or shorter than maybe it was a moment ago. It's just more control that the Jade Dragons have over the map, a little extra gold for everyone. As Panda Cat has, you know, found pressure, a couple of assists for Panda, but the one-level lead for the Jingwei over the Izanami, who you'd imagine would have some lane pressure. That is something we need to talk about, Myth. I think later on in this game, Barracuda is going to get to a point. Looks like just one tier of an item behind Panda Cat. I mean, Izanami late game is nothing to scoff at, but neither is Jingwei's. Feels like could have a good duel out of the Hunter role.
Yeah, I feel like Jingwei might outscale come late just because Explosive Bolts gives you a little bit of additional crit. Speaking of, Panda Cat getting active deep in the jungle.
Oh, but it's Pagon who's here. Beads used from Barracuda. Purple buff finally secured by the Jade Dragons. And another buff on the map ends up getting taken away. Gold Fury up. This would be a big one. I mean, Pyromancer, impactful of course, but losing this Gold Fury while you're already just shy of 4,000 gold down, 14 minutes. Could put the Jade Dragons on easy street towards the end. How about that from Mike? Triple silence, triple stun. E-set getting every ounce of value that you would want. Haddix is left alone, has to use the beads. Typhoon will follow him up, and the double pull from Pagon. And the Jade Dragons continue to play around their mid laner, and it continues to pay off. Another reinitiation from Mike, and another team fight from the Jade Dragons. Does not look particularly close. The Olympus Bolts lose 3.
Pagon comes up massive yet again in a team fight. Two-man Typhoon, two-man pull, sets up for the entirety of the fight after that, disengages, and that's before, or after rather, he'd already expended Blink, trying to solo out Barracuda in the duo lane. Now the Jade Dragons able to fall back to the objective and not concern themselves with any sort of steal. Sure, the Olympus Bolts composition is capable of matching the damage output of the Jade Dragons, but simply not the case if you don't have the numbers, the lives, or the cooldowns. Ven, still alive, certainly could not walk in there. The Jade Dragons push their lead even further, and do my eyes deceive me?
Is it 7K already?
Your eyes do not deceive you, Miff. They do. It's 7.3K.
Okay, man.
And nearly 10,000 experience. And that's what I meant when I said if the Gold Fury goes the way of the Dragons, it might get out of control. But when the Gold Fury and 3 kills go to the J Dragons, I didn't even imagine it getting that drastic here 16 minutes into the game. If we gotta play hopeful for the Olympus Bolts, it's what? Pausing the game and farming up, and I don't mean literally pausing. I don't mean F10. I mean farming as best as you can for 15 minutes, hoping you don't lose too much of your base in the meantime.
Well, that's seems to be a foregone
Is that
conclusion.
it? I mean,
Tier 1 tower falls down. I mean, that is the answer, right? The Olympus Bolts
Can they
don't
do
want to
anything?
take a team fight as of now. I mean, then maybe objective steals could be the name of the game, playing around picks, superior rotation around Haddix. There are ways back in, but it's a long shot now. The Jade Dragons have got a pretty solid hold on this game.
Wow,
Pagon's surrounded.
Pagon has drawn the attention of 3 members of the Olympus Bolts to this left side of the
Barra
map.
doesn't know. Barra doesn't know where he is.
Can Pagon get a kill before he dies off? Pagon blinks over the wall, takes the ultimate from Lasbra. Barracuda dashes forward, Dark Portal down. Pagon gets the knockup.
Jake's
but he's
got him,
going to have
right?
awesome Jake around the back. Beads out from Pagon, clap from Lasbra, and there is the kill finally from the Jade Dragons. And it is a Pyromancer pull from the rest of the Jade Dragons and confirmation. Pagon attempting to find a kill onto Barra, but was able to pull the eyes of the Bolts. I thought maybe there was an opening.
Watch out
For a Fire Giant pull with that many members of the Bolts on left, but not to be.
Awesome Jake stunned out. Barracuda similarly in a bad position. 2v1s across the board. Make that a 4v1 in a tier 1. Unneeded Panda Cat. Credit for the kill here. And that's just the Olympus Bolt sticking around for a little too long in this team fight. You could have disengaged a little bit earlier. You got to be cognizant of the fact that even though Pyromancer falls down, it's so simple for this Jingwei to head back to base and fly her way back in. It's not just a tier 1. It's not just Barracuda's life. A tier 2 as well. A valuable trade. Pagon's life for 2 towers, a kill, and a Pyromancer. I'm sure the Dragons would take that trade every single day of the week.
Jade Dragons have woken up since a Game 1 stumble up against the Bolts. And remember, that's a Game 1 that the Jade Dragons might feel like they could have won as well. There was a nice little lead for the Dragons
Again?
at that point. Is it going to happen again? Pagon, a bit of a returning of the favor now as Pagon.
That's karma.
2v1. Although no solo kills have made their way to Pagon, but the Bolts, tired of what Pagon was doing, now send some damage his way. And at least are slowing things down. We said if you want to do something, you got to slow things down, and getting some kills on the Pagon is helpful.
I'm looking at Sanford Soccer's build right now. That's a massive mana stack. Maybe a Book of the Dead. That would be super annoying because you've got damage mitigation from PBM, peel potential in frontline from Fine OK, and then all of a sudden the main weakness, one of the main weaknesses of Habois being that you have to ult towards an enemy to deal the damage with Crushing Wave. Generally, you're out of position immediately afterward. Doesn't matter if 80% of your HP is returned in shield form.
That's true. It would be a unique build, but also a fun build. Final Judgment channeled from Fen, no good. Sanford Soccer dodges that one out. Barracuda avoided death a moment ago. Now maybe able to get some damage onto a tier 1 tower, but Fine OK is going to chase this kill down and get it nonetheless. And chuckles from Barracuda is about the best that he can do at this point in the game, as the Jade Dragons will add another one. At what point, though, do the Dragons just pull the FG? Because they are running over the Bolts.
I think like now.
In every other lane.
He's dead for 40 seconds.
Right, for 40 seconds. And I think with the direction of the player icons, the Jade Dragons might be thinking the same.
Pagon heads back to base. It takes about 10 seconds to walk from base to Fire Giant, so maybe still some potential
I could do it in
to
5.
take the fight. Could you?
You were right, by the way. Book of the Dead for Sanford Soccer.
It's such a gross build, man. And Sanford Soccer has not been under threat. He has not been threatened this game. He didn't build defense because he felt like he was getting targeted. Instead, he just said, hey, I want to be able to frontline a little bit more so, and will be capable of doing it. Fire Giant pulled by the Jade Dragons, burning slowly. 2 members of the Olympus Bolts zoned out by Sam and Mike.
And just now, it's a respawn. Haddix could make a miracle play, but immediately off of the FG goes.
Where'd he go?
And Lasbra heads back to base, trade spots with his ADC. Pagon alone in the back line, but that's how he likes it. And he'll get some damage onto Venenu. Sanford Soccer forward, has Crushing Wave, and he'll use it. Ticks down some damage on 2, but had the important damage onto Ven. Jade Dragons now get the FG, and a couple of kills onto the bolts.
Yeah, long time on
When
Ben's
did they do the
respawn,
FG?
40 seconds. I think it was a
While they were-
disengage from Panda Cat,
Yeah.
airstrikes away, and then the rest of the Olympus Bolts decided to chase out the fight, and Panda Cat just lands back down, Twinkle Toes floats back down to Earth, and takes out the objective. Now the Tier 2 tower in mid, potentially the Phoenix immediately afterward, and we are still 20 seconds away
Potentially
from Ben
the game
respawning.
after that.
If they get a pick.
They get a pick. There might be one onto Awesome Jake. There's plenty of
fine.
CC. Mid lane Phoenix gone. J Dragons, they
Just
got a
walking
pick.
in.
It's on to Ven, who's 10 seconds away from respawning. This has been a rout from minute one, though the J Dragons now backpedaling away. How far forward do the Olympus Bolts walk? Dark
Horus.
portal down, out goes Lasbra. Pagon, of course, trying to chase. Gets a double pull. Drop kick onto Haddix. Polar Bear Mike has a stun onto Venenu. Final K reinitiates with a jump of his own. Final Judgment silenced out by Mike, and it looks like the J Dragons have filled their hunger, and we'll try to end in a moment.
Haddix getting a little over-aggressive. The J Dragons already on the retreat. That's all you need as an Olympus Bolts player, is for them to leave your Titan alone. Haddix wants a little bit more, bolts out, nobody follows him, and he dies alone in the back line of the J Dragons, who are now sitting on a 14,000 gold lead. Map state all in their favor. Mid Phoenix down. Titan's already taken a bit of damage. Primal Fury going to push their lead even further, and a lot of that gold, a lot of that lead still resides in the pockets of the Chaos team, so the J Dragons will be much stronger when they decide to continue their siege. That said, the Olympus Bolts have got some assets they can lean on in a defensive situation. Specifically, Ven should be able to keep these minion waves at bay with relative ease. Thoth having such a long range could apply some poke to the back line of the J Dragons. Sanford Soccer very survivable, but all of his defense being physical means that Ven has got a pretty decent target in him. Pagon going to struggle a little bit more so to get into the back line and play this wild, aggressive style when you're inside of a Phoenix. So the Olympus Bolts have got potential to build to mount a defense in their own Phoenixes. Tier 2 tower on the right-hand side. Let that one go. The J Dragons lead so large. It's like, what's $10,000 to a millionaire? Literally nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Let that go.
Yeah, I'm not stopping to pick up $10,000 if I got a
drop
million. Yeah, right. Panda Cat, maybe a little defense on the end of his build here, sensing that the incoming magic damage is enough of a threat. As the Fire Giant still has 1 minute and 15 seconds left. The J Dragons slowed things down, but the Olympus Bolts slow on the response on the right side. Phoenix goes down so quickly. J Dragons could look for a fight here. And of course, why wouldn't they when the J Dragons are as far ahead as they are? Final K shrugs off the initiation, drop kicks one away. Winds of Shamash separate the opening part of this fight. Final K's in the back line. The health bar of Lasbra is gone. The J Dragons from minute one behind their new mid laner roll over the Bolts, and they will secure first seed.
Slight stumbles at points, but the J Dragons were always in control of the last game. That is a dominant performance from your top seed, your number one. So that's the expectation. The Olympus Bolts try their best, and this mic just does not agree with me. I'm going to do the thing I
What
did
about the
last
mic
time.
behind the camera? Do you think he agrees with you?
Mike?
Yeah, do you think that mic agrees with
Yeah,
you?
he's smiling. He got a thumbs
Do
up.
you agree with Myth?
Here, look, it doesn't even look like I'm holding a cord.
He doesn't agree with you, Myth. Neither of the mics agree with you.
Okay.
There's something about the J Dragons. Think, if I'm remembering correctly, did they win Phase 1 playoffs in Season
Phase
8?
1 just about every single time.
And then I think at the time Ghost Gaming won Phase 1 in Season 7.
Quick
Something about
starters.
this team starting off well. The J Dragons first seed going into Masters with a 3-1 win over the Bolts. We will take a break, and the desk will take us home.
Jade Dragons stand on top today, and they do so in a pretty convincing fashion. Game 1 doesn't quite go the way they wanted, but games 2, 3, and 4 all seem to be just completely on their side. Trelly again on the desk with me, and that one, once again, it feels like there's a lot of potential for the Bolts throughout that game, to the point where I'm almost betting on them when going into this, right? Just because of some win rates that are on their side.
Right.
It's the first Nox support loss this team has had. And unfortunately for them, the Dragons just kind of kick things almost immediately into gear.
All right, so to me, they were playing 4D chess, right?
Okay.
So they start off, Pagon has a fantastic game on Thoth. 2 fantastic games on Thoth. They say, hey, we have to ban away this Thoth, right? We have to. And then they're like, hey, we're going to leave the Thoth open. We're going to bait you into getting your Nox. Then you put Ven on this Thoth pick, and then Pagon locks in this. I'm not going to say a complete counter, but there's really nothing that Thoth ever does to Susano. The root is just not enough peel. And then you're able to put this Thoth so far behind that he's vastly ineffective. So for me, they were cocking this up since like game number 1. They knew this was coming.
And it's going to be fun to watch. And again, so get ready for just Pagon highlights, by the way, because that's pretty much what this is going to be. Too many times, whether credit for the kill happened or not, Pagon was involved throughout the entire duration of the game, and it ended up working out well, whether it was for counter plays like that one, or if it was just set up for the team. Either way, again, this is something that the Dragons, I think, now have maybe over every other team, and it's just such a versatile mid-lane player. The God pool there has made this a lot more interesting to try and limit, because how do you ban out 1, 7 different gods in mid? You can't. And 2, that while limiting Sam, Fine OK, PBM, and PandaCat, it just feels like they finally hit that power team stance. Maybe not super team. I don't think that's the term I would use for this. Just but powerful is how I would describe them.
Right, because again, you try to ban these picks away, then you get the opportunity to pick them for yourself. You say, hey, this Thoth was so effective, let's try to take that away, and then you pick yourself right into that matchup where, again, I feel like there's really nothing that you can do unless you try to keep the Susanoo in combat with your 1, and even then, there's some room for outplay there. So just very smart picks and bans, and then just great play by them.
Well, they were joking about it in the cast. Specifically, I think was said was, if you want to stop getting pulled for post-game interviews, then you have to stop doing so well. Luckily, it looks like there's 2 guys that are standing off to my right. We got PBM and Pagon. And so I'll bounce between you just to allow you both a little bit. Okay, never mind. Mike wants me specifically to ask Pagon. I'm actually going to ask you, Pagon, just first. What's going on in mid, man? Because it seems to be that things are going smooth for you.
I don't know. He just can't handle it. Like, you shouldn't be stepping up. I don't know.
And it's just that simple. You just shouldn't be stepping up. Mike, I'll ask you though. Game 1 doesn't exactly go the way you guys would have wanted. A little bit of a loss. What was the slip up there, and what were the adjustments to turn that around?
At the end of the game, I said we can first pick Fender and they lose. Then we first pick Fender and they lost.
So smart.
Just double checking, it did work out that way. Actually, it was factual, not allegedly like we were talking about yesterday. Yep. This one did work, and eventually you end up forcing things to get banned out. The Fenrir works well for you in games 2 and 3, and then you go away from that towards the very end. It gets banned out by you guys to let them have the Nox. Was that something that you guys had kind of formulated? I mean, this Nox up to this point has been 100% win rate for the Bolts.
We just didn't care what they picked there because they left Thoth open and Daniel first blooded Ven every game, so we were just thinking like they can do whatever they want. They just like Ven can't hang with them. It's wraps,
Yeah, no, I mean Pagon, like I think Dave had mentioned it.
With all due respect. With all due respect.
Had said that he asked you to taunt.
Yeah.
Your reply had been, "I did last game," and then you did it again anyway, just for him, right?
Just for him, of course.
Well, it was a good set to watch, guys. Again, congratulations on the win. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
The double thumbs up. That's what we get from Mike, and I'm feeling it, man. They're going in as first seed. I probably could have asked him a question about Masters, realizing that a little bit too late. Headsets are off. Mike screamed free.
Yep.
And they're going to run away. And that is what they were playing for, Trelly.
Right.
We're looking at this 2-day seeding tournament. Of course, we can look at what this bracket was, what we saw this weekend, just the top 4 teams in the SPL playing. And of course, if you were wondering, what were they playing for? I believe there was a little bit of cash prizing attached to this one, but primarily seeding for Masters, now in order. Dragons, Bolts, Warriors, then Titans are your top 4 seeds. and they will be getting that seeding not just for Masters, but that is going to be your top 4 SPL teams going into Phase 2 as well. So all of the scheduling and things like that are going to change just for that. It's still going to be double round robin, so they're still going to have to play everybody. It just affects when they'll play them throughout the phase and keeps things interesting. Masters, for those of you wondering, is just for cash. So even if you get first there, you're going to get the money. Doesn't mean anything for Phase 2, though, outside of the fact that you'll be a little richer for Phase 2, which does still feel pretty good. But Trelly, we're about to go into it now. It's a few weeks away. We're May 1st, and 18 days on the 19th, for those of you who can't do math. That will be a Thursday, and Masters will kick off. 4 NA SCC teams, 4 EU SCC teams, 8 SPL teams, all thrown into the bracket, 2 weeks. I'm going to go ahead and be honest with you. I've run into a lot of issues describing how it works, but essentially, it will be a double elim, right? Essentially, you have to lose twice. There's a lot of games. I'm going to tell you that now. From kickoff to the end, it is going to be a lot. But how do you feel, knowing, first off, we got a little bit of a break for it, but looking forward towards Masters?
I think that there's going to be definitely some upsets. Obviously, the Jade Dragons look really good tonight. They're definitely going to be looking good to continue, but some of these SCC teams, I think they might surprise us. We're going to be very excited to watch them play as well.
Yeah, if I remember the schedule, if you're a Bolts fan or a Dragons fan, you won't be seeing them till the 27th. That's what this tournament just afforded them. They got a long time to prepare and a lot of Smite to watch. Masters, again, that is the 19th of May. Make sure you tune in right here. Follow us on social and make sure that you get there on time. But for myself, from Charlie, from everyone in production, I want to say thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you at Masters.